All right, we are live. Welcome everybody to the Myth Podcast, episode number 19. Today we'll be covering our historical retrospective series in celebration of Myth's greatest tradition, the Myth World Cup. In this episode, we'll be covering the Myth World Cup 2009 finals. I am GKG. I am joined by my co-host Asmo, and we're also joined by special guest Adrenaline. Welcome, Adrenaline, to the podcast.
Thank you very much.
So
Yo, you should share the link quick so we can actually verify all your settings are good and we can see and hear you.
Oh yeah, good reminder. Yeah, I definitely been relying on everybody else watching the stream to tell me when stuff's jacked up. Yeah, let me post that real quick.
Have you guys been playing any Myth lately? It's been a hot minute since I've been on.
Not really. I've played like 10 games since that last tournament.
Yeah, I don't think I've even been on since the last tournament.
Yeah, same here. The podcast has been keeping me. It's been scratching my myth itch in the absence of actually playing it. So.
Nice. Yeah, that's what AOE's been doing for me.
So yeah, we're gonna cover 2009 today. What do you remember, Adren, from 2009?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, were you
Except that we won.
you were like full blown stoner phase still back then? Yeah, or what?
Oh yes. 2009. I was probably like full blown alcoholic and stoner. That would have been kind of mid university days for me. Kind of near the end of university, but yeah, I was partying pretty hard that time.
You were Van Wildering it back then, yeah.
Absolutely, I was probably on like my 6th or 7th year of university at that point. Yeah, fully intentional too. Like I just didn't want to leave it, so I started taking like less classes and dropping classes so I wouldn't get all my credits, just so I could drag it out another year.
Nice.
Good time.
I mean, I don't remember much either. I guess I'll just say like leading up to it. So 2008. So 2008. So these teams. These teams in the finals is like an NC team and like a NP Cox team, I guess. I don't remember what they called themselves at the time, but
Just looking at the pre-screen of the of game one, like I I don't even know if you'd call this NC at this point.
interesting.
Maybe
Why do you
maybe
say
some
that?
people. I mean, we definitely considered ourselves NC at the time, but like I see myself, Shy. No, this can't be right. Oh fuck, I'm looking at the wrong game. Never mind. I'm looking at Myth World Cup 2019.
Okay, yeah,
What the fuck's
2019,
okay.
yeah, 2019. I'm
Okay.
sure wasn't NC so much.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is more what I'm thinking here. This makes a lot more sense.
I'm like, why? Because there's no 9-ball. Like, was he that important?
Yeah, I was seeing like Homer, Ghengis.
It's like extreme
Ghengis
purist
is on this
NC.
computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
NC's
really.
always had like a couple guest players on it, right?
Oh,
Every
for
iteration.
sure.
Yeah.
For sure. There was just like a core, and then a few different people would rotate in every year.
Yeah, and then this year
Like,
I definitely was the guest player. I guess Ghengis was too. So yeah.
I suppose I'd be considered core at this point.
Yeah, I would think so.
Probably. Yeah, I was with them since 2006, I think. So this would have been my fourth Myth World Cup with them.
Yeah, I think everyone on the roster, at least we're seeing in game one, is core, other than GKG, and then I guess Ghengis is like newer at this point, but at least he's played with you
Limp's
guys
also
1 year
kind of like
previous, right?
quasi NC. I don't know how people
Well,
evaluate him as core NC or not.
it's hard to
But
say. Like, I'm pretty sure he was on the team in 2007.
Yeah, it's 3 years in a row at this
true. Oh
point.
yeah, you're right.
So
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, I'd say like he was fairly core by this point as well. I think he started up the year after me. Then we got Ska, obviously core. Ku, obviously core. I think Ghengis was also kind of Limp style. Like I'm not sure if he ever really got core status because he definitely played a couple tournaments with us, but he was with Donsky before this, and then off with other people after. I'm trying to remember how many
I'd say
tournaments he played with us.
Genghis probably, like you said, probably never truly considered like fully core NC, but like pretty much always hung out with you guys, even
Yeah, he
afterwards.
played.
Even when he wasn't playing with you guys, he still kind of was part of that social group. So
Yeah, for sure.
Why
Lud,
was
obviously, core.
why wasn't Donsky on your guys' team this year? Because he teamed with Genghis all the time, and he was on NC the previous year. You guys remember why?
I'm only looking at game one. There's a good chance he is on this team still, but well, maybe not. I see we got Fire. He was kind of with us almost every year too, for a while. Yeah, maybe this is just one of the years Donsky took off, or maybe he just formed his own team. He was known to do that once in a while. Yeah, no Donsky. I would have thought he would have been in this tournament, but I don't know. I know he disappeared for a while, so this could have been around that time.
I was also surprised to see no Eastwind too, because wasn't Eastwind on NC the year prior? I could be wrong.
Yeah, I want to say he was probably on it in 2008.
Yeah, I thought he was. Actually, I could just look really quick. The films are
Yeah.
right here. Let's see.
He wasn't in 2007, but 2008 he definitely was.
I don't think he was in 8. I think he was
Really?
just
No,
on
I don't see him
10 and
actually.
11 team.
Okay, maybe he came in afterwards then.
I mean,
So
come
no-
on.
Oh, he
man.
must have. He was still like with the BIA crowd at this
It
point.
might have been TWS. Maybe TWS. I'm thinking of maybe Eastwind. I don't know.
Maybe
But
this was so fucking long ago, man. Who remembers?
yeah. The only reason I mentioned Eastwind is because actually, Eastwind and I actually tried to join NC the year prior. I was, I was like fully done teaming with Raziel by that point. I was so over it, man. And I was like, get me onto a finalist team. And the Raziel teams, they were always like the perennial 4th place team, not even 3rd place, right? 4th
They were
place.
like just dark horse every year, pretty much.
Yeah, and I was like, there's only usually 2 or 3 teams to be able to go up, right? Like I'm not going to go down. You got to go up. So it basically means trying to find a finalist team to join, which was NC
And
at this time.
Those Raziel teams, they had a lot of talent on them too. Like I'm surprised they could never kind of push through to beat either
Well,
us
I
or
can tell you
NC.
exactly why. You're not wrong.
Yeah, no, you're right. Oh
We
man, the Caterpillar
underperformed for sure.
Phalanx. I wish I could find that. It's probably somewhere on like Daily Motion or YouTube still. That Shaister made.
Oh, that's right. What was it called again?
The Caterpillar
The
Phalanx.
Caterpillar Phalanx. That's right.
Yeah, he did it in the style of like the Star Wars intro. Scrolling text. It's fucking hilarious.
That was classic. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Yeah. So like, I just remember being done, but like, I remember. I think Eastwind. NC was gonna take Eastwind, but they didn't want to take me at the time because I was considered a shit talker back then and too toxic.
I
probably
had something.
Vetoed it. I think if I recall, that's what I think Eastwind told me at the time.
I would have guessed I was pretty opposed to it at the time.
Oh yeah. If it was anybody, it was you and Koo for sure at the time. We were not on good terms.
No, this was kind of the heyday of our beef. I would say it was probably around. Well, maybe not as
just
much
because
this
we
year
were both 1v1ers, I guess.
Yeah,
I think that's probably
I
the only
think so.
reason. Yeah.
And again, I was known to be drunk as fuck all the time, so there's a good chance I was just lipping off all the time. I remember waking up in the morning sometimes and just like seeing what I had written the night before because my game would still be open because I fucking passed out. And I was just like ashamed of myself sometimes. It was just like fucking racist rants and just fuck, it was bad. I'm glad I'm not that person anymore. Let's just put it that way.
Let's see. So yeah, like 08, tried to get in, was forced to suffer through Raziel one more year, and then finally in 09, again, like I was surprised that Eastwind was not on this team because I really don't even know what the particulars of. I think if I remember, there was some discussion or realization, probably in the post MWC 2008, that NC wanted somebody like me with more aggressive, I guess. I think because like they lost to NC lost to Armageddon in 08, and Armageddon, had all these like very aggressive, dark player, BC player type of
I think
stereotypical
NC just
players.
really kind of underperformed that tournament too. I don't know if I'm sure we were all active at the time, but I think we just kind of shit the bed in that finals. So we still had a pretty fucking good team, and maybe by that point our off the wall strategies were starting to bite us in the ass too.
Yeah, I think
We weren't
so.
we weren't known for really following the meta. We kind of like to be like, you know what, this would be fun and it could work. So we try that kind of shit all the time, and often it just wouldn't work.
And I think Genghis was with NC in '08, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was.
I think he was, yeah.
Yeah. So this is Genghis's second year with NC. I'm finally brought in. I don't know. I guess I didn't generate any new bad blood. I probably was trying to be chill with NC, to be honest, by
I'm
by
sure we
'08 to try and
yeah.
mend things a little bit because I had nowhere else to go.
Well, I don't think you had a problem with most of the people. I think it was mainly
No,
just me and Koo.
I don't even remember having an issue with Koo. I didn't even know who Koo was barely back then, but he knew who I was.
Oh,
So,
yeah, fair enough.
um, but yeah, I think it was mostly I don't know. Yeah, as far as like I didn't have an issue teaming with you, but that was because I
I'm
was
sure
desperate.
we probably kept it pretty civil for this tournament.
Yeah, no, we did for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I've never started beef with teammates. That's like a huge
No, infighting is
yeah, no,
bullshit.
that's
Yeah.
like it's like against my religion if I had one. So
And most of the point of beef is to have it against people on other teams because it kind of like
yeah.
stokes the fire a bit. Like
Yeah,
a
if
lot of
you're
it's
I feel like if you're a
artificial.
true competitor, you like if you're a very competitive person, you have to your competitive drive will not let your ego carry out beef inside of a team, right? Because
Yeah,
you know it's going to impact your ability to compete. So I think
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
yeah, I think any like truly like very competitive personality is understands that at some on some level and will always kind of like suck it the fuck up and not even
Yeah,
if they don't like somebody they're not going to start anything. So
yeah, absolutely.
um,
Asmo, you want to add anything? It's been a while since you said anything.
Nah, I'm good. I'm ready
All
to
right.
feels when you guys
well
are.
hang on, Asmo, what were you doing in '09?
I was gone 09 and 09 or 08 and 09. I was not playing Myth at all. I was in
Halo?
Brazil. No, I was in Brazil during
Oh,
the series. I wasn't even game man.
okay. All
So
right. All right. You're doing some personal life stuff in Brazil. Okay.
yep.
Man, I don't. So you're like, is that like your biggest break from the game?
At least equivalent. I mean, technically there's a longer one. I think I stopped playing at like 2000 or something. Whenever Bungie server went down until 2004. So yeah,
Gotcha.
those were my two big breaks.
Yeah, it was
Um,
kind of that same era, like 2000 to 2003. I think I came back in 2003, something like that. Yeah.
um, so yeah, I feel like this year, and I feel like in '09, NC was really still trying. Like, you actually, I want to ask you this, Adren. Well, you said you don't remember shit, but um, I I feel like NC having gotten into the finals the previous 2 years and like they keep getting in the finals but not winning. They still wanted to win. I feel at this time like they wanted to
Oh,
like
absolutely. We were taking it like full care, full try hard mode. I think like
yeah,
we were fresh off a couple tournament wins, just not the Myth World Cup when we had both Winter Series under our belt at this point. And yeah, we are just like MWC finalist and like off-season tournament winner, MWC
right.
finalist, off-season tournament winner. Like we knew we had it in us to win. We really felt we should have won 2007 at the very least. And yeah, we definitely were out to prove something.
So I think that's I think that's the only reason like I was finally brought in because like I think you and Ku knew that even if you didn't like me, I was very competitive, and like that competitive drive was probably only going to be helpful, right? So, and I was also kind of
Yeah,
like a rising player, kind of at the
and
time. So
we were losing players at this point too, like Donsky. You know, he was a pretty important piece. Obviously, not in this tournament.
right,
So like,
right.
who else? Like Apollo had been gone maybe for a while at this point,
That's a good point. So you
and
guys are like lacking
yeah,
some firepower, need to bring in some other,
yeah,
other guns.
nine was gone, and yeah. So it was time to start bringing in some new blood for sure.
And this roster that we're playing against, this like NPT Cox roster, is this like very similar to the 2007 roster that you all
You're
played
asking the
against?
wrong. You're
You
asking
don't
the
remember?
wrong guy.
Yeah. Let me
Oh,
see.
also to note, Karma jumped ship. He was a kind of a
Tirri.
mainstay on NC, and I see he's on the other team in this tournament. So
It kind of makes sense. Karma's kind of like been between both those social circles, and the NPT Cox guys and NC, but
yeah,
maybe showing a little bit of preference here, and when he had to choose between the two.
or just yeah, change of scenery. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Um, yeah, this roster is not exactly the same as the 2007, but it's like super similar.
Hmm.
It's missing Rab most notably. I think that's
Yeah,
the biggest. That's the only, and Rab's like a pretty big piece back then. So
for
the
sure, for
fact that
sure.
it's missing Rab is like that's the only reason that this kind of feels different than an NPT Cox, like true NPT Cox team. Otherwise, it's like basically everybody but Rab, right? So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cave too. I
oh,
guess
yeah,
Cave, that's right.
Merc,
Yeah,
Mark. I can't talk. Merc and Karma are like the two nerf faces. It looks like this team. Yeah, replacing those two and a few other guys
yeah.
probably.
is ours in here?
Oh yeah, they're missing
Uh,
ours too. There we
not
go.
not seeing him.
Oh, they're missing ours too. Yeah, okay, so they're missing some pretty big pieces actually. It's
Yeah.
I was gonna say this roster looks, it still looks pretty strong, but like yeah, after
Oh
missing
man,
those three, it's definitely not as strong, right? So
that's still a damn good team.
it's
Like
still a damn good team.
Chickenwire,
Yeah.
Merc was still a really good player at this time. Tirri was obviously really good. Grim was, like an average to good players or was super solid. Karma was really good at this point. I'd
Well,
say
these are
Stormrider is
both
maybe the weaker.
these are
Yeah.
both two very good teams still. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Asmo, you were saying before we started that something about these rosters.
I
What were
think
you saying?
I mean, looking at this finals rosters, to me, they look very lopsided.
Oh,
It's
that's
it's
right.
not it's not to say that the T-Cox MP type of team is like bad. I'm not saying that. That's like still like a really talented team, but this is the way I look at it. I think Ska's a better captain than Chickenwire. I think your heavy hitters are better than their heavy hitters. I think your role players are better than their role players. I feel like you guys are better in like every aspect in terms of how a roster is built.
I would just say this. Well, first of all, I think saying Ska's better than Chickenwire is hard to that's a bold claim. I would just say
As a captain,
because
not as a
like
player. As a
no, even
captain,
as
I
a
think for
captain though,
sure.
because like 2008, Chickenwire just got done beating NC in 2008 the year prior. You know what I mean? So
He did. I
he
don't
was
think it's good captain though.
I mean he let's see
He's
he
got like
did.
nemesis in him when he captains, dude. He does this off the wall stuff. It just happens to
Yes,
work.
yeah, and we're gonna see some of that in this finals, by the way. But he did do quite a bit of capping, he didn't do all the capping, but quite a bit in '08 in the '08 finals, and he still, they still won. So,
Yeah, I'm
um,
always curious how much of the strategy on other teams, because I know how NC did it all the time. A lot of it was by committee. Like, it wasn't just one person just being like, all right, show up at this time. I've got the strats. I'm wondering if that was kind of the case, if Chickenwire was just winging it, or if he actually like prepared something, or if he had input from other players. Never know.
I'm curious to see the strats, well, from both teams, but particularly NC, because do remember being fairly active in the strategy discussions during this tournament with
Prepare
Shaister.
yourself. Prepare yourself for a lot of archers. That's what I'd guess.
Yeah, I just want to see because like I'm hoping I had maybe a positive influence and maybe it was like a little bit less archers, but we'll see.
This was kind of still kind of pre melee meta era though.
No, no, for sure. But I know I was. I was trying to have some influence on Shaister and Ku in the strat discussions this year. So I don't actually. I only remember. I only remember having an influence on some less important matches. I don't. So I don't remember. Like, probably didn't have anything much in this finals, but just curious how it turns out. If it looks different than other NC like strategy, like the usual NC strategies.
Yeah. I'm wondering if this was still our KDX days, or if that was
I'm pretty sure it was,
before.
yeah, because I was in KDX and I would have been in KDX at this time when I
Okay,
was
so
with
yeah.
teaming with you guys. So like certainly, yeah, for sure, you guys were in KDX still.
Oh man, I
Um,
wish I saved some of the shit we had posted in there. And some of it, we had private forums too. Like we had like websites set up with forums. And I wish I kept some of that shit. It was golden.
Asmo, to follow up on your point, I don't really. I mean, I've said this many times before, and I love ska, but I don't like when you say captain. Like, I guess I'd have to parse that out and what you mean by captain for ska. Like strategist, shot caller, what?
I mean, it's hard for me to say anything about strategy because I mean I've heard a lot of you guys talk about NCs. That was like by committee and different people are making strats. He wasn't necessarily ska. So strategy, I have no idea with that. But what I do know he is good at, he is good at redistributing units in game, like
Yeah, I
very
agree
good
with
at
that.
actually.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of our I don't know, our perceived role as a captain at the time. It wasn't necessarily the strategy side, but understanding the strategy and having the vision to like, I don't know, kind of talk your team around it. If you see somebody that's out of place, make the calls as needed, and again, be on top of distributing the units.
You
Yeah, I
guys are
think the role of the captain has definitely changed over the years.
you guys are using text at this point, right? Just in
Yes.
game chat.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, we can see a lot then what happens, I guess.
Yeah. Um,
you guys want to get rolling on game one here?
yeah. Hang on. Hang on. I know I drag everything out, but before we start the films, I want to make sure I get all my thoughts out. So I see what you're saying, Asmo, and to me, I don't see them as well. Actually, hang on. Before I start that, the one thing I wanted to say, Adren, you said NC stratted heavily by committee. That's actually not my memory, at least not for this for the time that I was, or at least not for this tournament. I remember Shy being like for sure, like I'm sure he like opened up discussions with everybody, but I felt like he was the decision maker at the end of the day, and like to a lesser extent, Ku. That's what it didn't
I
feel
don't
like
know.
a
I
huge committee to me, but
I remember a lot of strat sessions where there'd be like 4 or 5 of us sitting in through every map, and like we'd all have our input and just be like, "Nah, maybe we should get rid of this and add 2 more archers, or you know, get rid of a dwarf and add a little more melee." Like there was always a little input. Maybe certain people had more say in like the overall big picture. Like they'd come in with what they thought we should do, and then we'd kind of tweak it. That's kind of what I mean by committee. I mean, it wasn't like this is our fucking strat, this is what we're doing. There was no dictatorship whatsoever.
yeah, no, I agree with that. I
Because we
think
did a lot of my strats back in the day too. Like maybe not in these finals, but I would definitely, if I had a good idea, a la the fucking Satchel Rain or something stupid like that, I would post it and get some feedback. We definitely used a bunch of mine.
And I
So I
remember,
remember,
I remember them letting me do a few strats as well.
yeah,
So yeah, I agree with that. I just wonder if maybe I would because I was brand new to the team. Maybe I like, and because my strategy ideas were so different than the kind of stereotypical NC stuff. Maybe there was more resistance to my ideas than the
perhaps
more
because we
seasoned players. But
we definitely had a play style and we kind of stuck to it. Even
yeah,
like we would fully admit that maybe this isn't the best idea to try it this way, but nobody's ever done it like this, so let's see if it'll work. We really
right,
kind of enjoy doing things like that because it's kind of a flex too. Your opponent sees you coming there and they're like, what the fuck are these people doing? And then they're like, oh shit, we're dying. It's
right,
kind of
right.
funny. Like I remember one I think it was Barbarian Valley Dark, the one without Tro with a bunch of Solus. Maybe it was the one with Tro, I don't know. We like completely got our we targeted one hill in their backfield, and we're like, we need to get all of our souls up on that hill, and then bring the entire fight to that hill. So we basically just like skirted around one side of the map, and got in behind them, and they're just like, okay, what the fuck is this? And it worked. And I remember another one on, it was either Cracks or Clash. I can't remember if it was Flag Rally or what game variant it was, but we're like, we want to swap sides with these guys. So we just like flanked everything up the sides of the map and then came into mid from their side. And they're just like, what? Just stupid shit like that. Sometimes it would work, sometimes it would backfire, but it was always fun.
Yeah, and I respect the experimentation there and kind of like creativity. I think there was some innovation there on NC's part during that time.
Once in a while. Yeah,
Yeah, every once
sometimes
in a
it
while.
did too, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like any kind of innovation and creativity. It's only 1% of it works, right? But you have to try
Yeah.
the other 99% to find the 1%.
Yeah. Maybe like the tournament finals of a biggest tournament of the year is maybe not the best time to
right.
test that kind of shit out, but that's who we were.
Right. Yeah. I also think that as time went on, I think probably less and less of that stuff was going to work. I think
For sure.
as the game got more and more figured out, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
But it was really nice during the earlier years in that hotbed of like things weren't fully figured out. It was a really nice time to do that experimentation. Asmo,
and there's still room for that in Myth. Like you still do different things. Like
I agree.
I stratted a lot for was it MWC this year? It must have been MWC, unless it was the draft or something. I don't fucking remember. But I did a lot of the strats for it, and I was always trying to do something a little different, like get some key whites in there and try to like drag the enemy into that area so we could use our whites. Like weird shit. I don't like going max plus, so I was trying to utilize shit like that, and trying to sneak some extra artillery in there because I like my artillery.
Yeah, for sure. I forgot what I was going to say, but it's not important. Asmo, I was just going to follow up real quick on what you said too. Like, I know what you mean by, like, I think lopsided is too strong of a term. I think you look at the, I don't know. I have a hard time even saying, looking at the rosters, that it's like that. Adren, how do you feel about that? Do you feel these rosters are lopsided?
Well, let me hit. Was it F7 again?
Yeah, let me.
I'm at 0-0 waiting for this to start. Not really. I mean, hard to say. Like, they've got Chickenwire, Tirri, Xur. Those are three like pretty solid. Well, maybe not Xur at the time, but 1v1ers. I know I played Chickenwire quite a bit at one point, and he always gave me good games. Tirri was obviously solid. And it depends if we're talking like 1v1 skill versus like 2-team. Like Shaister was still a fucking phenom in this day. Ghengis was definitely up and coming, really solid by this point. Limp was always. I'd say like NC would be my favorites looking at these rosters. I wouldn't call it lopsided by any means though.
Yeah, like, I agree with you, Adren. I feel like it's still pretty even. I know what Asmo's saying, but I think Asmo, what you said could only be said in the years after this in hindsight, right? Like a lot of the players on NC are kind of like up and coming, and a lot of the players on the NPTcox roster, like their best days are behind them, kind of thing, right? Like I think that's kind of what you're getting to.
They kind of had legacy on their side, whereas some of us were still like. I think I was pretty established in 2009. Like I was kind of known to be pretty fucking good at this time. I think Ghengis was still coming up. Like
100% Ghengis is still coming up. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Game on. And like Ku was kind of an unknown for a lot of times that I think people were starting to realize like he's actually pretty fucking solid. Shaister is still Shaister. Limp had been around for a long time, and then you obviously this was kind of around your peak as well.
Right.
I mean, I feel like this 09 NC roster is, I mean, at least the people you actually use. I'm not talking about overall roster throughout the tournament, but I think the only people that play is who are seeing this and Fire in the finals. And like, other than ludde, I mean, ludde's a solid role player, but other than that, like, it's arguably like the most talented finals roster. I'm not gonna argue that's the best teams and stuff. What that all means.
It's pretty solid top
talent. Like it's up there.
I agree.
You say ludde? Ludde? I've always just called him ludde. Lud.
Yeah.
But he's better than people think, man. Like he was a solid role player.
He's not
He's
bad
the
for
clear
sure.
he's the
He's a good
clear weak
player,
link
but
though, right? In this roster, I would just say like
Sure, in this
yeah,
roster, but like he's a better player individually than I think Stormrider for sure. Then
uh,
he's probably on par with like Grim at this point, maybe even better than Grim. I don't know. Lud was
he's like
solid, man.
yeah,
You'd be
he's like
surprised.
he's like a 3.5 baller. I'm not calling him bad, but
Yeah,
like everyone else is arguably a 4 baller, high 4 baller in your roster, even at that point
yeah.
probably.
Like he's not taking any of the heavy hitting roles by any means, but like you give him a couple fucking morts and pack a melee, and like he could hold his own,
Yeah.
no problem. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
no,
I see what you're saying.
I think this is for sure the strongest NC roster, and like as far as like strongest rosters of all time, it's like top 3 for me, somewhere in there for sure. Like hard to
It's
like
got to be up
say.
there.
Yeah, it's way up there. Like Bulls for me is up there in the mix, and probably some other roster too, some that I'm forgetting, but yeah, like it's yeah, top 3 for sure. Especially in hindsight, like in hindsight, looking back on this roster, like you like Genghis and I were not fully known to be as good as we later became. Like, right? So looking in hindsight, it's like it looks a lot stronger than it really than people realized at the time, right? So
Well,
Yeah, but I think at this point, like me, you, and probably Shaister on this, we're probably considered like the top 1v1ers around this time. Who else could you put in there?
that's
Maybe
true.
Myrk,
probably
I
Tirri.
totally forgot.
Tirri.
Actually, you just brought that up. I totally forgot. So some context going into this finals too was that Tirri and I just finished, I believe, a 1v1 tournament against one another, and I beat him. It was a very close match, and like there was like a talk about how that was going to give us some mental edge right in the game. But like yeah, I was only considered a top 1v1er just barely, like just like literally right before this match, like finally established myself as such, right, from that win. So
It depends what you're basing it on. If you're just basing it on like tournament performance, not like we had a lot of 1v1 tournaments at this time, but like at this point in time, I was probably beating Sheister more than 50% when we were playing. We were playing a lot of 1v1 at this time. Not to
yeah.
say we're taking it super serious, like just casual kind of fucking around 1v1s, but yeah, this was probably my strongest year in terms of 1v1s prowess. I would say it
Me
was around
too. Me
2009.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say, I mean, probably going to the finals. I wasn't around then, so I'm assuming people didn't think this, but it also works out for you guys that other than Limp, no one on your team's won a Mithril Cup final. So everyone on your team is probably super motivated going into this match, I
Yeah.
would
Everybody's
assume.
hungry to win for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, absolutely. And I think everybody on the other team has won a Myth World Cup or two or three.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
ready. I'm ready to finally start the films here. I'm at zero, like I'm at 1359. But real quick, just want to look at the trades. So, Chickenwire ends up trading fairly heavy archers, like 17
He
or
actually
so.
you got more archers than us. That's shocking.
This is what I was wondering. I was wondering if like maybe we see NC have a little bit less archers because I know I would have been advising that at this time with Shaister. So yes, I see less archers, and it's CTF. This is like this would have been so something that I would have advised about because the CTF, that's the rushiest game type that favors archers the least. So
Yeah, I
um,
think that's kind of why we got less archers, so we could get more dwarves, so we could probably keep one at the flag with the thrall, just in case something snuck by. Yeah, this is a game type where you can't really sacrifice slow moving, kind of weak units out there.
Limp
I
has
like
all the
I like
archers. Go ahead, Asmo.
I like NC's trade. I mean, I wish you guys would have a few more less doors and like more thrall, but it's pretty solid trade.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
agree.
both these trades are very workable. It just looks like NP Cox, whatever you want to call them, has like one less warrior and probably a few less thrall. Yeah, they
The
definitely have less thrall. So
the danger, yeah, both trades are workable. I agree. The danger for NPT Cox here is this their lack of thrall could create an issue, especially like with Flag D, right?
yeah, if
So
something gets through, they're gonna whittle through. What is it?
yeah.
Six thrall pretty quick.
So what I would like to see with these trades, just before the game even starts, is like I would hope to see that NC kind of favors running the timer out because it should favor them. And I'd also like to see them try to ignore their getting into an archer fight, because we have less archers. We only have one archer guy too. Limp has all the archers. They have 4 guys on archers, so we don't want to get into an archer fight.
You can get in an archer fight, you just can't get in an archer fight with their whole team. Like, presumably, they're split, what, 3 ways? So they could go archers to each flank. If they all go middle, I'd be surprised. It's probably like a 2-way split with the archers, like 2 guys mid and 1 guy.
They got 4 ways on the archers. So like,
is it 4?
Yeah.
Holy fuck,
so
okay.
If it's gonna be an archer fight, almost certainly, even if it's same number of archers, it's still gonna be a 2v1 in the archer count, right? Or player wise. And we also have a 3-way split on the Hurons, which is interesting. So it's Shai, myself, and Ku. Interesting that Ku gets Hurons. I guess Ghengis wasn't quite established as a melee player at this point in time. Not as established as he later became, anyway. Otherwise, like, you would expect to see Ghengis get some of those Hurons instead of Ku, probably. But
I mean, there's no unimportant roles on this map at all. Like, Herons, I don't even like taking Herons on this map, to be honest. Like, give me the fucking archers or a dwarf and some pus all day, every day. I feel like you can do so much. Like, you can really swing a game with a few good dwarf shots in this. Like, obviously Herons are important too, but
well, something to watch out for on this is the warriors, because warriors are like end up being fodder to the Hurons a lot on this, especially with the pus presence. So that's something we'll watch out for. I'm ready to start. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, start.
I feel like this game is going to be a stomp. I mean, Limp's the only archer guys for you, and he has Thrall. They have a 4-way archer split we already mentioned. They all have warriors, so they're not even going to be using the speed of the warriors this game.
Yeah, what I think is the bigger danger for their trade is the splits. They got 4 players dedicated on archers. That means only like 3 players controlling all the other non-archer units, right?
Well,
melee,
that means
particularly.
they're literally just going to have like their Herons for 5.
That is a weird split. When you said it was split 4 ways, I was kind of shocked. Like, I thought 3, and I was like, okay, like even 3 is a bit of a stretch, but to split this 4 ways is fucking bizarre. Like, there's going to be some weak groups out there, so if they get stranded without like Heron support, which is very possible, because there's only going to be 2 Heron players here, then yeah, they might be kind of fucked. They're going to be relying heavily on like really good dwarf shots and good pus.
I suspect their melee guys are going to get out microed just because we're going to basically be able to 2v1 their melee guys while their archer guys be able to 2v1 our archer guys. So it's like who gets the engagement, right? Like, who gets the engagement?
I feel it's almost more likely that their melee guys get caught out of position and that some of the artillery groups get kind of stranded and rushed. But we'll see.
They're also doing those like 3 archer squads. I've always railed against those. Oh yeah, they got 3 guys.
I hate that.
Yeah, I hate it too.
Nobody should ever have less than 4 archers unless you're like splitting up between 3 players or 4 players on like Gimel and the fucking Wave, but on a big map, even 4 is too little.
Yeah, even 4. For me, the minimum is 5. Like, because the reason I say 5, like, yes, you can get by with 4, but you have to account for you need a buffer. Like, you're gonna lose an archer. You don't want to like have the efficacy of your entire squad like drop off a cliff just because you lost your first archer, right? So,
what I'm saying is if like you only get 8 archers and you split it 2 ways, like 4 and 4, and they both go like middle or something like that, like I'm pretty cool with that.
Right.
Because one person getting 8 archers is kind of awkward. You always got to stay in like one long straight line or try to like micro 2 groups of archers, which I'm absolutely fine with too, but it's not something that it's not beneficial, I think.
So NPT Cox flanks all their Hurons to one side, and it's Tirri and Zur on the Hurons, which is that's what I would expect.
That's what I was kind of following the north too.
They're not really going to be able to do anything because they're running into. I throw a pus and I waste it promptly right away. I kill a cactus with my pus, but their Hurons. Oh my god! And then Adren and I we are just out of sync. That's so funny.
Did I just kill one of their pus calls though?
No, that was my goal. You somehow killed my goal. But it had already thrown its pus, so we both are wasting shit.
Is there a chance I did it on purpose?
Oh, yeah, maybe. They're like running into 2 dwarfs really foolishly.
Yeah.
Zur is. He's being way too aggressive here. Their Hurons should not push this. This is like, we have like the perfect defense against their Hurons.
I'm just gonna call something else out. Like what I was kind of saying would happen in the south was kind of almost happening. Like our south was about to rush one of their flanks, but it looked like Stormrider is kind of coming in behind us, or they're pulling out.
I think that's a wise choice. Whenever I see these situations where like, yeah, the rush might be able, it's like kind of close, the rush might be able to work. Usually the right answer is don't do it, because you can always run the timer out. You can always run the timer out and have the same play. You can make the same play later, but maybe later you find a more advantageous play to make. You know what I mean? So.
Okay, yeah, it looks like our south is just falling back to kind of defend the crossing.
Oh, it looks like Limp split off his archers, so Ghengis has 4 archers in the south now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised we're not rushing that middle. Oh, because oh man, their Hurons are taking a. Oh, they do get that dwarf.
I'm losing my dwarf. Yeah.
We're still okay though. We got some warriors with us.
I killed a pus before I got pussed, and
past the dwarf that's coming up here. You can't rush you again anymore.
Oh, you're gonna lose your other Gaul too, aren't you? Oh yeah, and you puss yourself. We're having a great game here.
In the north, Are you ahead of me? I'm at 924.
I'm at 924 now. Yeah, so I'm a couple seconds ahead of you.
I still have I still have a pus goal.
No, you just pussed yourself with one. You have another one, but you pussed your herons with one when it died.
Oh, okay. I think they killed it. I thought they pussed it. I think.
Yeah, they counter-pussed it, and then it died to a Gaul, and you dropped it in the middle of your herons when you were trying to defend it.
Yeah, I didn't take too much damage, though. I'm fine.
No.
I would say you guys are actually sort of playing into their trade right now to give them a chance.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, oddly. Yeah, I agree. It's very even still, though. 81-79 on my count.
We let... Oh, look at this. Karma making an aggressive move here.
Karma is done for. What is he doing right now?
Yeah, he's going to get rushed. Like, he's opened himself up to getting rushed so bad.
Oh, there, Tirri says something, but it is way too late. He is...
I'm trying to find Karma. Where the fuck's Karma?
Ku's making excellent positional play. I always like Ku's positioning. He's in the right spot.
Ku's a smart player, man.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Karma's done for.
He's doing a pretty good job
backing out. He had to pinch on Karma.
Oh, why is Ska not going in? Ska should have thrown his warriors into that Karma. Oh man.
He's just sending the pus in at least, and it's probably gonna be pretty effective.
What are you guys at? I'm at like 755.
51, 50. Yeah. Oh, dwarf goes down. Shai gets it. I'm distracting Zer's. Oh yeah, Zer just chases me around with his Hurons the whole game. I don't do anything, but he doesn't do anything either. So.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair enough trade, I guess.
Tirri's running for the flag.
Karma makes a smart
I guess that's
play,
why Scout backed it up.
Only gets one Huron though with it.
Yeah, I guess that's why Scout backed out. It wasn't the worst thing in the world.
Why was there help needed at home?
Yeah, Tirri's running through with his herons, so
yeah.
Use the dwarf at home.
Yeah, Skull wasn't the kind just to like run away from the fight for no reason. Like he saw this coming.
Good point. Yeah, he must have saw it. Yeah.
Flag contested.
Tirri does not have a pus. Oh yeah, he does. But Ska's doing a great job actually engaging Tirri here.
Super solid.
Yeah. He destroyed Tirri there actually.
Yeah.
Killed the pus. That was a really good defense by him. Like Tirri doesn't have a hope in hell to get this flag.
That last shot, he could have got a better shot there again, but he's still fine. He's still fine.
He could have pulled his dwarf out.
Oh, the dwarf still gets a good shot off. Oh, nope, it bounced. Oh,
that bounce sucked. Death from the grave, though.
Really smart defense by NC here.
Yep. Yeah, that was solid work by Scott. He did quite good there.
Flag.
Really good coordination by NC. Karma kind of initiated the kind of domino effect for his team, I feel, by making that.
Karma hard baited his whole team.
Yeah. Forced his whole team in a bad position.
I just made a pretty good play mid to stop that Gaul from picking up that free pass. Well, he picked it up, but I made him waste it, so...
Tirri just got mopped up in the southwest. Shai picked him off.
Oh, we're going to set the plus there here? Oh, no.
We're looking pretty good at this point.
Oh yeah, I'm using the satchels in the northeast to get Zer off of me.
You still have a pus there? You do too, yeah.
and the game's basically over. Yeah.
Yep. There's no way they walk though, right? Like, I don't think anybody's walking off a flag at this point.
No, yeah, they'll wait. They'll fight it out.
Yeah. Do we want to F2 this?
Sure, yeah. I'm at double speed.
Oh, that was at 16 speed.
Oh no, I'm not gonna do 16.
I just want to get back to playing some AoE at some
5
point
minutes
tonight.
remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it actually had potential to be a pretty close game. I just think that that Karma Crossing just like sort of ruined it for them. I don't know why he did that. I don't know what he was seeing on his end.
Oh, that's where my confusion was. When you guys said that, I was looking for him in our units. I forgot he was on the other team.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck is Karma? These aren't his units. What are they talking about? Let's make the call now. Who's got highest damage on the winning team here?
I don't know who cleaned up Karma Med.
I think Ku had some pretty good damage, probably from
Ku,
Karma.
if that was his.
I bet you Sky has pretty
too.
decent.
Sky,
yeah. Bet she has decent damage.
Yeah,
I might have a few losses for the whites, but I'm pretty sure I did next to nothing this game.
Shy is saying don't lose stuff unnecessarily. Is that because there's points still during this time? Is that right?
Maybe. Oh, look at we had a little pus dwarf combo at the end there. Look at us working together. Oh, Ghengis had a really good game.
Flag.
Oh, he had the dwarves. Where was he?
Oh yeah, Ghengis had a big game. Holy shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 112 damage back then is a lot different than it is now, right?
Well, still, it's way bigger than everybody else's number.
Oh, yeah, he still had a great game. I'm trying to remember how.
I don't remember how he got his damage, honestly, but he must have dwarfed a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I think he had 2 dwarves in melee mid, or maybe he was one of the guys that shifted south when the big fight was going on.
He was south.
He got archers.
Yeah,
okay.
He had a mixed squad. Yeah.
Like everybody on our team is positive ratios except for but again, like I think 3 of his losses are healed whites.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think he did a lot of damage and softened up a bunch of units. Didn't necessarily kill them because they were herons and a little more resistant to the dwarf. But I think he did solid work that game regardless.
I think although I didn't have much action this game, I'm happy at how disciplined I was with my units. So the only mistake was wasting a pus within the cactus. But yeah.
If I was in your situation there, I would have taken that fight like.
Yeah.
Almost immediately, like I
get
guarantee,
bored.
I would have forced that fight. And
yeah.
Maybe lost it, maybe won it. I don't know, but I definitely would not have kept running around and waiting for a better time. I would have.
Yeah,
just
it was a boring game for me for sure. But I was down to hearing. I was down to hearing he was gonna clean me up if I let him take engagement. So.
I don't often let that stop me from making a bad decision. So.
All right, loading up the second game. So here we go, Great Divide again. Yeah, the Great Divide was such a big thing back then, wasn't it?
God, I hate that map.
I knew you were going to say that.
It's such like a cool looking map. It just plays so poorly.
This is kind of reminiscent of, like, I think it was... This must have been played like 07 and 08 or something. 07 like, it was the Trove match, I guess, but...
At least it's Tirri's, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
You know, it'd be interesting to take this map and put the starts middle of west and east instead of opposite sides of the map.
Yes.
Yeah,
that would be good. Yeah. That'd be really good. Yeah.
That'd be neat.
There should be a map like that. I can't think of a single map that's like that. There should be a map like that.
Oh god, there's got to be something out there that's somewhat like that.
But hang on, wouldn't people just jugger one side and turn it into a stalemate kind of mesh fight again? Like I don't know.
Probably, we'd find a way to fuck it up.
Yeah, that's right.
I think to do anything to this map, you got to like lower some of the elevation overlooking mid, or just change the unit trade so there's nothing with like super range like Morts and Dwarf Heroes.
Like a regular Dwarfs or something.
Soulless. Yeah. Like the range would still be pretty decent with a regular Dwarf off there, but it wouldn't be as game changing as putting a Mort or something up there.
Interesting again, NC going less archers here. Oh, they get less archers though too, so I guess that's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's like kind of same trades, isn't it?
Yeah,
No,
it's
they
gonna
get
be a close
brigands.
game.
They get brigands though. Interesting.
It's a little different. I think it'll be a close game. I think this one will come down to the wire.
So we get goals, they get brigands. I remember having a really bad game this game.
Why the fuck do we even bother getting 3 archers? What is the point?
Was there? There's no fire arrows. Oh no, they have fire arrows. So I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
it's hard to ignite anything on this, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think this ground burns. I'm trying to think. I don't think this
I'm not
ground is
sure.
flammable.
Because
But
you need to be able to something to archer fight their archers.
I guess maybe to snipe pus morts or locks. Maybe that's the only thing I can think of. But
Maybe. Yeah, I'm curious to see. It looks like Ghengis has them. I'm curious to see where he goes with them. If he just kind of sits them on a high ground or like over the mid flag or something.
So
Yeah.
Shai and I are given the very melee-centric roles, big Huron packs. Yeah, everybody else got
As
kind of
well.
mixed squads. So
Oh, Ghengis also has 2 morts.
Genghis was
So
kind of
good.
known to be good with dwarfs at this point in time. I
Yeah,
remember.
he's got 2 morts, 3 archers. He's got to have some melee in here as well. Yeah, he's got a couple herons. I'm trying to find my units. I've got 1 lock that I can find so far.
Oh, interesting. They go no pus. That's kind of crazy to me, but
Oh, that is crazy.
We'll see how it pans out. They go no pus, no goals, and just get
Yeah.
brigands instead. So we'll see how that pans
Yeah.
out. You guys ready to
Let's
start
get
it?
going. Yeah.
3,
do it.
2, 1, go.
Game on.
Yeah, no pus is definitely questionable, but I guess
Yeah,
if a map,
yeah.
it's gonna work on a map, it might be this one.
Like, how do they make up for that? Do they have extra morts? I know they got
Yeah,
brigands.
It's
That
true
makes
that
sense.
like the
Shit,
pus doesn't
bro,
work on the
brigands.
melee, right? Because it's Hurons, so maybe that's their thinking
Yeah.
behind that. What were you saying,
But I
Asmo?
mean, there's a lot of opportunity for satchel pus in this map too.
True.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
What does
Flag
Grim have? He's
captured.
20%. Oh, he's got archers.
Flag captured.
They're going
Oh, it looks
heavy
like-
Flag
west.
captured.
It looks like me and I wonder if either of us are pushing or if me and Ghengis are just
Flag
holding this flag.
captured.
No, that would make sense in territories. We must be pushing this.
I think Shai and I's job was to try and rush something and get into the backfield with our dedicated Huron packs.
Flag captured.
Looks like I'm maybe thinking about going down the middle.
We are going very heavy west, eh?
They are too.
Are they? Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Flag captured.
Well, I don't know. They got a pretty big force behind their mid too, but it looks like they're adjusting to kind of meet you.
Karma, Zur, and
Flag
Tirri, given
captured.
like
Yeah.
all the Herons. It looks
Flag
like pretty
And
contested.
much.
we're already at a
Oh,
point where you
flags
can't
captured.
go through that choke point anymore because there's a fucking mort on a hill that can shoot a mile and a
Flag
half.
captured.
Yeah, although I sometimes
Flag
still go for it
captured.
because it's pretty easy to dodge those shots. And they're Herons, you can heal through it a little bit.
Yeah, true.
You guys could leak through their west if you want to. I guess it's not needed, but
Yeah, Shai could go through it right now if he really wanted.
Flag
I think
captured.
Actually, don't know why.
Does Scott have a Satch Plus pack or no?
I don't think so. No, these
No,
are all
he's not
empty that
carrying
I'm seeing.
anything.
Captured.
Oh yeah, okay.
He just has a few goals.
Kind of surprised that he wouldn't have picked up a bunch
Flag
of satchels.
captured.
Yeah, me too. Especially if that's like his dedicated. He's only got 4%. Looks like he's
Yeah.
just got that gold pack.
Shai definitely had an opportunity
Flag
to run through,
captured.
run up the west side there into the backfield, but
He would have been
Decided to
shadowed by Tirri. He probably knew he'd been just shadowed. So
yeah, he would have been shadowed for sure. We gave up
Yeah.
that mid hill west, unfortunately, but we've got the one in the east, so I guess it's all.
If it was like
Kinda
flag
bounces
rail,
up.
it was like flag rail or king of the map, maybe it's worth it, but yeah, territory's not worth the risk.
So how everything is set up right now, it's just like super stalemate. They've got that hill in the west, we got that hill in the east, and then it's just a matter of like who's gonna fucking take the mid flag. God, I hate this map.
it sounds like their strat was to go heavy west just to get that mid hill west, which is smart, honestly. They got it, and it does help. So
Well, they got it, but we took the one in the east, so what's the
well,
difference?
that one's not like that one's more on our side of the map, not like truly in the middle, right? Like the flag that's in the middle on that side of the map is in the valley.
Yeah.
You guys are discussing how to break them down like game.
Lost.
This is where like I can really see how the games back then like played out so much slower than I feel like they would normally play out today. Like it's taking like half the game to figure out how to set up an offense, which like I don't know, for me today this is like glacial slow, like just super slow.
It is. Like Shai just told me to take the hill that he was on in like the far west, which I'm gladly doing. So that kind of blocks off access through 2 points there. Yeah, this is all it is just like find these key points so the enemy can't push through, and let's all just fucking sit here.
I think we're going to see Shai and I try to rush their middle here in another minute or so.
I hope so.
It's not going to go well, I don't think. Look at Chickenwire sitting back of middle in the valley there. Really, really smart what he's doing there, and we're going to kind of play into it. Because, like, by the time you rush middle, you won't see him back there just waiting for you in the valley. With a really
Whether that's
slot.
intentional or not, though.
Yeah, he might have got lucky, but, I mean, he's been sitting there for a while.
Yeah, I think it probably is intentional at this point.
Their mid kind of looks baity. Like, it looks like it wants to be rushed, right? And he's kind of, like, sitting back there waiting to reinforce it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, here comes Shai. Yep, I think we're both going in here.
Oh, it's so ill-advised. You got Stormrider off to the other side, too.
Three
That's
morts.
probably going to pinch in.
Trying to rush through.
Yeah,
four morts, really. Yeah,
four.
5 morts, because Chickenwire's got a mort, too. We're, like, going to rush 5 morts. Oh, in these tiny chokes, too. This is not going to go well.
This could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, the east is, like, the one place you guys actually have a chance to rush through.
Yeah. I mean, we're doing a good job spreading at least, but still, now Chickenwire's in there just waiting for us.
Yeah. And here comes Stormrider from the side. Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna get hosed here.
And you just lost the pus.
Chickenwire's doing a really great job keeping his Hurons clumped up.
Oh, and your pus got trapped against the wall. It's gonna do nothing.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're getting hosed. I think we back out here shortly.
Contested.
You got to back out right now. At least that pus
one shot the mort there.
One shot the mort. But
that was Sky, I think that got that.
Yeah.
Hopefully, as long as we didn't lose a Huron hero. Oh, my Huron hero is what's in there. Oh, the mort picks it off. Yeah, that sucks. I remember, like, I just threw a Huron in there and I didn't realize it was my hero. Yeah.
Shit, I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
Man, Grim should be freaking blasting this stuff. He needs to shoot.
I don't know why he's backed up so far.
He's doing a fairly decent job healing, but Shai ended up kind of abandoning me to go around, which might have... Yeah, that's probably the right move to make. Man, they brought in more morts. Grim brought in more morts. Man, they defended that so good. Oh, my God. But honestly, I'm surprised the percentages are not lopsided, though. Like we definitely were on the losing end of that, but it wasn't game deciding yet anyway.
I'm wondering if I had left for a smoke by this point. So I'm just sitting on a hill. This is not how I like to play at all.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Like I'm probably fucking losing my mind of boredom at this point. I wouldn't doubt if I try some kind of stupid push against this hill here just to do something.
Flag lost.
Man, they had such a good freaking defense against that Huron rush middle. God
Yeah.
damn.
I mean, the percentages are still pretty close too.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
We must have killed something that kind of offset.
Yeah, I think you guys did enough that like it wasn't a total waste.
Stormrider's getting cleaned up right now. You guys are gonna completely even the percents almost.
Yeah.
Who was that, ludde who pushed up the east? Yeah, that was a good call by him.
Ludde and yeah, looks like Shaister got in behind him too. And now they're gonna push in behind their mid, which is
flag captured.
Good. So we might be able to stage kind of a bit of a sandwich here.
Yeah, so we got an offense. We got a foothold on their side of the map. That's really good for us, especially 4 minutes left. That's really good.
Lost.
Yeah, they might just be going for the push now, though.
I don't think they can
No,
push through.
actually,
They
no,
can't.
maybe
They can't
not.
push us off that. No, they have to. They have to try and get on our side of the map now. But actually, we have a good defense mid to hold them too.
Yeah, they can't do anything.
I feel like rushing mid on this is really ill-advised. You want to rush on the flanks. Those two narrow chokes, long chokes middle, are just too defensive. They're kind of making the same mistake we made earlier in the game with like all their Hurons middle with 3.5 minutes to go.
Scott just said, "Here, Adam," praying that he gave me a puss, just something that I can try to sneak in behind him and actually do something against this, because
Yeah, you're stuck in
shocked.
that west. Yeah.
I'm shocked I haven't like checked out of this game. Just been like, "Here, take my fucking units."
Yeah, it'd be pretty miserable to play that west on this game.
Yeah. Like, my units haven't moved in God knows how long. They're just sitting there. Like, I very well could be having a cigarette right now, just kind of watching from my balcony.
Zer making a bold push up the middle into Morph
Flag
Hill.
lost.
2.5 minutes to go.
Zer's about to trap himself. Ghengis Khan.
I mean, you can kind of do that in that area with the warlock though, because you can shoot along the side of the mountain and it can't be blocked. So you got to be kind of careful pushing into that.
Flag lost.
And I can still see there's no signs of life at all in the west.
Ludde has a failed rush on Grim in the east, kind of.
Karma moved a single brigand. That's good.
Flag
Lock
lost.
finally goes down the middle.
Flag
NPT Cox is going to have to back off middle now.
Oh, I have moved my units for the first time in several minutes.
I like our position way more than theirs going 2 minutes into this. Ooh, they're making a last-ditch rush now, maybe with these Hurons. But they're going into 4 arty pieces.
2 more, that's so risky.
Flag captured.
I killed a... Oh, this might be important. I killed a brigand.
Okay.
That's huge,
Flag
and I
captured.
see you are coming in behind them with a lone Heron.
Adren, why aren't you rushing that with your Hurons with
Flag
1.5 minutes to go? Look at that. You got 5 Hurons. You could rush that real easy.
Do I have 5
Flag
Herons?
lost.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking that I haven't.
Only
look,
3 arty pieces and 1 brigand.
I just said, actually, in-game, I want to rush this hill.
I think
Flag
Tirri just
captured.
recently left it. That's why, yeah. Because he was guarding it.
There was more there. They had more
Flag
melee there.
Yeah.
Flag lost.
Karma was on there. Now
Flag.
it's just
Oh, they did
Stormrider.
clean us up in the northeast. Look at that. Oh,
Flag
why are we not setting up
contested.
another offense? Oh my god.
1 minute
Oh,
remaining.
we are really misplaying this here in the
Flag
last minute or
contested.
2. We had advantageous
Flag
position, and then we kind of
contested.
shit the bed in the northeast, and I'm not setting anything else up. Yeah, Dren, you got to push that. You should be pushing that right now.
Well, I've already said that I want to, and I
Flag
think I'm just
contested.
trying to draw their
Flag captured.
mana down, so I have just enough time to get that flag before
contested.
it ends.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you just killed that, you could break into their backfield. You'd want to get as
Flag
much time as
lost.
you could.
30
not
seconds.
just to get that one flag at the end.
Flag
Yeah.
captured.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised I'm not all in on this right now.
I think we are losing this game, yeah.
Flag
Yeah, I mean,
contested.
all your units are
Flag
mid, and
lost.
they have more flags. And,
Flag
yeah, I don't see how
contested.
you win.
Percentages are still
Flag
kind of close,
captured.
but like their position is now
Flag
definitely
contested.
way better.
They would have to contest
contested.
for you guys to win. They should just walk off the middle flag and
Mhm.
put it in.
Yeah, you're
Sudden
right.
death.
See
I'm
what
calling for
happens.
contest.
I must be so high at this point. Like, what am I doing?
Contested.
Oh, they're playing for the contest. You guys have a chance. Why are they fighting for mid flag?
And that's twice now I've seen myself take a shot with that lock, and it doesn't go over that hill there. So, might not have known that.
I cannot believe that Zer is contesting that middle. He should have just gave it up.
Yeah, this game could have
Flag
been over
contested.
20 seconds ago.
Flag lost.
I have a heron sitting on the back of that hill, just doing fucking nothing right now.
Ku's in their backfield now. If it's, okay, and I was
Game
gonna say, if
over.
it went on another 10 seconds, that game could have flipped.
Wow, I cannot believe that west middle hill did not get rushed. It was like open for 4
Dude,
minutes.
Either can
Even-
I.
Even Shy was there too. Even he didn't rush it.
Well, I've got one heron. I must have forgotten I even had that sitting in the corner, like the backside of that hill, the entire fucking time. Yeah, I know I said I wanted to rush it at one point, but for some reason I didn't. Very strange.
Grim had a big game. Yeah, I guess I think. Oh, that's right.
He
So
was
Grim
med.
had a good engagement against Ludde.
Or
Yeah.
he was med too against the
Yeah.
rush. With
Oh yeah,
multiple
that too.
morts.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Chickenwire was
liking.
defending that shit good, so he's got big numbers. Yeah, I'm having like not a great match so far. I would just say.
I would say same for me. I have not done a goddamn thing yet,
Ku had a
but
good match.
I see what we got coming up next, and I'm pretty stoked about it.
Yeah, I think those first two games like were kind of cold for me in particular, but I think it's going to start ramping up here for both me and this team for NC as this match
Oh wait,
progresses.
I'm not stoked about this next map.
This is
You'd think I'd
Lycan.
be super stoked about Lycan.
You're not Jenning?
I'm not Jenning.
Wow.
Who do you guys think is on
I don't think they recognize Ghengis as a Jenner even back. Wow, I'm so
Oh
shocked
no,
that
I
they picked Ghengis
vaguely
over
remember
him.
this game. I vaguely remember this
You
game.
must
I
have been
think
pissed about that.
no, I vaguely remember asking for a gull pack here because I've got gulls and like
Oh,
I
okay.
never get a gull pack unless I ask for a gull pack because normally it would be Ska doing the gull packs for us almost all the time.
So I guess Genghis being good at Genghis being known as good with dwarfs was like the first thing he was known to be good at, and I guess early on it was recognized for his genning ability and Lycan.
Well, again, I'm not sure he was given that for his genning ability or because I just didn't want it. I have a feeling I didn't want it because I seem to remember something about doing the gulls on this map. Just watch if I rush through through the south past the temple into their backfield. If it's the game I remember, it's because I was just like, please give me the gull pack this game. We'll see.
Yeah, Goldback's really good here. Flag really.
I'm sure that's what it was. I'm surprised even Genghis is considered the number 2. Like even if you were the number 1, you know what I mean? Like because this was like early years for him. I don't know. I didn't realize he was already that recognized.
I mean, to be fair, I don't even know if I was like known as a Jenner at this point, like 2009. Lycan wasn't. I mean, it was played, I guess, every year back then, but I would assume that traditionally, like Shy had been doing the generaling for NC in years prior, and the Satchel Reign wasn't until 2012, and that was kind of like my heyday with the gen. I mean, I was probably good with it. I don't even know, to be honest.
I'm happy to see, relatively modest number of archers still for NC here. So I really feel like maybe I had an influence. This feels
maybe
because like even in 2011 when we played you guys again, I feel like you guys had more archers on Lycan.
Oh, dude, a few years before this, I bet you we would have been maxing archers on this.
Right? Yeah. They get 3 dwarfs. We get.
And again,
2.
this might have
only
been
2 dwarfs for us. Oh wow.
I feel like I might have had some serious input in this strategy in particular, and that's the reason I have the gull packs. I vaguely remember something about me really wanting to do gulls on this map. So we'll see how it plays out.
I like NC's trade better. I wish they would have traded for 2 less archers, another dwarf, 2 dwarfs with it on a jet map's like very low.
2 dwarfs is super.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
You can pull it off if you're like somehow get lucky and super conservative. You don't lose that dwarf, right? Like you can't lose any fucking dwarfs, basically.
And you can't suicide your dwarf.
Yeah. All right, you guys ready to start it?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
I'm actually gonna watch from about 15 feet away.
Got Ku taking heavy melee squads, I've noticed. He seems to be more given melee more slightly favorably than Artie rolls.
Ku?
Interesting.
I think that was kind of his jam back then.
Yeah, well, he's really good with positioning, so that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I think he did melee packs a lot for us.
Yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say from what we've seen in the first 3 games, not last map, but it seems like NC's strats at this point are more developed. Like they're doing the whole mix squad thing again that they did in the first game.
Yeah.
Archers and warriors together.
Let me know where my gulls are going, because I'm stepping outside for a second here.
You're going south towards the temple, our side of the our side temple.
Yeah, I think this is the game I remember.
You guys are doing like a Jugger right now. Looks like no mid, only a Tagger north.
They're doing similar, but they do have a slight light flank on the other side, which is Grim with a.
That light flank's gonna hurt him though. With what it's
Yeah,
running into, and
that
it's
flank's
just
got to
being lined
run
up.
quick, otherwise it's gonna die.
What's the game type?
Flag
Flag
rally.
Yeah, I feel like
Our
this is the
trade
right-
for flag rally is definitely better here.
Flag captured.
Do we jugger south and like push them back enough that I can slip into their backfield?
Probably. Yeah, you're gonna be able to get in their
Yeah.
backfield for sure, because
Yeah,
Grim's not
I
gonna be
think
able to
this
stop
was.
you.
I think this was the game plan all along. I'm pretty sure.
You're gonna be able to take their home if you get back. There's only 4 thrall guarding their home flag.
Flag
So
captured.
that'll give us VI. They can only hold on to their temple. It feels like right now with the way the strats are going.
Yeah, I feel like this was like definitely a planned. This is what we want to do, and we're making it happen.
And Grim's scouted out now, and he's still pushing forward, so he's probably dead.
Ooh, yeah, he's. If I was
He
him,
should
I'd be
turn
running
around
from that
as soon
gold
as he gets
pack.
that gold pack.
Yeah, I'm surprised. He's trying. He wants
Still,
to defend the
still,
flag.
he wants to defend the flag.
He wants to defend the flag.
That's
yeah.
he's gonna get freaking. He's got 19% too. That's gonna be a 19% flip early in the game. I feel
Ooh,
like.
Here comes Shaister to reinforce Dren's gold pack. Yeah, I mean, he's just easy
And
pickings.
Ku.
He's really walking right into it. I really thought Grim would be smarter than this, honestly. This is... Now he turns around. It's like
Yeah, he
too
turns
late.
around.
Like a Shai is already on top of him, and now he wants to turn around. That's so
Yeah.
funny.
All right, I'm coming back to watch the action.
Like, Grim is almost like 3v1, 4v1 surrounded right now. It's like terrible.
He's pulling
Flag
a karma of
captured.
game one, man.
Yeah, Karma pulls it in game 1 and Grim in game 3. Like, what the hell?
He would have to have amazing dwarfing here and block all the plus to like
Flag
get any value.
captured.
There's
What he
like no way though.
What he needs to do is hug the side of the
There
map.
it is. Plus first
oh,
plus.
it dudded. So Shai's okay. He's gonna pick up the dud maybe. Ooh. Okay, so he's getting really lucky right now. Okay, Adren's gonna get. Okay, Adren got it. Door's down.
He just gets cleaned
It's-
up.
Now it's done. Yep.
Let's see what's happening on the other parts of the map. You guys are stalling pretty well elsewhere.
Tirri
They haven't
and
really done
Myrk.
anything.
Gonna try to go for our home, but Ku is positioning to defend it. That's good.
Here's
That's gonna be tough
Ghengis
to
with
take
the general. He's mid. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's kind of like a just a light dual mid.
Look at their flag
Oh.
defense. Look at flag
Dude.
2.
Poor Grim, he just can't stop. Like with the Gull pack coming in
Yeah,
and doing the.
Grim is just gonna get run down
chase
by that
damage,
gold pack.
He can't defend himself against this because I can just keep hitting him, and he
Yep.
can't turn around to try to fight me because then fucking Shaister's right there. So I think I'd probably just clean all this up with my Gulls.
That's honestly the worst that's the worst mistake I think I've ever seen Grim make. Like, he never makes mistakes typically, and especially not that bad.
Did he have any other choice? I wasn't.
Oh
He
yeah,
could've
he
backed
saw
out,
like he
stayed
could have
up
seen Shaister like a minute before that. Even when he saw the gold pack, I would have turned around. Like even that gold pack could have killed him just by itself.
Yeah, like they're losing their home flag here for sure.
I don't like how I'm
What's their
taking
flag
damage.
gate? They got like 8 archers on flag gate, like 4 melee.
Oh, they have a dwarf coming in.
Yeah, but
I
your
see
gold
it.
pack is gonna destroy that dwarf. Has no defense.
Yeah.
Man, they are not defending well at all.
Dude, I gotta say, I had some pretty good Gull micro right there.
Flag
Yeah,
captured.
yeah.
Victory imminent.
Oh wow, they still got VI. Oh,
Flag
that's shocking
captured.
to me.
How did they get
Victory
VI?
imminent.
But they're so down in
They-
percent, it doesn't matter.
They got our
Yeah,
home
they're-
flag.
I mean, you guys could technically just rush their home flag right now if you wanted to.
Yeah, we're rushing the temple with. We got my Gull packs coming in, Shaister behind me.
We only
They
lost
have
6
no-
thrall defending that home
They have-
flag. Who backed out?
They have no dwarf left. I'm wondering if.
Oh, they
Dang it.
sent their last dwarf. Oh,
Yeah.
they sent their temple dwarf over to by itself to try and.
Yeah.
That's so dumb. Oh man.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering maybe Ghengis had a good shot and took out. Maybe they had another dwarf there. I don't know. If
No,
that was
you're
a-
right. They must have had another dwarf there. Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know. I'm trying to see a
I
carcass.
don't see the body of it though.
No.
I think this gen is gonna get. You're gonna pick off the gen with your gold pack. I think here. Holy shit.
Yeah, like I was saying, this is the game I remember. I did like a fucking lot of
Oh,
work.
yeah, you
with
just
Goldback.
wrecked them. Yeah, you did. You just wrecked them. Jesus. They kind of walked right into... Man. They did everything wrong defending that side of the map. Wow.
Yeah, I've now killed 2 dwarves, several warriors, a
Yeah, you had a
bunch
big
of
game. And now you're going to go
a
heal your
J-man, a
goals on,
general.
on their temple. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
And Ska's got
I
a
remember
lone
this.
wall sitting behind.
I remember this.
That's
Yeah, we
funny.
stomped them like 80%. I remember this. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, this was a slaughter. Holy crap. We came in with like a legit strat here, I think.
Yeah, I agree. They kind of
I'm
walked
wondering if-
into it too. Like, yeah.
I'm wondering if this strat's ever been recycled, if anybody's ever looked at this and been like, fuck, we should do that.
They kind of just walked into it a lot. This was a good
They
strat
did,
for
yeah.
sure, but they totally walked into it.
Both their doors
Flag
survivable game.
captured.
Oof.
Ooh, look at those. Dread had more damage than their entire team. With a goal pack. That's crazy.
That's how you gall pack right there, boys.
That's crazy, yeah. Grim made a huge mistake there. And then they kept, like, even the way they defended after Grim was bad.
Let it never be said again. Despite what I might do and how horribly I might die a lot of the times, let it never be said that I'm bad with gall packs. I'm actually pretty bad with gall packs for the most part. I'm surprised that this worked as well as it did.
I felt like they made a Rabble game team look organized compared to them that game.
That was really bad.
A mess.
Yeah, they did good kind of the last game. I will say this, NC's looking very coordinated here. Even the game they lost last game, they're still looking
that
very
game in
coordinated.
particular. Yeah, there was a bit of coordination. I don't know what the fuck I was doing again last game. I did absolutely nothing. The game before, I'd say we played that pretty well. It looked like we had good communication. It just kind of looks like we have a little more chemistry.
Yeah, we're definitely out coordinating them, I feel, for sure.
Yeah.
Tirri says, I'm pretty sure CW's strat was horrible. Yeah, I think so. It was. The thing is with his strat, like that flank, that very light flank on the other side, when the whole rest of the team is going to the other side of the map, that flank was like destined to either just run away or die. Like it's set up.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Grim chose to die, right? So
he did manage to get a kill somehow at one point. Oh, he killed Shaister's gall. Yeah.
That dudded on him. Yeah.
Yeah, the one that dudded on him. Oh man.
I think that game.
Poor guy.
That Lycan game is kind of like where things fall apart here for NPT Cox. I think it's kind of like the sign of.
I mean, that's got to be a little demoralizing, losing 81% to 11. Like that's a fucking stomp. That's a very, very
in a finals that is like.
Yeah.
It's not.
It doesn't.
It's like.
It doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good to lose that badly in a finals game. And I'm sure I've been there a couple times myself.
Assume this game is close. You guys' trades are pretty much the same. It's territories.
Oh, I haven't even.
No, the trades are very different, Asmo. Look again.
Have you guys started yet?
Oh wait, did I not see them trade yet? Hang on. Oh, never mind. They didn't trade yet.
You got no doors. You guys got a few doors. It's almost the same.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm at 0-0. Boys on Holiday. Was this? No, this wouldn't have been the first year. I think it came out in 2007.
Yeah. Limp made this map. Yeah.
Well, he did. I don't think he made it. I think he had a lot of input in it, but I don't think he actually did the color mapping and put it together. Yeah, I think it was Toe Cutter. I think it was based on Limp's ideas, and he had a lot of input in it, which is cool and all. But I don't think he actually made the map.
Shy and I on Huron packs again. Makes sense.
And this map, when he brought it in, we hadn't had many new maps. We've been playing the same old maps for a long fucking time. So this map was a breath of fresh air when it came in. It turned out to be a pretty good competitive map.
They don't have dedicated Huron packs. They split everything up kind of evenly, which is a very NP thing to do. NP's done that for many years.
It's weird that you guys split the herons 2 ways, and I have 1 heron for some reason.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you just wanted. You're like, just give me. I want 1 Huron. And it was
probably just so I had my own heal. For
I think so. I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you insisted on it. So, you guys ready to start?
That sounds like something I'd do.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll start it here. 3, 2, 1, go.
I want to see this MP Cox team fight you guys close in the BC on this one. This shouldn't be a game they get blown out on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
I'd like to see a close game too. Nobody likes watching a landslide.
Our archers forgot to grab their fire arrows.
Love when that happens.
Flag captured.
I definitely prefer dedicated Huron packs on this, so I do like that about what we're doing. It's Tirri's, okay.
Yeah, I like that too. I'm just not a fan of mixed melee packs that are like different speeds.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
It's just
Flag
annoying to play
captured.
with. Like you start rushing
Flag
something, then
captured.
half your units are way ahead of the others. You're
Flag
like, oh, fuck.
captured.
Basically, it forces the fast units to move at the slower speed, which kind of wastes their
Yeah,
speed ability, yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Is there a third unit set on this map? There's this one, the dark one with the Triumph Fetch. Is there another one that I don't know about?
Yeah, there's FG mesh,
Oh,
I think.
sorry.
Isn't there? I thought there was.
No, I don't.
I think so.
They're doing a
They have-
two-prong. You guys are three-prong.
Yeah, they have nothing in the west, so I'm just gonna
Flag
go up there
captured.
and probably cross.
Flag captured.
Fuck, we have a lot in the east too.
I like what you guys are doing again here more. Like I figure like Adrenaline's just gonna wrap around the
Flag
west and they'll just be
captured.
pinned in that little corner of the map unless if they do like set up a massive rush on the west or something.
Well, this is the other problem with not having dedicated Huron packs is you can't set up you can't set up those rushes. Like the Hurons are all spread out. It's unless you redistribute the units, which is difficult to do.
Yeah,
Is this Fire's
Flag
first game in the
captured.
finals too?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in the
think-
east there.
I think Fire's one of the most underrated MP players of all time.
Oh,
I agree.
He was solid for
He
sure
was
back
solid.
then.
He was always solid. Yeah, I agree.
I don't feel like he got a lot of credit because he's like the German, like he's the non-normal dude in the group. You know, everyone
Right.
else is Finnish and stuff. But
I agree.
Well,
He
no,
did not get enough
we
credit.
always had some foreign folk on. Like we had Jucius was on our team for a couple of years, so we had
I mean,
him,
for the MP,
Fire.
for the MP teams is what I mean. He's the one
yeah, yeah.
non-Finnish dude when he normally plays with them.
Yeah, for sure. But Fire was on our team a lot before he took off. He might have played more with NC than he ever played with MP.
Well, they're pushing east.
Oh,
Most of
they
us.
actually backed out and got a flank into the west too. So I don't have free access to the backfield anymore.
You don't,
it's
but
good.
you guys control 2/3 of the map now because of that. You have all
Yeah,
the
that's
middle.
true. That is true, and we got Shaister's coming in beside him, so we might be setting up a rush, and GKG's here with me as well. So yeah. we're probably gonna have a big push here in a minute in the west.
I would agree
Your
with
west is
that.
getting set up really good right now. I expect you guys to roll over that soon. Unless if you get some reinforcements.
Flag captured.
They don't have any Hurons on that side of the map. Oh, they have
No,
one
I
in the
think-
northwest.
Ooh,
That's
here
it.
comes the rush.
This is gonna be a fucking slaughter probably.
Yeah. It's looking that way. They
Looks
already
like
have one
Karma-
locked up there now.
Karma's gonna send a lock over to support. Hopefully Limp sees that and pushes mid.
Okay, they're bringing a third lock to reinforce, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Probably not. No.
Too far.
Definitely not now. Shyster just got the puss in on
Locked in
that
anyway.
lock. So I think both of those locks are going down. Yeah, that's
That's a wrap.
2 locks down. The other lock's out of mana.
and I wasted my puss.
I didn't think it
I
was.
still get the lock.
Oh, that was
Crazy.
yours. Oh, beautiful. Gotta love when that happens when it's not.
Karma's
yours.
pissed.
He should be, man. I fucking hate when it happens to me.
Oh, big bust.
Love when
right
it
there.
happens for me, but. Oh, I just got all my warriors pussed real good.
Oh, I wish I'd saved
Shyster was there.
that. Ooh, Dren's Dwarf gonna go down, probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill it myself, but I don't think they should have wasted that puss on my dwarf. I'm probably pretty fine with
Okay, they're
that.
trying to do a counter rush to even things out again.
They really should
Okay,
have
Adrenaline gets a good hit there.
Oh, big shot.
Yeah, they should have used that
Nice.
first plus on my lock and not my dwarf.
I still got a few herons too.
Oh, there's a free pus there. Do you see it?
We might be able to hold this.
Oh, that's
we
me.
want to just run. Adren, we want his lock to just run to get mana again.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
But no, I'm
you're not
gonna
running.
turn around and face it.
You pull that lock into melee. What the hell is that? Grim. He just like throws his pus randomly into his own warrior.
That's why I did it. It was just to bait out the pus. That's what I'm gonna tell myself.
Grim having a
just a
rough
great
match
right
so
there.
far.
There was a free pus back there still though. Is it still there? Yeah. So he's going back for that now.
Oh, I got some vetted herons too. Like their herons are not really vetted, so I can do a lot with my heron pack here.
Their east is rushable too. You guys could just rush these.
Yeah, we're holding this. They're not gonna be able to rush our west.
They do have another pus coming back.
Ooh,
Grim went back and got the
we're
free
really
pus.
starting to get the best of them. Ooh, am I gonna get their
Lose
root?
it.
Oh, I just got that
Oh,
root.
you got the root.
Yeah, pick it up. Yeah, nice.
Yep. That's some teamwork right there. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
yep.
It looks like we have.
Wow, our mid one and our east one, we just dominated them on all three fronts. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is another not close game. Karma just said this was stupid.
Flag contested.
Wow. This is all very similar to the Lycan game, I must say. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, they just have to be demoralized after this back-to-back games.
That surround in the
Flag
west was pretty clutch.
That's good for
Flagged. Wow, yeah, nice.
Yeah, look at our west.
Yeah, everybody on that
90,
west had big
71.
numbers. Yeah.
It's what 263 damage between 3 players on one flank. That's yeah, we did some work over there.
That's so crazy they lost all three fronts, man. Yeah, this is like a sign of like you're getting out BC'd badly as a team.
Yeah.
You never want to see that. That's like you're getting outclassed, you know? Yeah, that's bad.
Ku did nothing this game though. Holy shit.
Oh, he sat. Didn't he sit?
Yeah, that's the joke.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, gotcha. All right, next one. Game 5. Well, I guess we're seeing why there was only 5 games in the initial 7-game series. Because I guess they started just getting rolled those last 3 games, I guess, and they were ready to just move on. I of course, remember this game quite a bit. This will be my game to shine, I guess.
Oh, I remember this too. If this is the one I'm thinking of.
I think I'm the only one who got to play on our team in this game.
Yeah, you got the Tro, and they just kind of let you fucking kick everything. Is that the one?
Yeah. I should actually
Trades
call.
are good.
Yeah. Oh, let me double speed this. Okay, so yeah, I like that we didn't go heavy morts. Yeah, I like that. It's CTF. You needed some extra meat.
I'm at 1345, so
I'm just looking at the trades here. Hang on.
they should be fairly similar, I would imagine.
They got a lot more morts is the difference, and
Yeah.
you guys got souls
Mauls.
places mort.
And more
Mauls
Mauls.
too. Okay, I like your trade better actually. I didn't notice the Maul difference.
Yeah, they
Capture
got
the
4
flag,
extra
pretty
mort.
important.
They got 4 morts. We got 8 mauls. That's kind of like the big difference, I think.
Yeah, it's just gonna come down to.
So Chickenwire's already drawn
the
it.
flag.
You already see
Capture
what
the
they're gonna
flag
do.
is not something capture the flag's not something you really want to see played on this map these days.
Not for
I wouldn't
dark,
think.
Yeah.
No, I'm really not a big fan of capture the flag with Tro maps if there's more than like 3 Tro. Sometimes games just end so fucking prematurely.
I have to say, you know, with all due respect to Chickenwire, like he had a great 2008. This strategy is like these strategies are looking awful. I must say. Certainly the Lycan game and this game. Like look at his strat. You can see it on the map already. It's basically to jugger the entire team to the north and just hold middle with Soul Hills. As if those Soul Hills... Do you see how far those Soul Hills are from the flag? Like, as if you couldn't just run right around them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just foolish, really.
You guys ready to start this?
Yep. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Let me know when you're
on.
at 1345.
Okay, I will. Yeah, man, I don't know. Like, this is such a crazy strategy that they do. Now, I, of course, so I got the Tro for us, 45 right now.
Okay.
I obviously don't know that they're going to do this crazy strategy, but you're going to see. I want to kind of narrate my thought process because I do remember it at the time, and I was actually kind of proud of what I did because I don't think a lot of throwers in my position would make the same decision that I made. Basically, what's going to happen here is I'm going mid, and as I go mid here in another minute or so, I'm not going to see their Tro or much of anything of their army. And I think a lot of players with Tro would be like hesitant and not know what to do and like just assume that they should wait to see where they are before making a move. But since I go middle and I'm the first one middle, at this point I know that I'm way ahead of them. Because if they're flanking wide, I know I'm getting across the map a lot faster than they are, right? So I don't need to know where they are. I still don't know where they are, but it doesn't matter. So I'm just gonna, all I do is I focus on the game type. I'm going straight for their flag. Like, I'm gonna keep going for that flag until they stop me because
Look
it's
at
the
their
game
flag.
type.
Look at their flag. They got 6 morts on defense.
Oh my god,
What
that's so
What
crazy.
are they doing?
That's so crazy. And then all their souls
They're
on those
trolling at
souls.
this point, aren't they? Like, they're straight
Yeah,
trolling.
it might be. It might be.
Karma's even calling. He's like, you just said this isn't going well before the game even really started.
So I go straight for their flag until they stop me. They eventually stop me with souls on hills and enough Zergs. So then I finally see where they're at, and then I'm able to just rush
Their
it.
Drow are gone right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You're
they've
right
got
on.
nothing to defend against you right here.
Why are their Drow that far? What are their Drow doing? Who's their Drow this game? What is he thinking?
Well, he's being aggressive as he likes to be too, right?
Honestly, I think he's just following the strategy.
Yeah,
probably doing what
he
he's
is.
told.
You're right. I'm really happy with my
yeah.
micro on the Tro here too. You're gonna see me like kind of clicking around, make sure nothing gets trapped, and still kicking a bunch of shit.
Yeah, you're gonna clean up a lot up here.
At this point, I think I disengage.
You probably have to at this point, yeah.
I don't want to take too much more damage, so I disengage.
Drow trapped.
But the damage was done there. You
Oh,
killed a lot.
Zer gets trapped. Oh wow, that's
The
huge.
Ghengis, good play by Ghengis. That might have been teamwork between Ghengis and Shaister.
Maybe a little
Dude,
Limp too.
Shaister is fun to coordinate Tro traps with. I've done it before with him. I don't know if you guys have ever seen my. It was a pretty famous video for a while. I had it on Daily Motion. It was it was a Thor moment. Can't remember what it was, but me and Shaister trapped a Tro on Proving Grounds. I think it was Thor's Tro on Proving Grounds with max artillery. I think Shaister had 2 Warlocks and a few melee units, and I had like 3 Morts and a couple melee units, and we trapped them together like fucking perfectly. And then he said it's Raziel tactic at the end. We all laughed. Or Razzie tactic. It's Razzie tactic.
So
I should repost that video. It was
I
pretty
circle right back around, and I'm going straight for their flag again. Because again, you gotta stay focused on the game type. That's how you pressure them. And so here you're gonna see. You're going to see me just go straight for their flag. They're trying to chase me. You got Grim trying to chase me with his Zerks, and you're going to see me kind of juke him out here a little bit.
I feel like you had like 30 plus kills this game and like 300 something damage, if I remember correctly. I vaguely remember this game.
So watch this. So as soon as Grim starts, he's bringing in his Zerks one at a time in a single file line, right? So that's why I turned around and started kicking him. And I happened to do it. I faked him out right when he was looking at his Morts on flag D. So that's why I got so many clean kicks on his Zerks. And like, look how many Zerks I just killed right there. Like, it's crazy. Because he just brought him in single file.
Yeah,
line.
nobody should ever kill that many. You should never lose that many Zerks against 3 Tro.
I mean, and now it's kind of close. Like, I was at this point, I was like, I'm not sure if I should go for it, but it was really close here. But it was ended up being just
it's
enough.
tough because of the souls. Without the souls there, you pretty much have free reign. So
yeah, exactly.
if you get this done with those souls there still, that's pretty fucking good micro. And I mean, what are they gonna do with all these fucking Morts?
Look at the 6 dwarves trying to defend 2 Tro on the flag.
Contested.
Oh god.
105, 41k.
So if I had not been able to flag them right there, I'm not sure if I would have won that actually, because that last Tro is about to stone. There was one Maul and one Spider. Yeah, definitely I would not have. I just got kind of lucky there in flagging them because that one Spider and one Maul would have, and Souls would have been able to stop
But
me.
I feel like we probably still had enough left.
Oh, we would have won. We still would have won.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
It was just taking us a few more minutes to get across the map. So yeah, I get like 41 kills, 400 damage, and 2 losses. Oh my god, that was
Oh,
funny.
I had a really good game.
0-0. Yeah, I was the only
I
one
feel
that
like,
really got to play much, except for that Tro Trap, I guess. But yeah.
No, I think I actually sat this game.
Oh yeah,
But
probably.
it almost looks like Ku also sat this game, so I don't think he did.
I think
And
that's the
6 Morts on defense. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I've
that's
never-
crazy.
I have never
That's
seen that. That is bizarre.
first
Like,
game
why?
co-op that's ever been played in Mythical Cup finals. One
What is
person
the
playing,
thought
the other
process?
15 walked in.
Yeah. What is the thought process behind putting 6 Morts on D? Like, what good is that?
That was like
Are
one of the
you-
worst strats I've ever seen, to be honest.
Are you
Yeah.
hoping that we full flank like only Zerks, just like a whole fucking slew of like?
Even only
25
Zerks, like
Zerks?
Morts can't defend like a large number of fast melee just in general, without a bunch of other melee
No,
to
I
defend
don't
them.
know.
Yeah.
Are they hoping like we flank all those Zerks and then like funnel them through one of these choke points for them to all pick off? Like, I don't get it. There's no
A
point.
6
of doing
Mort
what he
D
just did.
defense is only good for defending against other Morts and Souls, basically. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I just don't get it. That's so many trading points that could have been put elsewhere, or just the Morts themselves could have gone elsewhere. Like, it just makes no sense. It's so bizarre.
I think Chickenwire is trying to get out of the captain seat this year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
think he
funny,
might
even
have
after
been
he had
trolling.
such a great year in 08. What were you saying earlier, Asmo? The first game, what?
The first game of co-op ever played in Mythical Cup finals. One person played, other 15 watched.
Yeah, it was kind of like a co-op. Yeah, that was bad.
I just caught at the
Damn.
end. Zer just said, "Can we get a new captain?" So I think, yeah, Chickenwire is definitely trolling at that point.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to point out, like, this game breaks all the rules with Troing. Like, neither Trower had small melee or Artie with them. Like, both Trowers on both teams were trying to play with just the Tro. And then their Tro ends up getting trapped, and, like, mine does a bunch of crazy shit just because, like, they didn't really... Like, they did, like, the worst thing possible to defend against what I had, basically. So yeah,
That was often how it went back then, though. Like,
yeah,
people usually did only get Tro.
You couldn't get away with doing that kind of shit.
Fuck no,
These years, more
not at
recently.
all.
Yeah,
Not at all. You'd also never see that strategy in modern Myth,
yeah.
or really any other time in Myth. To be honest, that was a one-off.
Flag captured.
And if I'm correct here,
Team
yeah,
eliminated.
Chickenwire is done capturing for the night.
Because Zer says, "Can we get a new cap?" And then, 400 damage might be one of the most damage in like any Myth finals game.
Yeah, I'd have to see the conversion to what that would be now, because now it's actual unit points, right? Like if you kill a Solus, it's 3 damage. Whereas back then there was some kind of multiplier on it, right?
Yeah.
You ready for some Myth trivia?
Okay.
Who has the highest single damage in a Mythical Cup game? Which player?
Are you talking about finals or any Myth World Cup game?
Any Mythical Cup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which player? I'm guessing it's gonna be some like Renwood or something like that.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
a good guess. I would have guessed that it would have been. So there's been so many matches. Like I think on Reign of Terror when it was just me and Kirk playing, we'd get like stupid fucking damage because it was literally like 2v7. So you're basically taking the units of, 4 people, and you might have a lot of damage against, but you're gonna get a lot of damage for it too in that way, especially if you win the game.
I believe it is Scratch.
Wow.
He was
Really?
he was trailing on what's that 3 trout map with fetch on it? The keep. Yeah.
Most Tro maps, you mean?
Yeah, keep. I think it's called.
Keep TFL Dark or something like that.
Yeah, that he had like 470 plus damage with his 3 trout.
Wow.
Was this before the damage change, or?
Yeah, before the damage
Yeah, I'm
change.
sure it was. Yeah, that's that. You can get a lot of damage on that map with the Tro. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? Shout out to Scratch. He doesn't get enough credit, man. He's not as bad as people seem to think. Like, yeah, he has bonehead moments and stuff, but I've also seen him be pretty stellar before. He's been
Yeah.
around long enough that he's capable of doing some good shit once in a while.
Scratch was
I've
like.
even like
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, I've been against him in a game and just been like, oh, this guy's actually like kind of hard to kill.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
think
oh,
I think
fuck
he's like
Scratch. But
inconsistent more than anything, right? Like he just
yeah,
has highs and
yeah. So
lows. Yeah.
people always remember the lows, but then like completely forget about the highs.
What I always remember Scratch for is he was like one of like two players that when I gave an open invitation to try and train myth players to become better, like he was one of two players I think that actually took me up on the offer and tried to
Nice.
train with me a little bit and get better. And I taught him some 1v1 stuff. I'm not sure if it helped him any or not, but
I've never seen him in a 1v1, so I couldn't tell you on that front.
yeah. All right, quick look at these trades. MPT Cox gets a hell of a lot of locks. No morts. We get 2 morts. I think both trades are fine. I like having 1 or 2 morts though, so I slightly prefer ours, but I think they're both fine. So.
Yeah, I like Morts as well, just for blocking lock shots.
And also forcing melee to spread.
Yeah, and for not being blocked by Tro
Yeah,
when you're
exactly.
engaging. 'Cause that's always shitty when you're in a fight and you're against like Tro melee lock and you got Tro melee lock, then you run out of mana because your last shot got blocked. They didn't take any damage and they just rush you down. Yeah, it's
So
always good to have a Mort.
So we split our Tro 2 ways, where I get the 3. Surprised to see Shy on the Tro. Honestly, on this, I know
Me too.
back
Me
then,
too.
like sometimes he would get Tro, but like Tro was like his Achilles heel. I'm telling you, like he was such a great player in all respects, except Tro. Like for whatever reason, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, like his Troing did not come close to the rest of his abilities as a myth player, and like
No, he was known to have like really good micro and being able to handle like mixed sets well. Like that was always his forte.
yeah, like
So
still
yeah,
good with melee, small melee, but
yeah.
not Tro. Like I don't like seeing him on Tro. I'm surprised you didn't get Tro on this Adren. Honestly, that would have been what I would have
I'm
advised.
also pretty surprised. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. So and they split between Xur and Tirri, which is typical. I don't remember how this game goes, but we'll see. I'll start it here.
I do not hate having a Merc pack and a Lock and Mort though. That's kind of my favorite unit set right there. I love having a Lock and Mort. I just really like blocking lock shots.
Also, I gotta say, the Trowers again don't get small melee. This is like so indicative of early myth,
Yeah,
and it's such a mistake. No, you would not do this anymore. The Trowers
this
always
was
need melee.
this was definitely a thing though. Like one guy has the Tro and the other guy has melee and artillery, and
Yeah.
that's your flank. Like that was definitely a thing.
All right, let's start at 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
And it looks like it's gonna be me and Shaister going north, and you are going south with Coup.
That was a 3-prong. Limp
Yep.
and Lud mid with no Tro and Ska.
Flag
Yeah,
captured.
got the
I'm
soul
curious
ball.
because like in Rabble, the kind of standard was a 2-1-2 split, right? You always have that one Tro mid, but in competitive play, it always seems to be a 3-2 split.
Yeah, I don't like that one Tro mid. It never ends up
Flag
being able to
captured.
do anything, you know?
No,
Flag
it really
captured.
doesn't. It's
Yeah.
I think it's often used to
Flag captured.
kind of like almost as a quick scout mid, and then it joins a flank and tries to
Flag
pinch, or it can
captured.
cross
Yeah.
mid and try to pinch a flank.
Yeah, because usually the
Look,
teams keep their souls mid because
Flag
they got that nice
captured.
soul hill
Yeah.
mid, and so that Tro's just gonna run into the soul hill and not be able to.
Just want to say I already like what they are doing. They've got 3 Tro on our flank and 2 Tro coming through the mid, so I think our north is about to get pinched hard.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
And no, but
Shy's being smart. He's backing out. He recognizes it.
yeah, it's been called. You're coming into support already too.
Yep. I already called.
We've got all the
Yep, I
spells there.
called the pinch north. Yep.
I'm gonna be pissed if I lose my Mort here. I don't think I will, but I would be pissed.
All right, let's start it. 3, 2, 1, go. Game on.
I'm gonna be pissed if I lose my Mort here. I don't think I will, but I would be pissed.
Soul should get some good value here if they go for this.
That's a good play by them. Good attempt. I think it was also good
Flag
defense
captured.
by us. So
If they caught us off
Flag
guard there and
lost.
you didn't see it and you didn't come in right away, we might be kind of fucked here.
yeah.
But
You
the
guys
fact that we saw it, we kind of fell back into our souls as well, kind of totally negates this. So we're in perfectly fine position right now.
You guys actually have better position now because their mid's in like no man's land now, while your souls are engaged.
Right.
Yeah, and we got Ku coming in with a couple locks there. That's going to completely cancel out their mid from being able to join the fight.
Yeah.
Though they do have more artillery coming in from the north, so this is going to be a pretty good artillery battle here, I think.
They would want to shift their middle, at least one of those soul packs, to their
To the
north flank.
north.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, they should definitely reinforce their north with souls. That would probably be Chickenwire.
But even if they put their entire army north and we ended up into like a battle, like a lineup face off in the north. Oh, I just saved Lud's lock there.
It did.
I still like our position
Flag
better because we're
lost.
more centrally located on the map. It's easier for us to get around. Like they're kind of sticking themselves in the north, and if they get stuck there for the whole rest of the map, our game would not be good. Oh, I get a kick. Nice, get a clean kick.
I respect it though. I mean, they kind of took the initiative and went for something.
Tirri's playing super aggro right now. With his
Yeah, he
Tro.
is.
Oh
he's
yeah,
definitely-
I hate seeing that though. Like flanking around in the back. He's also like taking soul spear damage, and there's no support with him. Like this is
Well,
you would not want to do this with Tro. Ooh, I'm taking a kind of a risky engagement here. Okay, Zerg gets some couple extra punches there. Good on him. I think it's kind of an even exchange maybe. Oh, what is it? Why we need more souls defending Tirri's Tro in the middle? Wow. I'm actually not sure what Tirri's trying to do. I'm like genuinely confused. He ended up cleaning up a couple souls, but he took a bunch of Tro damage for it.
Flag
It's
captured.
not going to help him in the later parts of the game.
I might not be able to chime in for a couple of minutes, guys. I can barely talk. I just like fucking choked on some water or something. So.
No worries.
All right.
Tirri's out of the game for the rest
Oh,
of the
I
game
just
now,
shadowing
probably.
him now.
They
Yeah,
shadow,
he's not going to do
down
anything.
health.
Yeah. I think we're going to win this. It's not how I remember it. I thought we were going to lose, but...
Their souls still haven't got involved. Like, Chickenwire sort of went to the right spot, but now he's going back mid. I don't know.
We have a big Tro health advantage. I don't like how our souls are not staying... Our souls should be laser focused on defending their Tro. Their Tro are able to
Yeah.
Their Tro are able to get way too close to our shit because the souls are not
Flag
staying
captured.
focused on them enough.
Yeah, I like this.
We don't have many souls left either.
Yeah,
But,
no, I
you're right.
know, but 4 is enough to still keep them off of your.
Yeah,
back.
and that's all that Scott has right now. So yeah, he should
Right.
definitely only be on the 3 Tro there.
Yeah,
Reserves.
you should be only focused on Tro, no arty fighting.
Damn, I was really hoping I pulled that shot off. I love doing that, shooting at the same time as them and just kind of firing my mort into the middle, only killing their lock shot, but mine gets through, and unfortunately I blew both.
I'm fine if our team just runs a timer out here. We're gonna have a huge advantage at the end. Oh, what am I doing? I don't like this rush into souls that I'm doing here.
I mean, they do have flag control right now. That's the one thing they got going for them. And
Taking some Tro damage to kill these souls. I don't like it.
That's a really dangerous move by you.
It's a little questionable, I would say.
they do have a
Unless
slight
they bait Tirri
edge.
into fighting me, that would be like Tirri definitely should not take that fight. Okay, I do clean up the souls. It wasn't that terrible.
Flag
Oh, and now
contested.
I am gonna actually clean up Tirri here. Oh yeah, maybe not.
You know, I'm watching Shy Tro this game, and he's been doing some pretty good stuff with my.
Yeah, no, Shy's doing fine. I agree.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
doing
what
really
am I
good.
doing? Oh, I kind of bungle it here at the end. Okay, it wasn't terrible, but it's a little sloppy.
Flag contested.
Okay, both my Tro got stoned. I still did enough damage, but we're actually down.
We are
down.
Yeah, we are losing on the in the northwest right now.
Yeah, I did not like my rush there. I mean, we are winning against their mid, I guess now.
I'm trying to defend the
Flag
last of our
lost.
artillery with this group of mercs here against 2 tro. I mean, one of them is red, so you
Flag
can't do too
contested.
much. But
Has anybody seen?
Flag
Was it
captured.
my tro rush mid? That's why
Flag
we're down in
lost.
percent. I don't know what
Flag
happened here.
contested.
I think
Flag
most of the
captured.
percent we lost was actually Tirri kicking all those Solus earlier. Oh no, now we're way down. So
Flag
It was
contested.
a combo, the mid rush and northwest at the
Uh,
same time.
and I think it's also we're
Flag
down a
lost.
tro
Flag contested.
of Shaisters, but he's got a health advantage. They've got 2 red
5
tros on this
minutes
side, so
remaining.
if we kill one of them, the percentages are going to look a lot more even.
I don't like
I don't
how
have
we
a more
lost
left.
our souls
Captured.
middle is like kind of forced our whole mid to collapse. Like those last 4
Yeah.
souls should have been super conservative and stayed alive to defend tro.
Yeah, I
Flag
feel like we're going to lose this
contested.
game.
Oh yeah, by
We have
now,
to-
yeah.
We have no artillery left. We have one mort here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't think my tro
Yep.
rush mid was that. It definitely was like a little bad, but I didn't think it was
Yeah.
that bad.
Flag
They have
lost.
too many full health mercs for us to do anything against. Like I still got a little merc pack here, but we don't have
Flag
the artillery to do
captured.
anything against it. Fire's about to lose that one. No, it's Limp, sorry. No, we're fucked. But they're down to
Flag
tro, so now the
contested.
percentages are a little closer, and if we can kill that other tro, actually, it wouldn't be
They
looking
do have
so
2
bad.
red tro, yeah, which makes it a little bit closer.
And how's your tro? Your tro's pretty dead, though.
Flag contested.
Shaister needs to do a lot to win this game. Thankfully, he can because their souls aren't anywhere in the picture.
If I were shy in
Flag
this, I
lost.
mean, okay, he's going for that tag. He really needs to just get
Pick
Zer
off
to make a
stuff.
mistake so he can pick off that tro, and then
I feel like
He's
our
right.
middle fighting their north
Flag
just
lost.
lost the arty fight badly too. Like they just have
Flag
like tro
contested.
they had
decide.
a lot
Flag
more. They had a lot
captured.
more arty to be.
Yeah,
in
but we
with
should have
up
been
there.
able to stalemate it, right? And like keep our souls alive, at least fall back to the soul
Maybe.
hill.
I feel
And-
like it was
Flag
4. It was
captured.
4 locks versus 2 in that north though. So
this
I
one
mean,
was
we
the
held it
more-
for as
You
long
can
as we
use
could.
locks to block shots too, though. Like
Yeah.
Flag
For sure,
captured.
it's usually hard to like kind of be aggressive with locks. They take so long to shoot and get mana.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, this is definitely probably game over.
I mean, the percents are close now, but they have way more melee and they have artillery.
Yeah, they're not that close though. We both have 1 retro, so they're still
Well,
up, like
Shaister still got like half health, but it's not going to do anything against this many mercs, unfortunately. So
yeah.
Flag lost.
we're pretty fucked.
Flag contested.
The other, actually, what Shai's tro should be doing is trying to re-link up with us, a
Flag
few of our mercs,
lost.
to start chasing down some of their mercs, right? Like,
Yeah.
looks like he's gonna get a clean
Flag
kill there
captured.
on that lock.
Flag contested.
He should back out.
Flag captured.
Okay, lock stays
Flag
alive. but
lost.
Dave's tro, retro to be stoned.
How are the percents close now?
Flag
Flag at
captured.
7%.
I know. I'm trying to like do the math here. It's just because we have 2 tro that are alive that it's even reasonably close in percentage. They've just got so much more melee on the field.
Yeah, I think I got a little too confident there, thinking I had enough of a health advantage
Flag
to
contested.
bully that mid, and it was close, but not quite enough. If I
Flag
had like another
contested.
half tro's worth of health, I would have been able to finish cleaning it up, but it wasn't quite there.
Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag
I want to see
lost.
Shaister kick this north
Flag
stuff. Okay,
captured.
he's going. We'll see if he can kill it.
Wait, what time are you at right now?
115.
117.
The fuck? Did I speed it? I must have sped it up at some point.
Flag
I'm like 5
captured.
seconds left in the game. I must have hammered F2 a few times.
Shaister
1
can make the
minute
percents close
remaining.
if he wants this fight, but the game's still over, probably.
Yeah.
Flag
I got news for you
contested.
guys.
Who?
The game is already over on my
Flag
end.
lost.
Well, that's actually SD right now.
We're
That
up.
melee engagement in life.
Yeah, it was. If you guys want it, but yeah, you need to micro that trail a little bit better.
30
Tirri,
seconds.
pretty good
remaining.
game. You had a pretty good game too by the numbers, but yeah.
Yeah, the numbers probably were like were more favorable than it actually
Flag
was.
contested.
I was trading Tro health for souls, which is definitely not what you want to do with Tro. So
Yeah.
and
Flag
Tirri was kind of doing the
contested.
same thing on their side of the map. So
Flag contested.
Looks like a bunch of our team had a bit of a struggle that map.
Flag
Limp and
captured.
I think the arty fighting
Settle
looked
down.
very like we just kind of collapsed with the arty fighting. I feel like the souls weren't quite doing their
Flag
job, and the
contested.
arty
I think
just died
that-
too fast.
Flag lost.
Sorry.
Flag
I think that's what I was gonna say was
Flag
Scott had a
lost.
rough game. He was the one dealing
Flag
with Tirri's
contested.
Tro coming in behind and kicking him one by one.
Yeah, those
Which is
Tro
probably
never should have been
frustrating.
able to kick any of those souls. Like the melee should have
No.
been there to defend it.
Yeah, but I think we were
Game
also defending. I think I had a bunch of that melee, and I was also defending against 3 Tro on the other side of me. So
Zur
it was
puts
tough.
up
It
some
was
big
tough.
numbers. I mean, Tirri does too, and me too. But like, I definitely feel like Tirri and I both kind of sloppy with the Tro health, exchanging Tro health for souls. So, Zur probably had a pretty clean game.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Tirri, yeah, he traded a lot of health for those souls, but I think he did a lot more than just the damage there. I think just the distraction factor and kind of pulling our mid into like, do we defend this or do we defend this? You know, like
Our
I don't know,
middle
you-
souls
you-
definitely did not do nearly as good enough a job defending those Tro. Not just Tirri's Tro, but also Zur's Tro later on too. Just the Tro were
Yeah.
able to like just kind of like march right up front and near our arty, and that should never be allowed to happen with the souls there.
Yeah, I think Scott had kind of a weak game there for sure, but I wouldn't put it all on him. I think we could have done a better job defending him as well. But I mean, it's all situational. It's easy to say.
It was
after
a
the
reasonably
fact.
close game.
Yeah, it
But
wasn't
yeah,
a blowout by any
they
means.
finally are back in the game. Not this is the first sudden death game, so actually like we're kind of in shit mode right now, despite
Yeah, we're in
dominating for most of the match.
Absolutely,
They just need to
we're in
win
the
one
hot
more
seat.
game and it's over. So
Who had
Yeah,
Sun and Death?
balls in our
Who-
court.
Who had Sun and Death advantage going into that game? I'm gonna assume it's them. That seemed like it would have been a smart pick with them since they struggled on like all the strategy.
It would have to be them if they got first
they
pick.
did.
Yeah,
Yeah, they had sudden death
Yeah.
advantage. Yeah.
they're top bracket finalists, right? Or champions.
Yeah, pretty sure. So this was probably our pick, which was Magilla Flag Rally. Yeah. This is like a highly coordinating type of game, which probably favors us. So I guess we might have preferred ourselves on light. Maybe they do kind of have a more dark leaning team. Especially T-Cox, I think, is known as like a dark team.
I don't buy into the whole light versus dark. It's all fucking myth. We've all played every variant so many goddamn times that it's all myth.
No,
man.
I agree. I think it was just a thing in the early years of Myth.
In the
you know?
early years
Yeah.
it was because people.
But
like,
then
knew
it
the
kind
map.
of then it blended out, and there's no
Yeah.
quote unquote light specialist or dark specialist anymore. But,
Yeah. Yeah, that ended back in like the mid 2000s, I think.
Oh, interesting. Ska gives me all of the units. I guess I knew the distribution, so I'm gonna do the distribution for the team.
It might have been your strat, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was. Must have been.
Well, I don't know. That's a lot of archers for a GKG strat.
Yeah,
Hard to
but I think on this it's fine. It's still maxed. I got all the fast melee maxed out, so there's
Yeah,
still plenty of
true.
thrall. So that's probably a sign that
True.
still is
True,
fine.
true.
Yeah.
True.
But yeah, I think that's a sign that I was heavily involved in the strats. If I'm the one actually handling the distribution on this one.
And the strats look pretty similar between the two teams, honestly. Actually, no, they got more. No, okay, everything looks pretty.
The
even.
distributions though have been very different, even when the trades are the same, right? Like kind of like
Well-
Poison Holiday, the trades are the same, but like distributions are very different, right?
When Chickenwire was captaining, yeah, the whole
Yeah,
like,
true. Now you got Tirri
three
captaining.
archers,
That's true.
3 archers to each player. Kind of weird. All right, I'm ready to start because
5
I'm
seconds,
ready.
almost there.
Alright.
Asmo, you got anything to add to this?
No, I'm assuming Adrenaline gets more than his 3% at this point, though, because Scott's got 30%. So
Yeah, I'm probably not done distributing. Maybe.
Have you guys started?
Nope. Start right now.
Nope.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let me know when you get to
Game
1150.
on.
Okay. And then on this one, you got to heal the whites off the water, otherwise you can't grab the big pus.
You can.
It's
it
hard.
just takes
It's
more
hard.
time.
50,
It's hard.
49, 48.
All right, yeah, I'm there.
You can, but like it's sometimes you will literally like not be able to click some of them or something like that. It's like really difficult.
I still have 3%. I'm surprised I haven't said anything yet.
You're at 11% now.
Oh, yeah, I got 11 now.
Nope,
Yeah,
I
if that
was
went
just
on for a
like,
few
no,
more
fuck
seconds.
Adren. He's only at 3%.
If that went on for a few more seconds, you would have
Flag
been fucking
captured.
hearing it from me.
We get another
Flag
Warpack.
captured.
Shy, me, and Koo on Warpack. Same as always, yeah.
Hold on a second here. I'm only seeing myself with 3.
Flag captured.
Okay, never mind. There's the 4th one. I thought I had 3 archers. I was like, fuck, we've been shit talking CW this entire time. You gave me 3 archers.
We're
Let's see,
going all south, and they are more split.
Flag
They're like a little bit
captured.
heavier south, but they're kind of split.
Flag
So
captured.
Tirri's doing a better job than Chickenwire. I mean, they're still doing the mech squads, but at least he has given thrall to the archer guys instead of just like straight up warriors.
Yeah, I would agree. Yep. This is like victory imminent on this is very important. So like playing the flags, really important on this.
But we're not going to get victory in the first year, I don't think. I mean, we
Possibly not.
could, but we're not getting it quickly anyways.
Flag captured.
You typically only want to guard 2 flags on this, so yeah, we're gonna guard the south 2 flags. What are they guarding? It's kind of weird. Like they seem like they're only guarding their south flag, which is close to our main force. They're very light defense on their other 2 flags.
Yeah, they've got like CTF defense on flag 5. Just a thrall pack.
I'm gonna be probably looking to break into their backfield and go straight for flags. I would expect that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I don't think they really have anything that can shadow you if you get by.
I hate that I'm getting stuck in the lowland with the archers here.
Shy and I are going straight for their backfield, I think.
Flag captured.
Zer's gonna have a hard time trying to shadow us. Zer's breaking off, so he's not gonna shadow anymore.
He might be thinking about rushing me right now, actually.
I don't think he's got a rush though. Yeah, I think you're gonna be fine.
I don't think he should rush me, but
Yeah,
I'm not saying
yeah.
I'm not going to. I gave him a little taunt there. Or no, that was Scott that gave him a taunt. Good job, Scott.
Get him to bait a pus on your archers with no follow-up.
Yeah, Scott actually tried to block that pus too. That would have been sick if he did.
They're in trouble. They're giving you guys free VI, and their last flag is the flag where the full fight's on. So
How the fuck? How did that
Oh.
pus kill my dwarf?
Yeah, they got lucky. They one-shotted that. If they didn't one-shot that dwarf would have lived. Look at
It
this.
didn't hit the dwarf. It landed a ways away from him.
Yeah,
It still one-shot him.
I
That's
agree.
really
It was
weird.
not a direct hit. Somehow it's still one-shotted. It's
Ooh,
weird.
Scott had
Yeah.
a big bus.
Yeah, that was a good pus by Scott.
I did not see that. Where was that? In the north?
No, in the
Flag
south.
captured.
South
He
middle.
basically saved me from dying. Yeah,
I-
Scott had a really good pus there.
I peeled off of going from their backfield to pinch their south from behind to give more pressure. Because I kind of saw that our south needed a little bit more help while Zer was rushing. So
And you could probably stay there, like, if we knew. I think if Shaister just moved to their northeast flag, you'd have more than enough to kill them.
look. This is why you don't do this strat that they did. Look at this. They got their superior force is forced to defend this flag without the height advantage. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
Ghengis is just gonna be able to tee up on their flag now from the high ground. They're in a terrible position right now. I would like to see Ghengis be more conservative, keeping his dwarf alive. Yeah, it's gonna get picked off here.
Ooh, you guys walked off
Victory
flag one.
imminent.
They shouldn't have got
Oh, Scott.
Single warrior got it for
They,
5.
see, they shouldn't have gotten VI. That was a big mistake there.
Okay, well, while that happened, though, Zer just suicided two of his warriors directly into my thrall on flag 4, too, so... I guess he was distracted while he was taking that flag, so it wasn't all for nothing.
Okay, their last dwarfs just died.
Yeah, a couple good pusses there in the
Oh no,
south.
they got one more dwarf. Never mind. It just got pussed though, and it's probably about to die.
Yeah, we got Archer follow up.
Yep, it's
There
dead.
it goes.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be another stomper. Over, well, no, not super stomp, but over 50%.
Look at how you're getting their northeast flag. They're walking off it too, unintentionally.
Oh yeah.
That's hilarious.
Ooh, can you make it around though?
2 times.
Both teams
Same
walking
game.
off the flag.
Yeah. Hilarious.
Flag captured. Victory
I like the
imminent.
last second the Thrall just like, well, it's over.
Yep.
Let's go this way instead. Yeah, we definitely outplayed them. Like outstratted, I would say.
Yeah,
I know,
that's why. Yeah, I don't normally do like a big flank on the far side like that because you're going to be at a disadvantage on the terrain. So.
I mean, I'm starting to feel like NP Cox didn't really come in prepared for the final.
No.
I mean, it's sudden death too, so I guess this was kind of NC style for a while too. But yeah, as it's Tirri's second, like Tirri just kind of took over the captaining, so he's probably just flying by the seat of his pants here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know why Chickenwire did such a bad job with the strats. Like he was fine in
God,
2008.
it almost looked intentional, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
This would have been a lot cleaner of a win if we didn't walk off of our home flag, but
Oh, for sure.
Flag captured.
all right. There
We weren't still in the points era here, were we? I don't think. I think that was over by this point.
No, points don't matter in sudden death. I don't think they ever. Did points
Oh,
ever
that's
matter
true.
in sudden death? I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
Probably not. No.
So Ghengis
good
had some
game.
big numbers.
Yeah, I was about to say good game from Ghengis there. He had that high ground looking over that entire
Yeah.
thing. Like he was kind of set up for success, and I saw some pretty good pusses coming in too. So he was able to just tee off.
They go back to a pick they lost in the
Actually, fuck,
finals.
they all had everybody on that flank because I think it was Ludde and was it Ludde and Ku up there as well? Like Ludde, not the hugest damage, but like 10-to-1 ratios, pretty solid from him.
Yeah. Yeah, they had the favorable terrain for sure.
Game over.
And Ska, the negative 15 damage, I don't give a shit, man. He had a really, really clutch puss that pretty much saved my entire flank, minus the dwarf that was already dead. But yeah, he had a really good puss in the south.
I loaded up the next one.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
Last one. Then you can go back to playing your Age of Empires, Adren.
I might have to eat dinner first. It's not bad though. It's not even been 2.5 hours. Normally these things seem to drag on for like 4 or 5, so
Yeah.
making pretty good time. But I guess we didn't play the full 7 for the.
It's just kind of a short match. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty quick one.
This was a controversial game for them, I guess.
Oh, is this what I'm thinking of? Is it this game where
Zur and Grim got into it with each other.
Yeah. Oh fuck. This is like an iconic moment in myth history right here, man.
Why do you
They
say
should have
that?
made a.
I mean, it's been talked about so many times over the years.
Yeah. Like who was right? Yeah, it's kind of like an ambiguous situation.
Who is right, who is wrong, and then a lot of
Yeah.
people saying like Zur was like a shit thrower because of this one fucking game.
No, I would never say that. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's so funny though how that happens. Like somebody has one shitty game, but it's a memorable game.
Yeah.
And that's all people remember, despite you having like 100 really fucking good games. That one game just ruins everybody's perception of you.
I think
pretty
Myrk
funny.
had a moment like that with one of the
Absolutely.
finalists. One of the last. It seems like that happens with the last games in like final MWC final matches. I guess if there's like a big crutch moment that somebody like fumbles in the last game of a finals match for the tournament, like that seems to be like stands out, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
The trades, are they basically the same? Let's see.
They should be on this.
Yeah, this is like very standard trade. So 3 morts for them, which is a little bit light actually. But
Well, we've
it's
only got
CTF. CTF is makes
CTF,
sense.
though.
Yeah, it's the same trade, just off by 1 mort. Yeah, difference. That's it.
Oh, you mean they're not getting 6 morts for defense?
So
here?
yeah, Tirri does. Yeah, Tirri does do a good trade, I think, here, and I mean it's very standard, so kind of hard to screw
Yeah.
up.
They've got 1 more mort than us, and I'd assume 2 less mauls.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready to start it?
I am ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
They should have picked the territories map for sure, though. Those are the 2 games they
Yeah.
won, were both territories. I wonder why they went to something more strategic like this.
Oh, you know what it was? They wanted to pick this to kind of avenge the earlier game in this match that the Chickenwire captain. That's what it was, I think. They're like, no, and I think also because maybe they won that other Tro map in Sudden Death, so they're like, yeah, let's do another Tro map. So I think that was the thinking there, yeah. Oh, you see what I'm saying? I'm like, just camp for 3 minutes. Camp, like, what, wait, why am I calling for that? Is it because we're flanking somewhere or something? We got souls flanking?
We're doing a pretty normal strategy here, except for we have... I don't know where Ku's going with that soul pack south.
I'm just wondering if I was trying to play for tie or something like that to get our next pick or something.
No, I think you thought they were doing their some wonky thing with their drow again, so you want to see where they were at.
Oh, I see where Ku's going now. I thought he was going like wide flank for some reason.
Yeah, so there's actually kind of like 2 controversial moments in this game with the Troing. One is like, you're gonna later see Zur make a move on you, Adren, and you're gonna be like, where the fuck is our Troers to help you defend this shit? You know, like you're gonna get pissed at me because
What? No, me? I would never say something.
Because I end up countering them doing the same move on their side because I was like too far basically to like help you in time, and I kind of just trusted you guys to be able to defend it too. So
I'm telling you, Troers seem to have a history of just kind of abandoning me and leaving me in the lurch. And I'm mainly looking at Karma. Karma does it to me all the fucking time. He'll just leave me on my own somewhere and go off and like try to do something with his Tro and let me die. Or win, or, you know, hold my own. I don't know. Sometimes it works, but Karma is like... I fucking hate when Karma Tros. I'm not saying he's a bad Troer, but he just likes to leave me on my own for some fucking reason. He'll probably freely admit it too.
I must say,
He's laughed about it before.
Looking at this, I feel like people did not understand very well back then that how important souls were in defending Tro, because like they're being used very offensively here to try and arty fight, and like there's just they're not in position at all, I feel, to defend their Tro. So
Yeah. Different
like,
styles, I
their
suppose.
Tro could just push right up through our middle right now, and the souls would not be there to push them off.
What's funny is Grim and Zur are arguing in chat right now before the infamous moment.
Oh, what are they arguing about?
I don't know, Zur just said we had a chance to go at 15% there. I think he was talking about pushing me already.
Yeah.
I mean, my Tro are right there. I didn't see the move that he's talking about.
Yeah,
so.
I didn't really see it there either, but I mean, if we looked at it again, maybe we would.
I think it was when he took a lightning hit. I think that's what it was. Like you got a lightning hit on his Tro. I think he wanted to go in right then.
Maybe.
But I was like right there though. So.
Yeah, you weren't that far away. You would have been there. Yeah, it would have been ill-advised, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
What's ill-advised is me pushing this close up to these fucking souls right now with my fat there. I can't believe I got out of there without taking a hit.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I really don't like how these souls are being used. Really, kind of by both teams. Like, they're just trying to like flank and be offensive and arty fight and shit.
Well, I think one one way of thinking about using souls on maps like this with fetch is targeting the fetch, not necessarily the tro, because it's so easy to kill fetch with tro or with souls if you can get them in good position.
A good fetcher isn't going to die that fast. I feel they're going to dodge and block their way and back out. I mean,
you'd be surprised, man. We all play with a bit of lag, and it can happen sometimes where it just seems like they have heat-seeking spears too. Like you can do everything you want to dodge, and then like every fucking spear hits you, and you're just like, what? Really?
I think we're going to see a move here soon by Zerstro.
Yeah, I think this is around the time.
Another minute or so, maybe. Zer's not happy about taking those fetch hits. You know, he don't like taking any damage. So
No.
I haven't taken any damage yet so far.
Like how you both misspelt pushing at the same time, the exact same way.
Oh, Q and I, yeah. Okay, here I think it's gonna come soon.
I think Ku might be dead here in a second. Looks like kind of engaged.
Oh no, this fetch will defend him. Fetch will defend. You're probably gonna shoot those spiders.
Will I?
Ooh,
Will I?
You missed it. I think you had a shot there.
Dude, they're like camouflaged in there. I probably could even see them, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, you got it.
Like,
nice.
Okay, yeah. I was wondering.
Okay,
like,
here it is. Here it is. So
dark
Zer makes a
mode.
move right on our souls, which is super. And I just countered. And our souls don't do a great job of defending that, by the way. And my move here is really ballsy. I don't know what, but I am killing a lot of Zerks though, so I guess.
Yeah, but dude,
I took a bunch of damage though.
Souls.
A lot of soul damage there, so it's kind of ballsy what I did. At this point, it's kind of like even, I would say, because I took a bunch
Zer's
of
definitely
damage.
got the health advantage. He
They need to leverage
chase
their
you
health
around.
advantage at this point.
Yeah, he could chase you around all fucking game.
They
Ooh,
just need
he
to
was
wait
losing some
until-
souls, the spiders.
They just need to wait until all their fetch are linked up, then do the trail push.
Yeah, so here it
He's
goes.
away from Merc.
Zer wants to take this engagement here. Oh! And he takes a really... I just end up getting a perfect engagement on him. And
Dude,
now,
you got so many punches in there before he even got one. Before
yeah.
Fetch were able to join. Yeah.
He also walked into a couple of his own soul spears. So,
Yeah.
it was just like the perfect
Oh,
engagement.
man.
And now, like, the Tro health is evened out, and now we're way ahead.
He's got to be pissed here because he's probably blaming the team, but the team wasn't far enough up yet. Like
He is
kinda went
pissed.
in
He's saying,
Yeah.
win, fetch, push hard.
He had to stall what he was doing, like another 10 seconds.
Yeah, so I was gonna say he went in just a little bit too fast. He was ahead of the play there. If
Yeah, he was a little
instead
too
went
ahead,
in
yep.
like 5-10 seconds later and let his army push up behind him a little more first.
Yeah, he just needed to sidestep back and forth for like 5 seconds to let his fetchers catch up, and then he could have went in.
Dude, watching this again, I'm on Team Grim in this argument.
Oh, I'm on Team Grim 100%. Yeah. Me
Yeah.
too. Yeah, no, Zer, in my opinion, was in the wrong there. He's just too far ahead. His fetch were literally walking forward as fast as they could.
Yeah, by no means do I think Zer's a bad thrower at all because of this. Like he's a great thrower.
Yeah, agreed.
I think Grim just gave him 2 of his fetch too.
Yep.
Oh my god.
I think we're about to call for a rush because I realize that I've kicked most of their turrets, so I can't really defend a rush right now.
Yeah, that was simply just Zer going in a couple seconds too quickly there. It's too bad.
Yeah, my counter rush there I think was too ballsy. I did way too much soul spear damage.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you definitely. I wouldn't agree with your push, and I wouldn't agree with his push, but you did a really good job on his final push there.
Yeah,
by just your Tro were
I turned around at the
perfectly.
perfect time and got the perfect engagement. Yeah.
So basically, all 3 of your Tro engaged his 1 before his other 2 could join his 1. He led with 1, whereas you kind of led with all 3 at the same time.
My push,
you had the
my push that was bad before that was less bad than his though. Like it was kind of like slightly bad, not terrible though.
But he's right in the fact that like if the fetch were up more,
they could have had a big
it would
play
have been
there.
a good push.
They could have had a big
But
play. Yeah.
I mean, you can only control so much. Like your units only move so much. It's not like Zer or Grim was like running away from the fight. Like he was advancing. He just can only advance so fast. So
Zer's pretty upset in chat right now.
Oh yeah.
Grim say you did the worst showing of all time. Was anybody on Team Zer in this argument? I'm actually not sure. It seems like everybody's pretty much taking Grim's side.
I'm not seeing it. No, I think
Watch the replay, you fucking idiots.
Yeah, we just did that. Yeah, hashtag Team Grim.
Just knew Zer would fuck it all up. That's what Merc says.
Oh, wow.
Oh man, we needed a Merc and Zero for this episode.
Oh man, that would have been great.
I'm just here for the commentary right now. This is great.
Yeah. Damn, I've never seen Grim so mad about losing, to be honest.
No.
Look at him still going. Wow.
You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead.
The rest of the team hasn't really said much other than Merc said a couple things, but it's really just the two of them.
Aren't you surprised? I'm surprised to see this much care come out of them at the end of this match after, like, they showed, like, basically zero effort going into the strategies, right? So it's just kind of funny.
Why are we spamming Liger castration?
I don't. That's a good question. I do not know.
Oh, I bet you like Liger said something like.
He must have
if
said
NC wins,
something,
It's
yeah.
like cut my dick off.
Oh man, they're still going at it.
They're still going at
Holy
it.
crap.
Oh, it probably goes on for a while.
They're saying I'm better than you in every single thing. Oh man. Oh, Adren, you had some big numbers too.
Yeah, I don't know how, to be honest. Like, watching that, I wasn't that impressed with my fetching. I guess I kept them alive long enough that maybe at the end I was able to... Are they still alive at the end? Yeah, they are.
Probably, yeah.
So I probably got a lot of cleanup at the end, but like during the main engagement, like, yeah, I did a normal job, I suppose. I didn't lose all my fetch. I didn't see myself dominating by any means.
I will say though, one other thing is that I do think our Solars should have defended Zer's Tro still better, even though like we still won fine, but there was definitely big opportunities to improve the soul defense there. Like even the initial Tro push that Zer had, like he kicks like 3 or 4 souls, I think, right off the bat with no melee defending them. Like the melees try to run away, but when you defend Tro like that, you're supposed to sacrifice the melee actually to get more soul damage on, right?
I'm not sure who had those souls. That was either Scar or maybe
Limp, possibly. Ska and Limp, I think,
Limp,
were there. Yeah.
Because Ku was dealing with all those spiders on the other side. He couldn't really turn his attention from that,
No. It definitely wasn't Ku. It was definitely like Ska and Limp, I think, yeah.
Oh, fuck. You know why I have 21 kills? It's because that one zap on that spider pack.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was like
that's what
7
it
or 8
is.
spiders, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't account for all that damage, I suppose, but that definitely inflated my kills. As will happen.
Eliminated. Game
And
over.
that was a solid match and win, finally, for NC. First win.
Yeah, first win. A little bit of controversy, but like, what would a Myth World Cup finals be without a bit of controversy?
Indeed. Yeah,
I didn't realize that was the year for that Sir Grimm thing.
Yeah, I remember it.
That's good.
We did have Zer earlier on another episode, and I think we talked about it a little bit. I don't remember.
I think I remember you guys talking about it. I just don't remember you mentioning the year.
I don't
But I guess
remember if Zer was still vehemently defending his actions this game or not. I don't remember. But
Well, if he watches this video, he might change his tune a bit. I don't know if he's watched the game since, but yeah, he was definitely in the wrong there. I mean, right move, just a little too...
Yeah, it was close. Really
quick.
close to the right move. Yeah.
Really close. Like, honestly, if he went in, like, I wouldn't even say 5-10 seconds. I would say like 3 seconds. Just let his fetch catch up a little bit, because it wasn't going to change our positioning much. Like, I don't think it would have made a difference if he just held back a little bit, but it might have been a completely different outcome, because again, he had 3 pretty healthy Tro, you had 3 pretty weak Tro, and if the fetch were there to support. But again, you took a really good engagement there, just again, because all 3 of your Tro punched his one Tro like at the exact same time, and kind of destroyed his health advantage really fast.
Yeah, that plus like I had my retro perfectly hidden to not be able to take any damage, and he like ends up walking to a couple of his own team spears, and we have melee support. It was just like a perfect engagement for us. Yeah.
Yeah, it really was. But
Voice chat.
feels bad for him though, because honestly, like 3 seconds difference, and
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
he might have looked like a hero.
He
After
might have
that
looked
game.
like a hero. That's right. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like if you
Voice chat
think
might have
about it,
saved him there.
voice chat, yeah, maybe. If you
Because
think
I'm
about
guessing
it,
the fetchers didn't want to say wait up because they're they're
yeah,
That's
they're
true.
worried
That's
about
a good
Morph
point.
and
Yeah,
souls
Yeah,
thrown at them, so they
yeah.
don't want to stop the type.
that's a good point.
I
Yeah.
think I've been complaining about how slow things get coordinated, but you're right. I wonder how much voice chat really improved that aspect of the game.
Probably a lot. I still like typing personally. Like I'm a pretty fast typer, and I find it pretty easy to type while I'm playing. So I kind of like it because I don't know. Sometimes I just don't like being on voice. I kind of find it distracting when I'm playing. I kind of like the radio silence, but yeah, I don't know. Overall, I would say it's definitely improved
If
gameplay and cohesion a lot.
if their fetch had gotten in range, it would have totally neutralized my retro from being able to engage. It would have either gotten
True.
stone really fast because it was so red. The fetch actually would have been able to stone it pretty quickly, or it would have
Yeah,
been forced to just back out completely and not engage. So
that's assuming. Well, yeah, their fetch probably could have just kind of control clicked in your general area, not necessarily targeted your tro, but like control clicked around you, because that probably would have done a lot of damage to like Zerks and a couple fetch
right,
of ours as well. Yeah,
yeah.
area damage.
I think what I really see in that game, well, in both the Bar Valley Dark games, honest, or really the Tro game too, all the Tro games, I really see a weakness in how the Souls are defending the Tro. I think in all three of those games, they didn't do a very good job. And I'm also seeing in Zer's final push there that we were talking about, I don't think the Tro fetch push was fully mastered. It was obviously like known about, like he was trying to set it up there, but the mistake he made there is not a mistake I feel that a modern top trower would make doing a tro fetch push. It's like you've got enough reps, you've been doing it enough, you know what the range is of the fetch, and you know the danger of getting outside of the range of the fetch with the tro.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Well, I mean, the game has evolved and continues to evolve somehow.
yeah. Any
Who
final
knows?
comments before we wrap things up?
I just want to say, like, I think this era was probably like peak in terms of individual skill, but I don't think we had reached the peak of team skill yet.
I totally
So
agree with
again,
that statement, and I think
because
that's what we've been saying this whole time. I think
yeah, because communication has definitely improved with voice, and people have played together longer at this point, so there's probably been more chemistry developed, and tactics obviously have changed, strategy, but individual skill, I think like 2009 was definitely my peak era. Like 2009 to 2010 was probably my best day, and I would probably guess for you yourself as well in terms of like individual ability.
yes, 1v1 ability. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, and Shaister, this is probably close to his prime, maybe a little after his prime, to be honest.
But this is like maybe like '07 to
Yeah,
05 to '07, somewhere in there maybe.
yeah, because I think he was a little less active during this era than he was in previous years.
Yeah.
Ghengis hadn't quite reached his prime yet, but maybe getting there. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of
No,
people have definitely regressed. We just don't play nearly as much as we used to.
yeah, I think there's a. It's funny because actually I think the period when I think the debate of like the old guard legacy myth players versus the new guard or whatever the more recent players were at that whenever things were being discussed. I think the hottest period for that debate was maybe around this like 2009 to 2011 kind of years.
hmm
I remember some of the biggest,
Oh, this
the
tournament might
biggest
have
ones that I
settled
got
the
into
debate
were
right
around
here.
then. What's that?
This tournament might have settled the debate right there.
Oh, it definitely didn't
Well,
settle it. No, there was
No, it didn't
definitely a
settle it.
lot more debates. Particularly the hardliners like Flatline. But going back to those debates, I think the bigger Well, I mean, if anybody's arguing like 2001 being the peak, I mean that's a little. I think
Jesus Christ.
that's a little suspect right there. But
Yeah.
as far as like BC skills, like if you want to say anywhere around like '05 to like '09 is the peak, like I don't think anybody's gonna have a strong disagreement with that as far as like BC skills are concerned, 1v1 skills, right?
It's definitely not as early as 2005. Like it was post Chohan. Like Chohan was fucking sick and everything, but like we got better than him at 1v1 than he was in those years.
I
mean,
agree. I agree with
if he
that,
kept
Adren.
playing,
Yeah.
if he kept playing, like yeah, he probably would have kept up and maybe surpassed, but it
I
definitely
think
evolved.
I think you and I are the only ones that are like qualified to make that statement, honestly. But I totally agree with you. And the only reason I say that is because like I've looked at Chohan's 1v1, his like big famous matches, like him when he retired Eric, that big 1v1.
Yeah.
Like you would expect that was Chohan in his prime. And I watched that match and I was slightly unimpressed, to be honest.
The best I ever saw Chohan it wasn't during that match. It was just a random day where he was inviting like anybody to challenge him, and I just remember like one after another. Like I played him a couple games. Mind you, this was like 2004, probably 2005. So I was nowhere near even being good at 1v1 at this point. But like a bunch of people challenged him, a bunch of pretty big names, and he just like dummied one person after another. And it was a lot of like bigger maps too. I remember playing like 1v1 Dead of Winter and like yeah, big maps like that and some smaller maps. But I don't think he lost a single game. He probably played like 20 games straight against I don't know like 8 or 10 different people and just laid one person down after another.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything from his legacy because like I do respect him a lot as like he was like when I think of like champion players, he's one of them. Like he had a champion mindset. Like he was very
Oh,
competitive,
absolutely.
very strong. Wasn't afraid of like you said, taking up challenges. He famously challenged everybody and like epic. Like so that's truly epic, place in history and everything that what the things he did. But I do question like the how short lived that reign was and how it was a little too early before internet speeds kind of caught up and properly aligned some of those skill levels.
I mean, people were starting to get high speed ish by then. Like I had DSL by that time, and I lived in buttfuck nowhere, Canada. So
Yeah,
I would
but
guess.
DSL, sure, I agree. I had DSL in like '05, so yeah, I agree about that time. People are starting to get, but like cable internet was another step beyond DSL, and
Oh, for sure.
I do wonder if he maybe just had a much faster internet than everybody else at that time. It's hard to say. Asmo, I'm actually curious. Do you happen to know? Do you have any insight on that since you were friends with those guys?
I mean, no, I don't know what internet they had, but I doubt he had an advantage there. I mean, they're from
I feel
what,
like that advantage
Norway
was
or
from earlier,
something?
from previous years. That would have been like Flatrick. The reason he was like so prolific in World War II is because he only played on his host and he had like one of the only high speed connections in all of Myth when the player base was pretty big, so he dominated.
Yeah, I
But
assume his
that
internet
was
was
like
the same.
2000 or 2001.
I said his internet was probably the same as what other people had,
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
not better.
I think he was just legitimately like that much better than people at the time, just based on my observations.
Yeah, he must have just been better. But like, I have no doubt he would have continued to get better if he kept playing because I think
Oh,
everybody did, right?
absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
Did Tirri and Chohan ever have a 1v1 series?
I'm pretty
I'd
sure they
imagine.
did. I
I'd
mean,
imagine so. Yeah.
according to
Wonder
Thierry,
what
they did
that looks
play
like.
a couple big matches, like maybe '05 to '07, somewhere around there, is I guess. I
Dude,
remember Thierry talking about it one time, but
there were some players around during that era that like weren't considered to be that good. That would be like among the best these days if they stuck around. I guarantee it. Like players like the one that really sticks out to me is Attila. If you guys remember Attila, he
Yeah.
also went by Dark Angel for a while.
Yeah, I recognize the name. I didn't know that he was that great though.
Super skilled, super skilled. He was, but he was kind of in like the same discussion around that time as like myself and guys like Fool and like up and comers. But like he was fucking good. I watched him 1v1 Choan, and he was the one giving him the best games out of all the people I watched. And Kalmar was another one that was really good.
Oh, I remember Kalmar. Yeah.
I probably have played him 1v1 more than almost anybody in my entire career. I mean, I played Shaister a lot and I played Raziel a lot. But me and Kalmar used to just spend like hours and hours just 1v1ing on just big maps usually. Like we play like Kadarn and fucking Barbarian Valley and maps like that. And we'd play like Flag Rally and Territories and sometimes just Elmoth or BC or whatever. But yeah, we played a lot and just had fun with it. Like there was no hostility. It was just like, yeah, I got stomped that game, good game, whatever. But he was a good player.
Yeah,
But he was another.
I like when you
He
can
was a
1v1
fin.
people
He was
like
a fin
that.
too.
Where it's just like, you
Yeah.
know, I lost that one bad. It's like whatever, you know.
That's how me and Shaister
Take
used
your
to play,
punches.
too. Yeah. Like it was never, we never kept count of wins and losses. It's just we were playing so many fucking games that like, yeah, you're gonna lose some. It doesn't matter. Like, okay, you just won 3 games, whatever. I'm gonna win the next 3. It's just how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Raziel were the same. We played. That's why I'm surprised I never teamed with Raziel because we used to 1v1 constantly. We'd just be like, both of us would be so fucking high that we could barely even talk, and we'd just play 1v1 all night against each other. And yeah, I'd win a bunch of games. He'd win a bunch of games. Like, and I don't think any of them were like super good. We were again really really high all the time, and but it was fun. Like there was no hostility afterwards. Just we weren't like, yeah, I won that one fucking 20-18. Like nobody kept count. We didn't even know how many games we played. We just, we'd finish a game, just be like, all right, on to the next one. We just try to find obscure maps and shit, and yeah, it's a good time. It's like
Yeah.
casual 1v1, which is kind of a rare thing.
Yeah, I think you're probably the player I've 1v1 the most, I would think.
Yeah, we 1v1'd a lot, and honestly, like you've heard every excuse in the book from me because you used to fucking dummy me in like official, like when we challenge each other, you'd beat me like fucking I don't know 3-1 or 3-0 or something. But like we had a lot of fucking good games, and there were so many games where I'd have you on the ropes, and I'd be like dominating you for half the game, and somehow you'd fucking win because I'd like fall apart in the last minute of the game. And you would hold it over my fucking head so much, and you'd just be like, "No, you're shit at 1v1." Just fuck you.
I'm sure that was me talking shit. But yeah,
Oh,
that was me
dude,
just trying to get in
dude.
your head. I'm sure. Yeah.
And you probably did. You were like my arch nemesis for a long time because I would fucking dummy everybody 1v1 except you.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Dren. Like, I'm not saying like like I'm sure I criticized your 1v1 and talked a bunch of shit.
Oh, probably.
I never thought you were bad, but I was surprised to see that you do actually dominate like pretty much everybody else, kind of, but
I
me for the
dominated
most part.
everybody else, man. Like I'd step in, people would be 1v1, and it'd be like Eastwind versus Sam or something. People would be like, "Oh, Adrenaline, play a game," and I'd be like, "Okay," and then I'd win the game and ghost. And yeah, like I did not lose to many people. Like during those tournaments that you put on and shit, like I'd run through pretty much everybody. Like there's the one tournament, I think it was Paris, Zer, and Ghengis that I had beaten, and I was waiting for you and Tirri to play, and you guys never fucking played because I think Tirri kept dodging you.
Yes,
And you guys couldn't get it
that is
scheduled.
accurate. That is an accurate statement, 100%. I'm not trying to throw shade at Tirri now. There's so many years after the fact, but that is definitely what happened. Yes.
I was waiting for the two of you to finish your match, and I think that was going to be the finals, maybe, or maybe the semis or something. But the tournament never finished. But I had run the gauntlet. Like I had gone through a lot of big names at that point.
Yeah. So a couple comments about that. So number one, I think a lot of my shit talk, I definitely regret some of it because I think it's honestly took me a few years to like respect your 1v1 ability. Like, because I really truly did not realize that you were dominating everybody else. I really was surprised to see that.
Honestly, I didn't think too much of it. It pissed me off just because I just couldn't fucking get you. I mean, I got you that one time for sure in our $100 match, whatever. But like, I don't think anybody else thought anything less of my 1v1 skills because they had played me. Like,
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
I'm
everybody
sure
else
Asmo,
recognized it, but
yeah,
I just
No,
did
I
not.
mean,
yeah.
I can attest for Adrenaline. I mean, not a 1v1er, but I mean, I've watched a lot of the 1v1s. I mean, I did
Yeah.
1v1 like every now and then. Adrenaline for me, like he would stomp me, and I could contest with some of the other better players. Like I wouldn't beat him. I'm not a good 1v1er, but like
You
I
weren't
could.
bad
Yeah,
though.
like
Like
I'm
you
not
definitely
bad.
had a day, like a period in time where you got pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, there was
But
like a period of time when I was going to hardcore 1v1. I got pretty good. I would lose to like the top tier 1v1ers who I considered you, GKG, and Tirri. But everyone else, I could at least get close to like going
Yeah.
50% with. Actually,
yeah, like
Samuel. I'll put Samuel in the top tier too at the time when I was 1v1.
me and Thierry haven't played a ton. We played one pretty good match when he was on his dummy, if you guys remember when he was perpetual.
Yeah, punctual.
And we
Punctual.
punctual, yeah, that's what it was. And we played we played a bunch of games because we had like a full room watching us. I think we played like 8 games and we went 4-4 or something like that. And they were all like really good games. So like Thierry was definitely he was up there. He's somebody I definitely respect. Shaister in his day was really good, but he
Yeah.
definitely fell off to a point where I could beat him consistently. But that was like 2009 and after maybe. But before that, he definitely had my number. He was part of the reason I got good because playing him a lot, like I think taught me a lot in 1v1.
Same. I had a good couple years of like
Yeah,
very active 1v1 against Shaister.
yeah.
Super talented multitasker. Like that's his strength. Like
Oh, dude, like yeah, I honestly like playing him taught me so much 1v1. Like I'd kind of watch what he'd do with like weird little gall flanks where he'd like flank like one melee unit and a gall around you to distract you while like picking you apart in the front. I was just like, fuck, I should try that because I used to just go kind of head on like by full force right at you. But then like playing with him a lot, I started seeing like these different little tactics and started kind of incorporating them into my game, and that helped a lot for sure. And I would say like playing you taught me a lot too. I didn't like the way you 1v1. It kind of pissed me off. I think you probably remember me bitching at you, but I'm just like, you're so fucking easy to predict. Why do you do the same thing every fucking game? Like we'd play like Guy or something. I'd get a few souls trying to like win a game with a few souls or something, but you do the same predictable thing every time, and it worked. Like if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? But I just
yes,
found
I
like
do
I
remember
knew
that.
exactly what you're gonna do every game, and I'd still lose to it because I try to do something else. Like I always kind of tried to go a little bit off meta, and that's why I hated playing you on like cracks. You'd always fucking pick cracks. I'd just be like, this is the dumbest fucking 1v1 map. I know exactly what you're gonna do, and I'm gonna fucking lose to it again because like you've just figured this map out, and like sure I could probably do that too, but I fucking hate this map so much I don't even want to play it. And I think I did adopt your Geyer strategy for 1v1 a little bit more because I started seeing how well that was working. So I think I'll definitely give you props for the Geyer 1v1. What other maps did we play a lot? We always seemed to play like the fucking most common 1v1 maps, and I hated that. I hate it. It was always like PG, KG, Geyer, Gimbal, Cracks, Clash. And that was pretty much all we'd ever play.
Yeah, I do like
And
those though.
I
That's
mean,
probably
I
why.
like most of those. I hate Gimbal 1v1 because it's so start dependent. If you get
Yes. Yeah.
either north or northeast, either of those, basically the two northeast spawns, you're basically fucked. Like you have to rush. You're never getting the timing to the hill with archers. So yeah, I hate that one. Geyer, I don't mind. I find it's kind of boring because you can get kind of lucky to snipe a fetch and then it's like game over for the other guy. It all just kind of comes down to like how you rush down their fetch. It really, yeah, just not a big fan. I just find that one too formulaic. Cracks, obviously, I fucking hate that because it's a clusterfuck mid, and yeah. PG, I really like. I find that to be like PG and KG. I find those to
PG is
be
probably
kind
my
of like
favorite. Yeah.
the most dynamic 1v1 maps. And I like big maps. I really like 1v1ing big maps where you just have like 150 fucking units.
Well, that's what I was gonna say too. Is like what I enjoyed about 1v1ing you was you and I could do the big maps at a high level,
Mhm.
which like there's like you can literally count the number of 1v1ers that can handle big maps on one hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's like three or four. There's like 4 or 5 players basically.
Well, I
What comes to mind for me is like Shaister, you, me, Kirk, and Tirri. Chohan back when he played, and that's about it. You know what I mean?
Is Kirk? Can you really count Kirk in there? He's got Tro unlocked for sure. Like he's really good at 1v1ing on Tro. Like I'm trying to think of him ever 1v1ing on like Desert or Creep or
I'm
Tro
not
for
sure,
sure.
but
He's really
I'm
good.
pretty sure he's still really good at the big map. He's got the
Yeah,
control
probably.
still for it.
He does. He does for sure. Yeah.
And like the thing is, like, when you are good at the big maps in 1v1, you can just like, if you play anybody else outside of that small select group of players, like
Yeah.
it's like guaranteed wins. You can just like
Yeah,
dunk
pretty
their
much.
head in the water, and like it's like dunking their head in the toilet bowl, and you're just like bullying them around. You know what I mean? Like
Pretty
they
much.
just cannot handle it. Like 99%
Yeah.
of players cannot handle it. So
I remember a few games, and this is something I learned from Shaister. Actually, it was the first time maybe not the first time, but one of the times I played him on Desert 1v1 was like how important it is to get all your whites sunk. So
yeah,
I remember playing you a bunch, and like the way you do it basically is rush mid hard with all your Gauls and warriors, and just kind of like block off mid, and then you flank out a few Gauls either way, then pull everything else back.
yeah.
So they're not taking damage, and then you use those Gauls to try to micro down their whites while they're
It's
sinking
like
them.
it's an entire like positioning battle over the whites until they get
Huge.
sunk. Yeah.
And I remember some games with you where like we did fucking nothing with 95% of our army for like 8-9 minutes of the game, and we're just running around with like a few Gauls in each other's backfield and like trying to position the few thrall that we do have to try to snipe these whites. And often those games just get decided by like one or two whites that actually don't, or that they go in undetected. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But I've also
and that's why like 99% of players hate playing 1v1 on Desert because of that
Yeah.
reason alone.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I played somebody, I don't want to say recently. This is maybe during Myth World Cup. I played somebody 1v1 a few games. And it was like a lesser known player that's like a tryhard. Who the fuck was it? I can't remember, but we played Desert. We played a few games, and then we played a Desert, and I got all 6 of my whites in, and he tried to like make pus and stuff, and I just killed all his pusses. He was trying to, and I fucking whited him. It was just like a parade of whites. Like
at the end of the game,
I had the advantage at the end. I had the flag. He had to push me, and I just backed up a little bit, left a few thrall on the flag, and it was just like boom,
textbook.
boom,
Yeah, just
boom,
textbook.
boom, just like 6 whites in a row, and I didn't even have to attack him. I just wiped like his entire fucking army out with whites, and he's like, "Well, good game. Hope you learned something."
Hey, Adren, I got to jump in here real quick. Sorry.
Shit,
I'm here
dude.
to make sure you don't. Yeah, I jumped in so you don't go play Age of Empires. Trying to keep you here all night, but
Oh, god damn it!
I have it on very good authority from Kirk that Kirk indeed owns you. He has told me that repeatedly.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
So,
I think I know
I
which
think he's
authority
got you
that
in
is,
the one.
Dac.
Kirk will tell anybody that fucking will listen.
I don't know. There was orange text on the street, and he says I own Adren. So I just gotta go with the community vote there. I guess he's got you.
Jesus
He's got
Christ.
your number there, right?
Man, Kirk will deny this to his grave, but we played a 1v1 against like a full fucking lobby of people, and I was up 3-0 or 3-1 or something like that, and I was about to win my fourth on Venice, and he just fucking like crashed and then came back online in like an hour. He's like, "Oh, that wasn't me. It must have been somebody fucking impersonating."
Yeah.
Couldn't have been
No,
me.
I remember the shade of orange was off, just very slight. It wasn't named Nazi with the TM afterwards. Right?
And it's funny though, because like I've never been a film saver of 1v1s. It's just like I've never had the autosave thing on. Like I have no 1v1 films. Like I remember asking you, GKG, with like our money match there. We had one fucking epic game on KG where it came down. Do you remember that? With just like
I remember.
dwarf each of us dancing around for like 4 fucking minutes at it. It was fucking epic.
It was.
And
it was.
I didn't save any of those films. And I think Eastwind posted them to the Myth World Cup forum that year, the download link. And I eventually tracked down that download link, but it was dead. I was just like, fuck, I cannot find these films. I just wanted that one clip of that KG game to throw into one of my videos because it was epic. It was fucking hilarious.
I might have lost those films when my PC died. I think I did
Yeah,
have
well,
them at one time, but yeah.
We had it was a 16-player game, and I cannot find those films. I can't remember who was even in the games anymore. But anyways, like that just tells you, like, I don't fucking save films. Kirk has saved every fucking win he's ever had against me 1v1.
right.
We've played each other. We've played each other hundreds of times, probably, like during our rot days and stuff. We played each other a lot of fucking 1v1s, and like, yeah, he's beat me a lot, but I fucking beat him a lot too, like a fucking lot. And I don't know who's won more. I don't know. We're both good 1v1ers. I'll never say he's a bad 1v1er. He's a very good 1v1er. When he posts these things when we get in our big debates online, and he's like, I fucking won like 1,000 games to your 2, and like he's like, I got fucking proof, and he starts posting screenshots. He saves everything.
Yeah.
So when you're playing him, just fucking save the film, you know, just so you have that evidence, so when it comes up, you can be like, actually, I do have that film, because I fucking don't, man. Like, I've got no films. The only films I save is when something goofy happens, so I can put it into one of my comp videos. And that's pretty much it. And I've also blown up like 3 fucking PCs in my day and like lost hard drives and shit. So I probably did have more films at one point.
Yeah,
But
I remember all the top 1v1ers were talking a bunch of shit to each other for a long time, and
that's what we
I
do. Like that's the beauty
sure.
of this
I
thing.
don't mind that part. What I really wish we had done though, and I think you and I, Dren, were better about this than Kirk and Tirri. You know, full respect to Kirk and Tirri, great 1v1ers, but I really do wish they had played more high level 1v1 matches. You know, like I feel like we talked so much shit to one another that we didn't give each other room to just like play some fucking games and not like like everything had to be like a fucking grudge match, and there's gonna be like a big fucking forum post about it, and like all this, you know what I mean, like a big like retirement match and everything. Like it's just fucking play some more high level games and shit. You know, that's what I would have liked to seen more from us, so that like it was cool to see the whole community like fill up those games with 14 spectators watching top 2 1v1ers go at it in a series. That's fucking cool. That's great myth. I would like to have seen more of that, you know? So
For sure.
So that's why I respect you too and 1v1 more than everyone else by far. Like
yeah,
at
I
least
think Adren and I were the best about this. Yeah.
I can't speak for Kohan because that's so long ago. But like,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of those top 1v1ers, they have a freaking pussy attitude, dude. Like they will try to get their one win and then they'll avoid playing
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
what's the point? Like the point's to get freaking high level games, and you two are the only ones that I recall. Maybe Samuel to a lesser extent that would like just play anyone anytime.
Yeah,
Yes.
we seemed pretty fucking game for it all the time. Like when you're doing that $100 challenge, you jumped into like a full game, and everybody was stoked to have like a full fucking 2-team game. And you're just like, let's fucking go. Who's playing? I was just like, I think somebody told me to play. I think Eastwind's like, oh, you should play, and I was just like, fuck yeah, I don't care. Like I'm game.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I never dodged it, and it didn't matter if I was like drunk or high. Like I knew, like some nights going into a 1v1, I'm like, yeah, this is not the right. I'm not in the right fucking mindset right now to be playing a 1v1, or not in the right condition to be playing a 1v1. But I'd fucking do it anyways, knowing full well that like good chance I'd get beat down and have a lot of shit thrown my way. Didn't care.
Yeah, I just want to also put on the record about that $100 thing, because everybody thought that was a big fucking ego play for me. Couldn't be further from the truth. I had won $100 from a previous 1v1 tournament, and I don't want to. I'm not one to like collect money from the myth community and sit on it. Like I saw an opportunity to reinvest it to get some more, you know, exciting matches or whatever. That's really what that was about. I had always intended to lose to somebody and give it away to somebody, you know.
You just didn't think it would happen on the second competitor.
Yeah, yes, for sure. Well, the thing was, Adren, I think I told this story before, but I was honestly very disappointed in the community. Like nobody took me up on it. There was Absolute, I think, before you, and then it was you. And
I think was it Abs or was it Paris?
Maybe it was Paris, or maybe it was both of them. It was like only 1 or 2 players before you, and even you, I had to hound a little bit to finally, you know, just because you wanted to, like, you know, you were in the middle of some other games. I'm not like saying you're dodging or anything, but like I was like hungry to just get some fucking, like I just was so frustrated that nobody was like taking me up on it. It's like dude, it's like a free $100 if you win, you lose nothing, right? And
I mean I almost never dodged 1v1s. If somebody challenged me, I would generally play them.
Yeah, no, definitely definitely not saying you dodged or anything, but like a lot of other people were like dragging their fucking feet, right? And I was just
Well,
like,
a lot of people have their egos, they cling to the one fucking win they had, like Asmo was saying or Dac was saying. No, I think it was one of the two, whatever they're saying. And they had fragile egos, they're known as these great 1v1ers, so they don't want to have all these witnesses to them getting beat down, so they think, I don't know.
yeah,
I think you know
that's
what I
what
mean.
holds. I think that's what holds Mythers back. It's so funny. We always
Oh,
talk about how
absolutely.
this game is like kind of psychologically challenging,
Yeah.
for lack of a better term. But like even amongst longtime veterans of the game who are toughened up by this community and have competed at a high level, even when you select for that group of players, still only 90 to 99% of those players still shy away from 1v1 because it's just even more psychologically demanding and challenging. Like
It is.
it is really tough. Like it is really tough.
Honestly, I'm not as game for it anymore as I used to
Yeah,
be.
me neither. Yeah.
And I mean, a big part of it is just like so fucking out of practice. Like I can count on one hand how many 1v1s I played in the last year or two. So definitely like not in the shape, trying to got to ride the legacy a little bit, if you look like shit now, I don't know. Don't want to do that to yourself, but a big part of it, and I think I've talked to Dac about this. It's something I used to hide a lot more, but I'm a little more open with it now. I've developed like a fucking anxiety disorder over the years, and I don't know if that's just from, I don't fucking know what it is. I've had a lot of concussions, snowboarding and skateboarding and stuff, and so when I play like in a stressful environment now, I get kind of like flustered and anxious and just like too. I don't know what the word for it is. Like the heart's beating too hard and like, no pun intended, but like the adrenaline takes over, and like by the end of like an intense game, I'm like fucking shaking. My hands are almost like buzzing, and it's not a good feeling. So I just don't put myself through it now. And like back in the day when I used to 1v1 a lot, it was just like whatever. It was like drinking water, it's just like a natural thing. But now it's like it actually feels too stressful to do.
Yeah, it is really like I'm amongst the toughest minded 1v1ers in the game, and like it's intense and
Mm-hmm.
stressful, like even for me. So
Like,
like I think a lot of people are intimidated by me when they play against me, and they feel like what you just described, like a lot of that anxiety. I've heard many players say how their hands are shaking playing against me, right? Like it's
oh no, yeah, I'm not saying it's like against you. It's just in general. Like it's happened to me in like Myth World Cup matches and stuff. Like my first game, like I'm sure some of my teammates have noticed. Like I will not be on voice for like the first game or two or match offs often, and that kind of pisses the captain off and stuff. But it's because I'm just like I'm already like fucking anxious and stuff, and kind of going through it, and I got to like settle into the match and like get comfortable, and then I'm fine and get relaxed. And it never used to be an issue, but now it's just, I don't know,
Yeah, I don't know what it
something I
is
need to.
about 1v1 that it makes it's even more stressful than like
Yeah,
competitive two team. It's like some combination of how many units you're controlling and also like it's all on you, right? Like it's like I don't know, it's like the closest thing to a life and death match that you can feel in a game. It
yeah,
almost feels
well,
like, doesn't it? Like it feels like that
yeah.
to
And
me.
there's no room for mistakes. Like you make a mistake and you're done. So you got to be like on your fucking game, which is kind of stressful in itself, right?
Yeah.
I feel like
Whereas
we've had this conversation though, like, not to say like don't have it again, but Myth is just more intimate than other games where like
for sure,
you one-on-one somebody because you joined their game and hit the ready button, right? Like you weren't match made into it.
yeah,
Right.
And it is all on you in a one-on-one, right? Like you don't
hmm
have anybody else to blame if you lose. You don't have anybody to save you or to like pick you up if something goes wrong. Like,
It's the same with AOE. Like there's a big component in AOE. It's kind of like 1v1. There's two different streams. There's like 1v1 random map and team random map. It's like two different ranking ladders.
right.
And I've played a few hundred 1v1s, and I'm like I'm okay at it. I, I when I practice a lot, I'm like pretty decent at it, but I just like default to 4v4 because like you said, you've got other people that kind of give you that buffer. Like if you fuck up a bit,
it's a
somebody
diffusion
else,
of responsibility, right?
Yeah,
Like you
somebody
feel
else can
you
carry
kind
the
of hide your
weight.
ego a little bit too, right?
Yeah,
To protect
you
it
don't have to
because
be 100% on point because if somebody else is having a good game, they can carry it.
exactly. So you
Yeah,
can, yeah.
yeah, absolutely. It's just less stressful. I like chill now. I don't
Yeah.
know. I think a lot of it was just because of the amount of weed I used to smoke too.
I was just gonna say, man, like, how much of it do you think is drug related, and
Oh, a huge
were the
part of it.
drugs calming you, or is
We've
it
had,
that?
didn't we have like conversation about this one day?
Yeah,
I
we
told you.
talked about it, but I don't remember
Yeah.
what the
Well,
what
it got to a
the
point where the reason I don't really smoke weed anymore, and I do actually still smoke every day. Like I've smoked a bit today, but not like I used to. I used to smoke like joint after joint after joint. Like I was high all day, every day. I'd smoke like a bag of weed every fucking day. This went on for like 15 fucking straight years or more. And it got to a point, and I remember the day where it happened, where I just started having adverse effect, like adverse reactions to weed, and it kind of came out in like anxiety and stuff. And like that's kind of where that started developing, and it started only happening when I was smoking weed. Had I smoked weed, I had like a fucking panic attack when I was smoking weed if I got into a stressful situation. And that has happened to me so many times in Myth, and it's happened, GKG, I shit you not, in 1v1s with you, where I like smoked a bunch of weed, anxiety was coming on, and then you'd be like, "Oh, let's fucking play," and I'd be like, "Fine," and I'd be like borderline panic attack while we're playing. It's just like, "Fuck, man, this is not good." But I just keep playing. I was able to deal with it pretty well for quite a while. But it got to a point where like I just couldn't smoke weed. If I took like one fucking toke of weed, panic attack, especially if I was like out in like a social situation. And now it's like only something I do alone. I will not smoke weed with other people. It's something I'll do by myself. And if I start having like, an adverse reaction to it, I can like jump in the shower, or go outside, go for a walk, be by myself, and just kind of like breathe and kind of get through it by myself. But like if there's other people around, I feel like there's no way to escape. And then that adds to the anxiety. You're like, fucking, they can tell. Oh, you start getting paranoid and shit. So basically, I can't smoke weed anymore. Is what I'm saying.
Let me ask you, Dren. When we
Don't do
played,
drugs, kids.
yeah. When we played 1v1s, do you feel you played any different, better or worse, or the same compared to when you played most other players?
Worse.
Yeah, I was
Sometimes, not
not
all
all
the
the
time.
time,
Sometimes.
but like on average, probably worse, right?
I would say so. That was the frustrating part. Is like I never seemed to be able to show you my best. Like sometimes I did. There was definitely times where like I'd beat you a few games in a row, but then you'd beat me a few games in a row. And
Right.
that's what always pissed me off about our 1v1s, because we'd always play like it was like, I don't know, first to or a best of three or whatever we'd play, or sometimes like first to five, win by two. And I'd win like the first two games, and then you'd win the next three, so you'd win the match. And then I'd be like, well, fuck, if we kept playing, maybe I'd win the next two, and suddenly it's 4-3 for me. But you're like, no, I fucking won that match. That's why I never liked that format. That's why I always enjoyed like the casual 1v1s where you sit down with somebody and play like 15 fucking games, and it'd usually come out as a wash against another really good player. Like maybe you'd win 8 and they'd win 6, but like that's a pretty fucking closely contested match, like back and forth. And yeah, that's what always pissed me off about that. It's because like
Yeah.
I knew I could beat you. And I just remember this one game in fucking particular. Maybe you remember this too. This probably would have been around.
Was it a PG game?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, it was fucking Drowned Kingdom, Drowned Kingdom. And I was dusting you. I was like toying with you the entire game. Like my pussing was on point. Like my micro was really fucking good. And like I was clearly winning this fucking game. And I just fell apart. Like I was up like 20% on you, something like I want to say like 50 to 30%. And like there was no fucking way I could lose this game. And I fucking lost the game. And like you played really well to like come back and beat me, but I went from just like dominating you to just falling apart and making like the dumbest blunders. And I was just like, what the fuck just happened? And yeah, I think it was just like a mindset thing. Like there was something about playing you specifically that I just couldn't fucking always get up for it. And I don't know what it was.
I've heard that story so many times from other players about playing against me.
And
It's so funny.
to reiterate, I did play you a lot when I was like drunk and high, and I didn't always try to fucking make the excuse for it. I'm sure I often did make the excuse, but like it was legit. I was legit like several beers deep. I'd get online, you'd just be like, "Yo, let's fucking go." I'd start shit talking. You'd just be like, "Well, it's fucking 1v1." I'd just be like, "Oh, I really shouldn't play right now." And then I'd just be like, "Fuck it, let's fucking go." And you'd dust me. I'd just be like, "God damn it, why'd I play those games?" Like, no, he's just gonna hold that one over me too. Like fuck. I just embarrassed myself because I was fucking 6 beers deep and played a sober guy. That's
Yeah, and I'm always sober. Yep, that's
yeah.
true.
That was the problem. You were always sober, and I was always
I'm
either
always
high as
sober.
fuck or
The only
drunk.
thing for me is sleep. I have to have sleep, but
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
also not a great sleeper. Like I've been working pretty steady for the last few weeks. Got a new job like 3 weeks ago, and I went from basically just being able to sleep until 11 or 12 every fucking day if I wanted, and going to bed at like 3, 4 in the morning to having to be up and like at my computer by 8 o'clock on point, but I'm still going to bed at like 2:30. So I'm getting to work on like 5 hours of sleep if I'm lucky most days, and that's just how I function. It's shitty, but like yeah, tired all the time.
What I was gonna say is, in hindsight, I agree with you. I feel like you always not always. Let me rephrase.
Not always,
You on average
yeah,
underperformed against me, right?
for sure. But
Um,
there was definitely some days
oh
where
yeah,
like
there's
I'd
some
be
days you're on point for sure.
yeah. Those are
And I
probably
could
my
feel
more
it, by the
sober
way. I
days.
could feel it. Like I could feel when you were playing good and when you weren't. Like
But
there were some
I'd
days where it
hope
was just
so.
like, yeah,
There's probably a pretty marked difference. Like you could probably tell, like, oh shit, normally that would have worked, but he got me that time. Like,
yeah.
yeah,
No,
I'm
I
sure you
mean,
can tell.
if anybody like, you know how like you can feel if you're out clicking somebody, right? Like,
Dude, it's such a good feeling. I think that's why I still play this game to this day, because it is such a fucking good feeling when you are just on point. So I go through periods when I'm really active and when I get back into form, where I'm just like, I can't do anything wrong. I have like absolute control of every unit in front of me right now, and it's such a good feeling. Like that's how I was feeling when I was in my prime and like playing like big map 1v1s all the time. You're like, I have 130 units right now, and I can make any one of them do whatever I want without missing a beat. Like, it's such a good feeling when you get into that flow
yeah,
and you just see things coming like before your enemy even
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
thinks
yeah,
it, and you're just
yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna let them think that this is gonna be how it plays out, and then just yeah, it's such a good
Yeah,
feeling. It's like a drug.
it's like what's really yeah, it's like a drug, like you said. What's such a great feeling is like you're playing a pretty decent player, and you can feel this in two team too when you're like when you're matching up against somebody too. But like especially in 1v1, like the player is still pretty good,
Hmm.
and especially they might even be a four baller in any other context outside of 1v1, right?
Hmm.
But like you are like just half a second or a second or so ahead of them in the clicking, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so like you're able to like kind of toy with them with this very slight advantage over them, and you're kind of just like you in 1v1 you can just crush people with a 1 second like lead like that, right? Like
yeah.
if you're
I
just
would
that
love to see some analytics on that, honestly. Like, I mean, obviously, it'll probably never happen. None of us are in our primes anymore and shit. But like, when I was in my prime, and I'm still a fast clicker, but I would have loved to see like what my APMs were back then, because like I don't know, man. I feel I've always had some of the best micro in the game, probably just in terms of uh, like clicking speed. I just fucking click a lot, and just wondering what that looks like if you threw all the mythers and their like APM, if you'd start seeing some correlation between like perceived skill and APM and
yeah.
shit like that. Yeah,
You just kind of like I don't know, you feel I don't know, it kind of makes you feel, I don't want to feel like, I don't want to say like God, that's too strong of a term, but like you feel like some kind of like martial arts master that's like,
yeah,
you're beating up on a still very skilled martial artist, but you are
yeah,
just like, it really just shows like this small little edge that you have creates this huge gap in abilities that's
yeah.
pretty stark. It's like a high leverage point. Yeah.
And it's weird little shit like on PG, for example. Like I've done this so many times in 1v1 where like you kind of bait them into taking a shot with their lock that against most players would be a good shot, but then you throw your own, like you get within their range with your lock, let them fire first, and then you fire one at them, then you back off and block it with your mort that they didn't expect because it's way off to the side. And just being able to like react quick enough to do that kind of shit, and then like that's a huge fucking game changer. And they're just like, holy shit. And you never see some of these people doing that because they just don't have the clicking speed to do it. And just little shit like that makes the difference. And I feel like that is literally, it's not like I know more than you. Like it's just because I can do it because I click faster than you. I don't know.
I think 1v1 myth, it's true to some extent in all 1v1 in all games probably, but especially in myth. It's such a mental psychological battle, I feel. And I'll just share some of for people who might be listening that played against me and might have been intimidated or whatnot. My approach is like, it's not that I don't feel some of the anxiety and fear or whatnot in some of those matches, especially the high level matches. These are high pressure situations, right? It does, people can say it's just a game, but when you care and you're competing, like it does become a high pressure situation, right? And my approach is always just to be as stoic as possible. And I think you've probably felt that, and I think a lot of other players, like I try
Well,
not
that's a huge
to.
part of it, man. If you can keep your calm during
Exactly.
those intense situations,
Just
like
don't
I think
react
that's
to
where,
anything. Yeah, just be non-reactive. Yeah. I think
yeah,
that's
you're not.
served me very
It's not
well, and it
not
allows you
not
to perform.
non-reactive. It's not non-reactive. It's like non-overreact. Just don't overreact to anything. Just you can react to stuff, but don't overreact to
No, I
it.
mean like
Just
emotionally, like just be dead
oh yeah,
emotionally. Like that's what I mean
yeah,
by
absolutely,
non-reactive. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I
Um,
think that's kind of when I was in my best era of myth too, is when I could go into it and just like you know ultra low heartbeat. Just you go into it and it's just like a walk in the park for you. Like you're meditating basically, like no stress whatsoever. You're just doing something you've done a million times before and you let muscle memory take over. And I think that's kind of when I'm at my best now, is like when I just let muscle memory take over. Like you obviously not closing your eyes, but it's almost just letting something you've done a million times, because we've literally done this fucking million times, and you just let your fingers remember exactly. Like that's why I suck when I come back to myth after playing like AoE 2 nonstop for like 6 months straight.
Different
I will
controls.
fucking
Yeah.
dude, because my muscle memory will now be oriented towards another game, towards like all my other hotkeys in AoE 2.
Right.
So the first couple weeks back at myth, it's like I'm making these blunders that I would never make when I'm active.
Right.
It's just muscle memory. But yeah, when you can let that just take over and just kind of zone out in the game and just let your body take over. You've done this before, and just let it control and kind of autopilot. That's when you're going to play your best.
Yeah, I think what's worked for me, like psychologically, in being able to perform well, like kind of rising to the occasion, like performing well on the big stage, as it were, in those big moments, is to be very stoic and non-reactive, which means, and this is what everybody gets wrong, it doesn't just mean not getting down when you lose. It also means not getting too high when you win. Like both of
Oh,
those things are
absolutely,
true. Because like
absolutely.
the match isn't over until it's over, right? And when
Yeah,
it's over, what I think players should do generally is like you can celebrate for like 5-10 minutes or whatever, like small celebration, and then
yeah,
be done and move
yeah.
on, and that's it.
Like I
Like
watch a lot of hockey, and I watch all like the player and coach interviews pre and post game and stuff, and they always talk about that, and they call it even keel, just staying even keel.
yes,
Yeah,
yes. Yeah, I think that's really
yeah,
important, and most people get that wrong because what that allows you to do is, if you're not too exuberant in your wins, you will also stay calmer in your losses as well, and
absolutely.
that's what allows you to like come back from those situations where you're behind, like you were just describing. Like I've heard a lot of players tell that story about me, where like they may have been up had a big advantage over me, but I still fought my way back, right? Because I don't ever count myself out of the game until it's actually over, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And I think a lot of Mythers, gamers, just and even just in people's professional careers could learn a lot from that, just to be able to perform better in high pressure situations. It's one of the big lessons I learned in Myth, along with it wasn't just Myth. Like some of those lessons come from like my time in the military or whatnot too. But
hmm
like yeah, just being able to perform under pressure in high pressure environments like that is a very crucial. It's like goes back to the whole like emotional regulation and executive function, like these basic things that all of psychology keeps telling you is like highly
Yeah,
correlated to success in anything in life, right? So
I think I was pretty good at that when I was younger, but like these days, I just try to avoid high stress
yeah,
situations at all
sure,
costs. I'm like
understandable, yeah.
fucking chill in real life now. Like my ideal day is just going down to the river. I got like some really chill swimming spots here and just like swimming out to one of the rocks, baking in the sun, jumping back in the cold water, like diving underwater, just like zen, like you get under there.
Yeah.
It's like the world melts away. Like that's what I want these days, where I used to thrive in like high pressure situations all the time, like fast paced environments. I love that shit. I lived for it. But these days, pretty fucking chill.
No, I agree. As I get older, I'm more like that as well. I mean,
Yeah,
I think that's what age does to all of us.
for sure.
But um, what was I going to say? Just like I think if you have that attitude, because like the mindset I always have is number one, like I always consider myself the underdog, even if everybody else thinks I'm the favorite. I always play like I'm the underdog, so that I have something to play for. And yeah, it allows you to rise to the occasion better. And
For sure.
the other thing is,
Yeah, I mean, and that's like managing expectations too, right? If you're playing as the underdog and you lose, you're just like, well, shit, that kind of played out as I thought or whatever. But if you go in, you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking dummy this person, then you lose. It's very, very deflating. And what's the word I was looking for? Something to do with expectations. I don't fucking remember. I lost my train of thought there. Trust me, it
well,
sounded really good in my head before I started saying it.
all good. I was just gonna say too that like what has allowed me to be like I'm a big believer in like you're only as good as like your last match, right? Like it doesn't matter how many times you won before. Um, like if you just lost, then you recalibrate off your last loss. Like that's
Mhm.
now your new normal. And I think that's what has allowed me to like have some success over a long period of time in this game. Is I don't allow those wins to go to my head. If I did, I wouldn't have been able to win so many, for so many years, right? Like
Yeah.
I would have eventually shit the bed, probably pretty
Going
hard.
going back to my other point earlier that I made about yourself too, and you've always kind of like stuck to your strengths. And like I was saying earlier, I thought you were like very formulaic with it,
Hmm.
which is great. Like you had a winning formula and you stuck with it, so you fucking won a lot, which is great. Where I've always found myself to be more of like a freestyle player. Personally, I don't. I like to just kind of fucking wing it to go in sometimes without a game plan, just like, oh, I'm just gonna let my clicking decide how this game turns out, which is probably like disadvantageous. Like I found it more fun that way because it kind of like kept things interesting for me. I didn't necessarily follow a straight plan. This is why I'll get like kind of an ill-advised trade sometimes in a 1v1 and try to make it work just because I'd find that like sense of accomplishment if I made it work. But that always put me at a bit of a disadvantage, I think, overall. So it's just different mindsets as well. Like I
Yeah,
definitely see the merit to how I perceive you have done doing it. So I think that's why a big part of why you've been so successful. Obviously, like, you got the skill and everything too, but like you found what worked and you just kept doing it. And like people knew what was coming, but you had done it so much that you were so fucking good at it that there wasn't anything they could do to stop it. Like you just, yeah, like why would you? If you found a way to make a shit ton of money, why would you stop making that shit ton of money? Instead of like myself, would be like, I could make a shit ton of money this way, or maybe I can make more this way, and then it doesn't work out, and you're like, well, fuck, I don't know.
yeah. And I mean, it kind of goes to my same philosophy with strategy and large team games too. Like I've always, a lot of people have said there's like the two schools of thought about myth strategy. Like one is it's rock paper scissors, and the other is like no, it's like a math equation that gets solved one time, and like that becomes the optimal way of solving it. That was always my philosophy, and people think that's boring, but I just want to. My counter to that is like even if you know the exact trade I'm going to do and roughly how I'm going to do it, there's still a million factors in the little details of how you execute that, and that at that point becomes what I'm refining, right? And that's where the variability still comes into play. And I'm exploring once I've kind of figured out the big picture, which is the trade. I'm now getting into the deeper details of okay, how do I execute this thing in every possible conceivable situation, right? And that there's a lot of value in taking that one approach and refining it much, much deeper than you would otherwise by doing a bunch of different approaches, right? So
absolutely, man. I really think you'd like AoE too if you got into it.
No, I did like AoE too. I played it as a kid. Yeah, no, I mean, I did like it.
But
I just don't have the time for
now,
it. That's the thing. I don't have the time.
Yeah, for sure. It's very time intensive. Just like the amount of strategy that goes into it, and I'm trying to think how many civilizations there are now.
I've watched some of those pro matches, by the way. I do enjoy watching those, like AoE. I just watched a little bit of AoE too, but StarCraft 2 as well. I've watched some of. I do enjoy strategy games more broadly, right? So even when I can't dedicate myself to becoming competitive with them at a high level, which is basically forever true now that I'm too old for that shit. But
well, I mean, fuck, I think I'm
still.
older than you, and I've gotten like fairly competitive with it. So I don't know.
Yeah. But you don't have kids.
Never.
I do.
No, that's true. I probably have a lot more free time.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? What got me actually back into it was Myth being like pretty fucking dead, and during the off season, I'm just like yearning for something like Myth. So I was like, what is out there that is somewhat Myth like? And I wouldn't say it's Myth like, except like you have ranged units and melee units, and you got your mangonels and stuff, and I guess catapults, whatever you remember them being, with their mangonels now, and onagers that are kind of like your dwarves and your artillery units. And so like there's some kind of crossover. It's definitely faster paced. The units move around a lot faster. And the way you attack and stuff is obviously different. It's not like you're clicking one unit, and like it's not as micro intensive that way. It's different, but there's just no other fucking games out there like Myth. It was kind of like the closest I could find. I just wanted something that had a large player base, so you could jump into like a huge pool and always find games, and like
having a lot of players in a game makes the game more exciting for sure.
Man, I don't know if any of you guys have any other recommendations, because I looked, man, like I tore through.
Strategy genre is kind of at a low, I think, these days. Yeah, AoE 2 probably is the best thing going on right now.
Yeah, as far as RTS, I think it doesn't get much better than AoE 2, but I mean, Myth is more of like real-time tactical, and I don't think there's any other games out there that even fucking come close to what Myth delivers.
No.
Especially that has a player base.
Honestly, like, well, let's talk 1v1, and I'd honestly be down to 1v1 like a lot right now, just because every other time I get on Myth, the reason I don't play Myth is because like the games are absolutely trash right now, right? I log on, it's like World War II co-op, and then I log off. I'd almost be okay 1v1.
I bet actually checked I didn't log on to the server. I just checked the Baggerta website the other day, and just to see, because there's been a bunch of changes to the website since I had last checked it out. It looks pretty good, by the way. If Ephemeral's listening, looks really good. We appreciate your work. But I checked out like the rankings and stuff. You go into players and see like who's ranked what, and I was like on like page 15 or something like that with my one dagger. I was like, fuck, man, like a lot of people are still playing, but I have not played for a while, so I feel kind of good about my dagger. I don't want to ruin that. I just want to maintain that dagger for a while.
Oh.
Yeah,
I do play a RTS game, Adrenaline. It's old school. That's not new. I play Warcraft too.
Yeah, I never
old school.
Never
Even
got
older
into
than
Warcraft.
Myth. Wow.
Is it?
It's fun.
It's like a couple years older, I think. Yeah, 96.
So I have a quick question. Since you're talking about game speed and everything, do you think that Myth plays fast, Adren? I know that you said AoE 2 is faster, but
No. When I come back to Myth now, I'm just like, holy shit, this game is slow. And I was watching a couple of my videos from a couple days ago on YouTube of some gameplay. I'm just like, oh my god, is this ever gonna fucking start? And just like the speed of the units it's a fraction of how fast. Like, I don't know, man. Sometimes you think you got to click fast in Myth, and like, yeah, when you're in the fight, you do, I suppose. When you got a lot of units going at it
Are
at
you
one
able to
time, but like,
dodge projectiles in AoE? Like,
yes,
I
but like
guess okay.
the average player, not so much. But you watch like the top pros do it, and it's like fucking mind blowing.
Probably like
Is it like
Twitch juking stuff.
StarCraft where they move shit into structures or whatever, or is it like
It's
Myth
like
where
switching between unit formations. So the best way to do it is I mean, I've got it mapped to Z and X, so I can like just tap my fingers between them. It's like flank formation or box formation. So box, obviously, it's box kind of like Myth, or like a line formation. They kind of box like a Myth box or a short line would do. And then the flank formation splits it. So now you have two units, and if you click again somewhere, they'll split into four, and just kind of like they just keep splitting like that. So you can toggle between those, so it keeps kind of like strafing your units, and then if they fire a shot with like a mangonel or something, which is like a catapult, at your one group after you split, you move that set again, and it'll split again, and then you can bring them back together and like shoot and fire and keep strafing. But like, there's so much other shit going on. Like, at this same time, you're having a bunch of fucking enemies raiding your base, and you're getting like flares going up and alerts and stuff. But watching these top pros play, especially this kid Harry, who's like on top of the world, he's won every tournament for the last couple of years or something like that. I was watching a game recently, and I'm just like, how the fuck does anybody process shit this fast? It is
right?
mind blowing. And he has all these videos. Like, he's a big streamer. You know, get all these challenges and requests, and people will pay him to like play against him with their buddies. So he'll play like 1v4, or he'll play like 1v3 against other like really good players that are like upper, 2% in the game, just to demonstrate how much better a top pro is than fucking 99.99999% of people. And he will dummy people 1-on-4. And it's not like playing Myth 1v4 where there's like your army is the same size as their army. It's just split 4 ways. It's like when you're playing 1v4, there's literally 4 times the amount of units and resources in their control as yours. So like, huge disadvantage, and he will just destroy these casuals. Like, it's fucking disgusting how good some of these guys are.
I actually want to talk about that a little bit. Like, this brings up a really interesting point. Is it more of a disadvantage to be 1v4 in a traditional RTS versus Myth? You seem to be suggesting yes, Adren, but there's some
100%.
other factors. There's some other factors that would counter against that too, which is that
Not
they
not in AoE, man. It's playing against multiple numbers. Like, I play a lot of 4v4, and the way it normally goes on like an open map. Like, Arabia is kind of the most famous open map. So basically, you play two sides of the map. So they have your pocket players, which are the inner players, and then your flank players, which are on the outside. So obviously, the flank players are closer to the enemy. They're going to be the first one engaged. So generally, like, if you're playing into feudal aggression, the enemy flank will come with archers, and usually it's archers on like ranged units on the flank, and then the pocket players will play like cavalry units, like mounted units and shit with more speed and power and numbers. So if you're playing against two, that means like your pocket player is not doing his job. He's trying to like boom into Castle Age or something. So suddenly you're playing against two players in Feudal Age, and you get fucking destroyed. Like, it's pretty much game over. So to play against 4 people versus 1, it's like unthinkable. It's crazy.
I guess to support Adrenaline's argument, Akira was complaining the other day in Bagretta general chat about obliques and like Ion or something teaming up against him in FFA. Like, two complete
Jesus
noobs.
Christ.
I was making fun of him, dude. I was like, "Are you serious? Like, those are like two of the freaking worst players in the game, dude. You should be able to beat both their armies."
Yeah, man, I wish I still had I don't know if I ever saved this film, but it was like a dick move by me, and everybody on the team was like, "Oh, let's see how it plays out." I don't remember what year it was. It was probably around this era, like 2009, 2010. I remember Eastwind was on my team, and whoever was captaining it was on Creep Creeper Hiver. I think it was Hiver Light, and it was like Flag Rally or something like that, and it was a 7v7. But it quickly became a 1v7 because the captain gave me all the units in planning time, and I'm famously AFK in planning time. I think you all know that. I go for my cigarette or something, and I came back and there's like 10 seconds left in PT. I have 100% of the units. I'm like, well, guess I'm playing 1v7. Everybody's like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? And so I proceeded to do it, and it was against a bunch of good players. Like, it was a good rabble game, anyways. And I played 1v7. I did not win, but like I fucking held my own. It was a pretty close game in the end. It was a flag rally. I think it came down, and I think they won like 30% to 0 or something like that. Like, pretty fucking good showing 1v7. But I was everywhere. I just felt like I was in this like fucking zen state. I'd be like off to one flank, like microing this, and I'd be watching the mini map as the enemy's getting closer, and I'd switch over to that flag and like micro a bit, throw my plus, whatever, back up just so I had a few seconds to go to another flag. And I just remember by the end of the game, just like, fuck, that was one of my greatest Myth performances ever. And I've never seen the film since. I don't think I saved it. It's unfortunate.
So
yeah, in Myth it is entirely possible to play 1v7. I did it in the Myth World Cup game, or TWS game, with Reign of Terror. Mind you, I had a full team of dummy accounts under my control on my team, but it was against Wacky Delhi, which is like Aki and Gabba and a bunch of people. And I think I won one game in the match. Yeah.
I did something similar in 2010. It was like, that's technically like a 2v7 or 2v8, and I went 2-1 against a Donsky-led kind of newbie team. But
nice.
I should say 1-2. I lost still, but I took one game off. It was a tro map, of course, that I won on. But so Adrenaline and Asmo, you guys seem to be pretty far on that fence. I don't think it's as lopsided though in that argument as you guys might think. To me, it's an interesting conversation. It's unsettled in my mind, I would just say, because I see some factors on the other side of the fence too, which is this, and bear in mind, I've played strategy games, RTS, at a high level myself. Okay, not pro level, obviously, but Warcraft 3, I was very high ranked for a period of time. StarCraft, StarCraft 1, the competitive scene was like just kind of getting started, but I was still considered a good player. StarCraft 2, I never really played that much, but the custom maps in StarCraft 2, there were several RTS games, and there was one in particular I was very dominant on. And there's several things in favor. Like this one map in particular, again, it was like an RTS, you gather resources, build units, blah, 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 just like any other traditional RTS. And I was so dominant on that, and any pro player in that particular kind of game could be so dominant because, first of all, you can replenish units, right? Like, if you can survive and keep building more units, like there's so many like if they can't finish you off, there's always a way for you to get back in the game, kind of thing, right? And so like
not in AoE too.
maybe not, but like there's several factors at play in RTS. So for example, I would expect a pro player to build a lot more units than an average player, right? I would expect.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. They're just so much more fluid in their like macro.
100%. Like they're gonna be able to build more units and get more upgrades, like faster upgrades, more advancement than other lesser players. Like that creates like a power exponential on them, on their force already. Then they're going to be more skilled in the actual combat engagements, right? So they're going to be a lot more efficient in the fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect them to be. So that's another kind of multiplier factor in their favor. Then you have to also consider that, yeah, it's a 4v1, but like the 4 players are kind of spread across the map, and oftentimes a pro player is going to know how they only can kind of engage one player at a time, or maybe at most 2 players at a time. They don't need to engage, in other words, their whole force necessarily all the time if they're smart about things. And usually they can pick off one player, if they can pick off even just one player, it becomes a domino effect, right? Like
Absolutely.
it's like if one player dies, they're probably all going to die at that point because it just gets easier for them from there on out. So I just with Myth, like when you get 2v1 or 3v1, like even if you're very efficient, your force is still getting whittled down, and very quickly it's still going to hit that inflection point where you just
It
cannot
depends who you're
overcome.
playing, though, man. Like, I'm just looking through the films I do have right now because I'm
It
trying
always
to find
depends.
one.
The skill gap always depends,
Yeah,
of course.
I'm trying to find one in particular. Oh God, I've got so many fucking random stupid films in here that I don't know what's what. See, I don't rename any of my films. I've got a couple that are renamed here, but I had one that was either 1v3 or 1v4 on Venice, and I was playing three like reasonably decent players. I know it was a Wayward one. Who the fuck else was it? There's a couple others, and there's like, oh, there's no fucking way. I was like, let's do it. And I played them and like absolutely destroyed them just because as a whole, I was better than them as a team just because they weren't.
Yeah.
It's easy. Like when you have control of the entire army and you do one thing, you know why you're doing that one thing. Whereas like you're playing against four people on the same team, somebody does one thing, but the rest of the team isn't expecting them, so they don't like react appropriately to, I don't know. I don't know if you know what I'm saying here, but you have a lot more chemistry with yourself than
Yes.
four other people might
Yeah,
have
they get
together.
out of sync with if they're not coordinating
Yeah,
everything. Yeah.
but I got a few films here.
I've watched
I
several
renamed.
like StarCraft 2. I don't know, Dak, if you've watched any of this stuff because I know you watched StarCraft 2, but like in StarCraft 2, there'll be something similar. There'll be like pro players or high grandmaster players who are like semi-pro, who will like play like 1v4s or whatnot against like vastly inferior players. I think they even do like 1v2s, if not mistaken, against master players, right?
I've
So master
seen
players is still good, but
Yeah, I've seen a few people kind of do warm up for big tournaments with stuff like that, but it's usually like they have two or three players controlling one army, and somebody will do like macro, somebody will do micro on the army, and
no.
or are you talking about three separate like
Okay, I know what you're saying.
enemies?
I know what you're saying, but there's a StarCraft like grandmaster YouTuber. He's got like an Australian or British accent. I forget his name.
Oh, really?
Guy's got glasses. I forget his name, but he's done like challenges on his YouTube channel where like he's done like I think 1 versus 4 silver player or no, I think it was even like
Oh, yeah, they all do stuff like that once in a while, I think.
yeah, and I think they even went up to like 1 versus 2 master players, and master players are like they're still fucking good players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and
Rainer, who's a Zerg player, an Italian Zerg player, does that a lot when he warms up for tournaments.
yeah, and the pros can still kill 1 versus 2 like master level
Yeah.
players, which is like, but you watch the way they do it, and it's just like they're still just their armies are still so much better, you know.
Yeah,
than,
but
than
not versus 4, Like
no.
I think you get buried in economic disadvantage at a certain point,
Well,
right?
no, they do 4 if the players are bad enough. You know, like they might have to be like diamond or gold level players or something like that to do 4, right? Like, but they've done in other words, they've done like all the numbers. Just like the more players there are, the worse they have to be. Like lower level league they have to be in. So, and
Just to prove my point. No, sorry, I'll let you finish your point first.
and there's just I don't know the way you see those games play out, like they're just so efficient at everything that like they barely lose hardly, like the other players can like barely touch them, you know what I mean? Like they're just so vastly skilled and like have way better units and upgrades and like unit control, like they just kill everything too efficiently that the more numbers just don't end up mattering all that much. Is kind of what I'm getting, and also because they're
I don't know. It seems to me like if in a game like Myth, you can have 4 players where if they even partially coordinate against you and attack you at once or surround or whatever, it should be impossible, right? Like,
are you talking they're on the same team though with the same amount of units?
Well, I'm talking about 4 separate teams, like a free for all, right? Where it's like a 4-on-1.
That's different. Yeah.
Are you talking about a free for all 4-on-1 with economic advantage? Or are you talking about 4
like
players controlling one army?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought Because again, you get into the whole thing of like, well, what's going to win? Like 8 players each controlling 1 warrior, or 1 player controlling 8 warriors, right? Like
Yeah. Like I just
it.
found 3 films
Yeah.
in my directory here against the same players. As I guess we played a little mini series. It was me against Akira, Dake, and Summer. And I can't help but feel like Akira would have done better solo in these games because I fucking destroyed them all 3 games. It was on Geyer, KG, and PG. And you'd think maybe like 3 people would have an advantage on KG because like
Yeah.
2 people could. I fucking destroyed them on all 3.
So when I was
And this
talking about
was
like
we.
Rainer will literally go up against 2 Grandmaster players in a 2-on-1, where they independently have their army, and he will beat them 2-on-1.
That's
where they
crazy,
both
Yeah,
have.
dude. Yeah, like so even
Yeah,
a pro can kill
yeah,
2 grandmasters. That's crazy.
right, and he'll warm up with stuff like that for tournaments.
That's what I'm
because,
saying though. Like they're so
yeah,
good. They know all the tactics that are just so efficient that I just
yeah.
don't
I
think the
mean, you
extra
run
numbers
into.
matters. I feel like the quantity does not overcome the quality in that setting.
I mean, there's going to be a critical mass where you can't overcome
100%.
it.
There's always a critical
Yeah.
mass. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. But okay, let me
Yeah.
ask Asmo and Adren because I think they're the most in favor of this side that the RTS is harder than Myth in this sense. What if compare 4v1 in AoE 2 or Warcraft 2 or Starcraft 2, something like that, whatever you're familiar with. Compare 4v1 where the 4 have separate armies in the RTS compared to Myth 4v1 where the 4 have separate armies. Which one's more harder then?
That is Myth. If it's that
Yeah,
argument,
100%. It's got to be Myth. It's not even close, right?
it's
Like,
yeah. At that
you
point,
can't
it's Myth
replenish
because like,
units.
how do you beat 40 warriors with 10 warriors? Like, it's just not possible. Like, no amount of micro is going to save you there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As long as I'm glad you guys at least said that. That's good. I actually just even if it's like 4 players though with the same army, like the players have to be pretty bad in my opinion. I like when I think of like what Dak was just saying, like a pro can beat 2 grandmasters with separate armies. When I think of Myth, like if you insert me as the quote unquote pro in Myth for 1v1 and you took and I've done this before. I've tried 2v1ing Paris and Eastwind, for example, who I can handle individually, no problem in 1v1. But I put them together, I could not take a game off of them. You know what I mean? So is that a fair equivalent here? Like I feel like Myth is actually harder still in this sense.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I mean, I just gave my example with those 3 I played. Like, obviously, Akira, quite capable player. Summer and Dake, not so much. So, like, I think they held him back in that situation. And the other one I played, I think it was a 1v4 versus it was Wayward 1 and 3 similar players like Summer and I don't fucking remember who it is. So it depends who you're playing. Like if I was playing 1v3 against you, Asmo, and even Dac, like I probably wouldn't stand a fucking chance. Like maybe certain maps I could get it close because there's certain maps that lend themselves to that style of play, like Geyer. You know, like yeah, okay, you can have 2 of your players kind of flank and rush me, but I can just take a bunch of units, same number of units, and rush your fetch, and like I have a fucking shooter's chance of killing your fetch and winning the game just because I killed your fetch first. You know, like depends on the game.
In Myth, like the more melee centric it is, more rushy melee it is, then the easier it is for one player to control, and there would be less advantage. But like if you think about like a more arty centric battle, you're gonna be at a heavy disadvantage. I think the difference is like in Myth, each click matters so much more than in RTS. In RTS, like most of the fighting is kind of like auto. It's like auto aimed, auto attack. Like like you don't need to click all that shit. And when Myth, like because every click matters, I feel like if a player can like come even close to clicking against me, and then he's got a second player to help him, like that second player is going to just be able to tee off on me blindly on all the shit that I can't click. All you got to do is just like it's all about out clicking. Like it's much more heavily dependent on out clicking, I feel, in Myth compared to an RTS where like the pro might out click. The pro might have higher APM than each individual of those players that he's playing against, but he's obviously his APM is not going to be higher than all 4 combined, for example, right? And he's still probably going to be able to beat them. But in Myth, like your APM is not going to come anywhere close to even like 2 players for the most part, like unless those players are dog shit, right? And
I mean,
like,
I could send you these films right now if you want to throw them up and we can watch them.
well, Adren, but those players are so inferior to you, you know, like it's not even
Yes.
close. Like that's
Yes.
why I
Yeah.
don't
I
think
mean,
it's a proper. I don't think it's a proper comparison. That's what I'm
no,
saying.
you're right for sure. But like, it would depend on the levels. Like, all things equal, like I don't know. To give an example, if it was like you try to go 1v1 against me and Ghengis, like good fucking luck. We played PG and Ghengis
That's what I'm
has the
saying. Like
control, and yeah,
I think
yeah,
the micro, like it would just become too much. Like I in the RTS setting, the macro, I think, kind of overrides the micro in a lot of sense, so that the pro that's disadvantaged in number of players, their macro can kind of overcome. Whereas Myth is so much more micro intensive and micro based, I feel, because you cannot
for sure.
replenish your units. Everything is very
Right.
finite. So
I got
I
a
want
bounce.
to see if I can find this clip of this AoE 2 Pro.
what,
I could like drop you a YouTube link with the
sure.
timestamp.
Asmo,
So
what were you gonna
remember this?
say?
I got a bounce. I got to head out.
Okay, all right, see you, dude.
All right, man.
Yes.
Later, man.
Yeah, see it.
Buddy.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah,
Oh God,
I'll give it a look at sometime, Adren.
Oh, I didn't get to do the thing I wanted to do to Asmo. Oh, damn it.
that's 1v4.
What were we gonna do?
Oh, I was gonna ask him. I was just gonna bring up some drama.
We all love drama.
You always
Yeah.
like to stir up the hornet's nest, huh?
I can't believe I'm still here instead of playing AoE 2.
Well, it's what I came in for, man. It was to hold you here, hold you hostage
Yeah.
for the good
Oh,
talk. No, I think,
good job.
yeah. So GKG, gee, that sounds very familiar. That the clicks are so much more meaningful.
Yeah, we just talked about that, right?
I know. Like, where'd you hear that one before? I wonder. I don't know. I feel like Myth is really intense and fast in the moment, but yeah, it's a slow game if you watch it after playing modern faster games or something, but it's still like I still feel like attention is a resource. You get capped out in Myth, and I don't think anybody can do everything perfectly because you can always have even better micro than what anybody does today, even in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah,
Like,
like
I don't think
like Adren
anybody
was saying, the pros in those other games, if they came to Myth, they would
yeah.
out-click us all, right? So yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
this is where I disagree though. Like I feel like so for example, take one of those pros, Adren. Take your most admired pro from AoE 2 or any other game. Have them become a master in Myth, okay? And put you and I on a team together and we're playing against that player. Like and let's say they crush us 1v1, but you and I together, I don't see any of those pros. I don't care how fucking good they are going to be able to take both of us. You know what I mean?
Well, they get their advantage in the macro, right? Because like you
That's
get
what I'm
a
saying.
more
But
quality army.
in Myth, there is no like
Yeah.
you would have
It's
to make the
finite, yeah.
armies so big that their macro can overcome, or I guess, or something like that, right? Like
Yeah.
I don't get it. But
Yeah.
Dac, where are you in this debate, Dac? Like, do you? Because I actually think Myth is harder in this sense for the pro
It's
to
just
overcome.
hard to say because like if
Yeah,
somebody
it's hard
came
for
in
me
like
to say.
these guys are playing. I'm trying to remember what the numbers are. I think Hera gets up into something like 460 APM.
You got to remember though that APM counts keyboard tasks, right? The hotkeys that they're using that Myth does not have. Myth is all clicking with the mouse, basically.
Absolutely, but like 460 to hit those with accuracy per minute.
Yeah, I'm less impressed on the keyboard though with that. Like, with clicks, I'd be a lot more impressed. But
for sure, but
like,
these clicks, like if you saw like the hotkey mapping
Zerg
for
hit
AoE
900, right? StarCraft 2 pros, they hit 900 with Zerg, and you kind of have to be in a really high range to just make units, right? With some of the mechanics they have.
For sure,
So,
like
I
I
don't
get
know.
that, but I don't know, just like the way the AoE 2 hotkeys are, like there's like hundreds of different commands and stuff, and like some of the key combinations to do some things are like three buttons at a time, and looks like most of them are 2 at a time. Like it's just so many different combos and shit, and to hit like 460 of them accurately per minute.
Right.
But you can
For
hit keyboard keys way faster
straight.
than you can click mouse
Yeah.
accurately. Like you have to
Absolutely, but
point and
it just
click with the mouse accurately. The
it
keys,
just shows how quick his mind works, though, and to be able to
Right.
like go from area to area on the map, like almost controlling units and shit when you're not even looking at them. You're looking at
Yeah.
a different area.
It's really impressive to watch the
It's
pros
a
do
fucking
that shit.
insane skill. So I feel like the advantage a top pro like this that has made it to the top of a game that has like, you know, fucking 200,000 competitive players online to make it to the like greatest of all time, highest elo ever, is obviously like some kind of fucking phenom that if he came into a game like Myth and dedicated, you know, a bunch of time to really master it. I just think the possibilities like are just something we haven't even been able to fathom yet. Because we're fucking average Joes that have played this game for a long time, and like, yeah, we're good at it. But these guys are like professional gamers who've dedicated their life to being like the best at like an ultra competitive game. And I just feel like, yeah, I don't know, they'd come in and we'd see shit like we couldn't fathom. Like controlling two flanks.
I
almost
agree.
seamlessly
We
at the
would
same
see
time.
things that we haven't seen done before. There's definitely like another tier of clicking skill level there. I don't think it's 2 or 3 tiers though. Like I'm already like I've been at a very high level in these strategy games that were very active. Warcraft 3 in its prime.
What do you
when it
consider
first
a high
released.
level though? Like, 'cause
I was
there's a
ranked number
difference
4 in Warcraft 3 in a particular like random team.
but there's
setting.
high level and then there's top pros. Like this
There
guy's
was
got one
sure.
video
So
here.
like
He's
I'd be
playing
the
the number
equivalent of
1
like
rank.
I wouldn't be pro because there was no pro scene back then, but it would be like the equivalent of like a StarCraft 2 Grandmaster, I guess, right? Like they're like semi pro, right? They're just underneath pro. There was no pro scene back then. It's hard for me to say, but
Fair enough.
like I know that I'm not like I know where that I have some sense of where that pro ceiling is at. Like I'm not so far away from it that I can't fathom it. You know what I mean? That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Just to give you a little bit of perspective, like this is the ranking system is based on elo. I'm sure a lot of these games are, but
Yeah.
yeah, this is based on elo for AoE2. I am sitting at a 1v1 elo about 1250 right now, which is like I've been playing for a few years, playing a lot, like training and fucking studying shit and like getting pretty good at it. And like I'd probably play no, I think I'm like 1350, sorry. Anyways, if I played 1v1 more, perhaps I could get it a bit higher, maybe to around like 1500 right now. Hera just recently broke 3,000. He's like the first player in history to break 3,000. Most top pros, like a couple, like the top 5 players are probably hovering around like 2,500 right now. And then the average pro who like will do like international tournaments and stuff, get invited to these big events is probably around like 2,400. But like if I play somebody who's like 1,600, I'll get fucking dusted. Like absolutely dusted. It's like comparing me to like somebody who just started playing Myth, or you to like somebody who just started playing Myth. It's just insane how big the skill difference is in that top 0.5% of players. It's next fucking level. Like 3,000 elo is goddamn insane.
So the other thing I want to say is I have another more recent example as well. In StarCraft 2, there was a custom map. It's called Civilization Sapphire. Shout out to anybody who knows that. Probably nobody, but it's like a custom, a simplified version of an RTS game inside of a custom map, right? And I was very dominant. I was like top. I was basically the top American player. The only reason I can't say top is because like I also compete against the South Korean pros, and the South Korean scene they are fucking they're really good. I played against really good South Korean gamers as well, right? And I would go toe to toe with them as well. There was probably a few that were like slightly better than me, not gonna lie, but like I would go toe to toe with them, and like I'm not that like I just don't feel like there's somebody so much better than like that. Like I know what you're saying, Adren, but you have to understand that everybody's got like a unique skill for specific games, and like I'm not saying that those pros couldn't translate their AoE skill to other RTS, but Myth is so different from an RTS, and I don't think there's any guarantee that if you took all the top level
It
RTS
is, but like,
pros,
the reason I play it is because there was enough similarities that I thought like maybe this would be a good substitute. I don't know.
yeah, no, but I'm just saying like even for me, who I've been successful in basically every RTS I've played, like so I'm better at some RTS than others just because of my motivation and interest levels, and also like just certain the mechanics, slight differences in the mechanics are going to favor my strengths or not, right? And if you took all of the pros from RTS games today and transitioned them to Myth in some thought experiment here, I don't think all of them are even guaranteed to be better than us. You know what I mean? Like the skills won't 100% transfer for all of them. They might be like super talented clickers, but if they don't know like the manner in which to click or the the how to click and when the smarts that go behind the clicking, right? Like you have to know how to click and when to click rather than just clicking fast. So
Yeah.
there's just more to it. I don't think they're all guaranteed to be better than us either, right? So
Are we still got a live stream up?
yeah.
Here, throw this up quick. Oh, sorry, never mind. Let me the link quick. This is just like a 20-second video just to kind of show what this looks like, and it's 2 years old, and he's even better now. So,
All right, hang on. I'll try to change the settings here.
I don't know if you can play YouTube videos on your stream or not.
That fucking durable up 4 that you got in there and played to a processor.
Hang on, I just gotta fix the settings.
GKG's computer is total.
No. It's just the settings. I gotta. It's not the computer
Yeah.
this time. Hang on. I just gotta change something. That's all. Hang on. Okay, I got it up on the stream.
Yeah.
So here, I'll play it. It's only 20 seconds. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's a quick one just to show like kind of what AoE Team Micro looks like, but.
All right, let's play it here. Hang on.
Delay on the stream. Like, did you see how we split those first few times to get around all those shots from 4 different directions? It's
I'll be honest. Like, I don't think it's that much faster than some of my best play. I mean, people can disagree, I guess, if they want, but I just
there's
don't
a bunch
think
of other shit going on. Like he's also during that like making stuff off screen with it. He's like managing his eco in the background with like hotkeys that don't.
Yeah,
bring
but
you
that's
back to
hotkeys.
variable.
That's what I'm saying. It's another hand, though. That's a totally another hand. It doesn't
I know.
that doesn't impress me because I just don't have that hand in Myth. I can't do anything hardly with all I can do is
there's 2 hands.
presets. That's it, right?
There's 2 hands in Myth.
There's 2 hands in Myth, but my left hand, literally all I can do is control the camera and do presets. Like that's it. And that's not a very busy hand. The bottleneck is in the right hand or whatever hand you're using for the mouse, right? Like that's always gonna be the bottleneck in your control.
My left hand's fucking flying when I'm playing sometimes.
Like all you're doing controlling camera or presets. What else can you do with that hand? Like T button for special attack? Like there's not much. There's just not much.
I mean, like there's control clicking, there's changing presets on the fly, obviously controlling presets. There's other buttons like spread and H to center selection if you're off screen with like a flanking gall or something.
But it's not anywhere close to the bottleneck, right? Like that other hand is like it's not that busy relative to the other hand. And so like it doesn't matter how busy it is because it's never the bottleneck. Dac, do you know what I'm trying to say at all?
Yeah, I agree with you.
I know what you're trying to say. I'm just not sure if I agree.
I don't know. I watched that and like
my
it's
left hand is flying.
Like Dac, when you showed me,
I guess like you're watching with no context though, having not knowing exactly what he's doing to make all this happen is I guess one thing.
I'm just
'Cause
saying
most
like
of that
I
is
could
not
see
notes.
see his clicking and movement, and like it felt somewhat similar to something I would do. Like it wasn't he might have been a little bit faster than me, but it wasn't like I don't feel like I'd get outclassed by his clicking. So
Well, are there wasted clicks, right? Like, does he have wasted? Like,
There's
does
no
he go
wasted
to
clicks.
the? Yeah.
But if you watch the whole thing, like there's several times where his camera goes away to like a different part of the map, and then he's right fucking back into that enemy
Yeah.
without missing a beat, which is fucking insanely hard to do. Like that is
Yeah.
something I still really struggle with, having played the game for a few years.
Yeah, I don't process that quickly. Even on Myth, I have trouble processing stuff that quick.
Like I'll look at the mini map and just be like, "Fuck, where am I right now? Like, where am I on the mini map?" And he's just like, "Boom, boom, 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 boom," like back to this TC, back to this TC, over to this guy's fucking base, back to my unit, split, 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 back to looking at this, fucking pump out some more villagers, send this to wood, fucking back to the fight, split, split, split. Like it's crazy how they time it. They'll literally time it so they look away like after their unit or an enemy unit like throws a volley at them or whatever. So they have like half a second to look away and do a couple other actions on different parts of the map, then back there before the enemy is able to fire again, which to me is insane. Like I'd look back there and I just see a bunch of fucking corpses because my entire army just got wiped out.
I understand that though. Dak, you know how you were telling me how you watch me play sometimes, and I'll look off screen and come back just in the nick of time. Like
that's what I was gonna ask. Yeah.
Yeah,
because,
like I understand this. I do this in Myth as well because you develop a
Yeah.
rhythm. You understand how long it's going to be before they can touch that unit, so that you can look away for that period of time before you come back to it. Like I understand it, and I've done it. So
I have
get
a
it.
lot of trouble with that, like I still like I'll start clicking more frantically as if it's going to speed up units, even though it has the opposite impact.
This honestly, it wasn't the greatest example. The one I was looking for, unfortunately, we're not going to air it because it's like a 28-minute video or something, is him playing 1v. He's playing against like the top, I think it's the top 2 Xbox players in the world. So AOT's on Xbox too, so the number 1 and 2 ranked. And
are they playing on Xbox though?
They're playing it on controller versus a dude on mouse and keyboard.
Crossplay. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a huge disadvantage though for the Xbox guys.
It's a disadvantage though, but like it was so fucking one side. Like these guys, they're the number 1.
That's a huge disadvantage on Xbox though. Huge disadvantage.
It is, but for like serious console gamers, like that's what they know. Like they're very good at it. It's the number 1 and 2 ranked players in the world on Xbox. For sure, a disadvantage still, but like these guys are still guys that would like fucking destroy 90% of PC players as well, or 95%.
I hear you.
No, for sure,
but my point is, I was watching that video and like I've watched hundreds of like gameplay videos, and this one I was just like, holy fuck! And he even said in the video, he's like, this might be the best I've ever played, and it was just insane watching the little details of his game, everything just clicking and just like, holy shit.
Throw it in the chat. I'll watch it later.
I'll have to find it here again.
Yeah, I'm curious to give it a look too.
Dak, the video you sent me was probably more impressive, and one of the more impressive ones I've seen with that the recent world champ who like
dude.
Yeah, where he was controlling in 2 different locations. That was more impressive to me.
Like more than 2,
yeah.
That's fucking crazy what he was doing. Like he fucking bullied everybody, man.
I just don't think it translates to Myth. I think they're just totally different games. It's like I think if you try to bring those players over here, you're not going to see it translate nearly as much as you think.
Of course, they're different games, and it's not going to translate directly. I just
you got to control the camera. We have to rotate the fucking camera for God's sakes. These fucking players don't even have to rotate their fucking camera. Jesus Christ.
They still wind up being top players. I don't think
I can't tell you how many times I've fallen asleep at night dreaming of like a cross between AoE2 and Myth, like how you could incorporate a bunch of like the AoE macro into like eco management stuff, and then have the gameplay like I think more like AoE2 but with Myth units and physics. So you have all the eco management and stuff, but you're able to rotate your camera, and the units move at the speed of Myth, so it's actually like playing Myth, but you have to do a bunch of eco management. And I've tried to like dream up ways to make it work, and fuck, it'd be so interesting.
I think the way I think about Myth is like we were saying before, it's such a slow-paced game that the pro player would not have any real advantage whenever there's not fighting because the game is so slow. They're not gonna out micro moving the units
you're right.
around.
You're right there. Yeah. That
So
part would be a
like
wash.
there's
Well,
no
they'd be very good at positioning, I think, once they learned more of it. But you're only seeing it starting to come in with pro players at the top levels in StarCraft, where they get like really good surrounds on, and they have baits. Like I didn't watch all the films tonight because I had to disappear for a bit. But that Dark Canyon game, where was it? Who was it that was in back that game? Who baited you guys into rushing metal? Was it Grim or was it Storm?
Chickenwire.
A Chickenwire. Oh yeah, of course. Chickenwire is so fucking good. Where he kind of baited you into doing stuff and things like that in StarCraft, I only see slightly at the pro level. And a lot of times when they do surrounds like that, they do it with unit superiority with numbers. And for them to change their method of thinking away from macroing up and getting an army like a supply advantage, versus trying to use the effective units and scouting people out and setting up like a tactical advantage. They could do it, but I don't think that the skill sets translate the same way.
Dac.
Well, it's
I
like
think
you don't dodge in these games, right? And that's why I was asking about dodging in AoE.
They do. They do. Not as much. Like it's not as much because they got.
Can you dodge every projectile like you can in Myth? Like, is it like I don't know
Yes.
that I just don't know the game at all. So
Yes and no. There's like technologies you can research that cost resources to
Okay.
like increase accuracy and stuff. Like there's a technology called ballistics, which
Okay.
makes your arrows and shit like basically like heat seeking almost. But like
Okay.
if you're really good at this game, you can kind of dodge it to some degree, and that's what I was talking about earlier with like the split micro.
Yeah.
And yeah, like there is some dodging. There's certainly like if you're one-on-one like Mangonel versus Mangonel or Onager versus Onager, like the catapult things, there's some pretty crazy dodging that goes into that. That's kind of really hard to master. Just because projectiles move so much faster, so if you are able to dodge it, like pretty fucking hard to do. So if you can do it, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yes, there is dodging, not to the same degree. It doesn't rely on dodging as much because like your units are way more expendable in these games. Obviously, like it helps to keep numbers and stuff. But if some units die, it's not like the fucking end of the world like in Myth because you are gonna create more units.
Dac, to your point, and we've talked about this before, but I really feel like RTS it attracts a certain type of player into these pro ranks for RTS that are like very physically gifted, and they're not incentivized as heavily to be good in the kind of more mental strategic aspects of the game, right? I mean, we commented about this before, like watching some of these StarCraft 2 pro matches where like we're not impressed by their tactics as Mythers watching.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they're
Right.
like, and I'm like sitting there like I'm not a master of their game. I can't physically control as good, but I understand the high level strategic concepts of like controlling the middle of the map, achieving surrounds, like these types of things, proper scouting. Like there's certain things that they don't seem to understand that much, in my opinion,
Yeah,
or
I
don't.
agree.
And I just think like it's because of the style of the game. It's like it puts so
Right.
much emphasis on the physical attributes that you don't need to develop these other things. Now you're saying more recently they have started to develop it. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't
Yeah.
surprise me at all. Like, of course they're gonna eventually figure that shit out. But think about like what we've been figuring out with this fucking game for 20 fucking years, and this game only focuses on that. It's not really
Yeah.
not that physically
Right.
gifted at all. Like it's physically gifted in the sense of like when you're in the combat, but the combat only lasts like 5%. Like there's only like 5% of the game or so that you're actually like, I don't know. Maybe that's
To counter my own arguments entirely. I when I first started getting into AoE2 competitively again a couple of years ago, like I had definitely played in the past and stuff, but I was like deciding to take it a little more seriously, get a little more competitive with it. I thought like I'd bring my myth skills into it. I was like, yeah, like I got an advantage on players at my level when I get in there, just because I've got like my micro skills from Myth with the unit control. I just need to learn the macro and stuff. It doesn't really work that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, like you're not able to take whatever strategic experience you have in Myth. You will to some extent. It helps somewhat. I'm not saying it doesn't help at all, but like
Somewhat.
it's such a
somewhat.
physically, it's like such a more pure BC focused type of skill set, right? For in the context of their game, it's more about the physical aspects of it compared
Mhm.
to the strategy, because you can just build, you just be really good at building tons of units and upgrading them more, and like and
Right.
that's just gonna reign supreme more than whatever strategic tactical, mastermindy shit you can come up with. So
No, it's true for sure. Like that's a big part of it. Like
and the game type too,
ego
like the game
management is true.
objective is just destroy the other opponent's base. Like there's no
Right.
different game
Pretty
types,
much.
game objectives to like introduce some more
There
strategy.
there is.
Okay,
They're
but
just
it's
not
primitive
played
though.
much.
It's primitive relative to Myth, right? So
Yeah, like they do. There is a King of the Hill variant in free for all. It just rarely gets played, and it's not like on the competitive ladder. It's more like a community game kind of thing.
right,
And they
gotcha.
could do what's called regicide, which is like you got to kill the opponent's king, and the king's like
Right.
fast using
I
unit
do
that can
remember
like hide in
that.
castles and towers and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And you
That's
do see
cool.
that in
I'm
tournaments
happy to
from
hear
time to
that they do
time.
that. That's really cool.
Yeah, but for the most part, it's literally just
But it's not
uh,
popular. None of those are popular.
no, not
That's
really. I
unfortunate.
mean, regicide you see in the big tournaments a little bit because like certain maps will only be regicide. I don't know, but yeah, it's different for sure. A lot of the game is really decided by the map type as well. Like you got closed and open maps, like closed maps where you start like protected behind stone walls or like behind a thick forest or something like that. Super easy to wall off and like build your base. So it's kind of more of a there's a balance between like early aggression and advancing through the ages quicker and developing your economy as fast as possible. And then there's open maps where it's like fucking you got to be aggressive almost right away, like start in the dark age or start like early feudal age. And yeah, so there's different styles of map, and the game is definitely the flow of the game is definitely decided by that more so than game type.
Yeah, for me, like this kind of ties into a little bit of earlier of our conversation about 1v1s. Like part of the thing that got me away from 1v1s eventually over time was, well, number one, getting into more capping and strategy aspects of the game, which I started to enjoy more, but also just like it's so funny. The top 1v1ers in Myth would talk so much, we would talk so much shit to one another, but like it's so funny because like let's say you know any one of us got the upper hand on anybody else, like you're still only like at best 5 or 10% better than the other player in
Yeah,
1v1. You know what I mean? Like it's such a
and the other thing is like we're yes, we're the best Myth players in the world. How many fucking people play Myth? Like the player base is
yeah.
so small, man. Like what would happen if, say, we took ourselves just as we are now, you started the game over from the beginning, and we play as much as we are played to get to the level we're at now, but the player base was like 500,000. Would we be anywhere near the fucking top?
Well, it
The
depends what
player
you
base that
mean.
big?
Like, do you mean 1v1s or two team, right? Because they're totally different aspects of the game, I feel. And
Just in general, I think like would we be considered top players, or would we just be like average
I
level players in
think
a player
so.
base
I
that big?
think even if I was 80 years old and could barely like move a mouse, right? Like I could still have an impact on the game just through coordinating strategy. That I would still be like
For sure,
high
but
impact player no matter what, even without actually
would
playing with
these
any units.
Korean players that have been playing Myth for fucking 24 years be better? Like,
There's
Well,
there's the
probably.
physical aspect of the game. Yeah, in that regard, they probably would be. But I just think the Myth is so much more than that. That's, I guess, my
for
point. Like,
sure it is, but again, like we're in such a small player base, man. Like,
Yeah, but you're missing the iron sharpens iron aspect of this too. Like if those players were around to play against, then you guys would have better games and you'd probably
yes,
figure out shit
we would
more,
get better
right?
too. Yes, I agree with that too. We would have
I
gotten
mean,
better as
sure,
well.
I think if you're gonna ascend towards the top of something, you're probably gonna ascend towards the top. And sure, if you bring in a whole bunch of really good players, then it's less likely that you'll ascend to the top of it. But like, I don't know. I would assume that both of you, just with the drive and the love for the game that you have, would probably get there somehow, right? Not like the tippy top necessarily, right?
Probably
But
not
I
the tippy
think
top. I'm saying like
you'd
we'd
still
still
be
be
top
good.
players. Yeah.
We'd still be good, but like for an example, like I played Counter-Strike Global Offensive. I had like 9,000 hours into the game, which is a fucking lot. Like, yes, I have way more into Myth, but like 9,000 is a lot of hours to put into a game. And I got up to Supreme Master First Class, which is the second highest rank in the game. And I definitely played against pros and like not in like a competitive scene, but in like random games and shit on non-Valve servers, like pay to play where all the pros play and shit. And like I could hang in some games and do okay, but like nowhere fucking near their level. Like nowhere near their level.
I mean,
Just
you're 40 plus, dude. Like, don't
yeah,
forget
but
that too.
this is back when I was in my 30s.
I mean, 30s versus teens is still a huge difference too.
Everybody's got their game that they're going to be
Sure.
the best, like better than all other types of games. You know what I mean? Like that's just
I
maybe
suppose,
not.
but like for us it's Myth because that's what we played. But like maybe if we started AoE 2 and dummied it like we did Myth, like all these pros have, do you think we'd be near the top of that? I don't know.
No, I could never become a pro in those other games because I don't ultimately enjoy them as much. You know, the
But if you did,
motivation,
if
you
that
need
was
the
your niche,
motivation and drive to become that, to get to that level too. And also I don't have, yes, like the video you showed me, like I'm sure that guy probably clicks a little bit faster than me and Myth. Like maybe like 20%, but it's not 100%. That's my point. You know what I mean? Like, and so like you put you and I on a team together, that guy's not gonna be able to beat us. I don't care how fucking good he gets at Myth 1v1s. You know what I mean? Like and you take any top pro in any esport, I'm willing to bet money on that. Like it's just, the other thing I wanted to say about Myth is like just the turning speed of units. Like most other games don't have a fucking turning speed, or it's like super hyper fast. Just fucking turning speed. Like it throttles what you're able to do with the micro because you're like fucking literally waiting for shit to turn sometimes, right?
yep, I agree.
Like this, it changes the dynamics of the game completely. I just don't think it translates to as pure physical dominance as these players might be able to exhibit in other games. So
It'd be really interesting if Myth was twice the speed as it is, if all the units move twice as fast.
I wouldn't like that though. Like then you're right. Then it would cater more to their physical abilities over our abilities. But because and I say our abilities like we're not good. Like we're still fucking plenty good gamers, but um like a gamer whose strength is just the physical component, like that's gonna drive more to their strength, and that's
Well, I think
why
these guys that rise to the top, it's a combination of like physical and mental. Like they're probably
they I
also
just
like
don't, I
fucking.
don't
They'd
think
probably be good
they
at anything. Like there's like they're like the LeBron James. Like if LeBron James wasn't like a fucking elite basketball player, one of the best of all times, he probably could have been an elite athlete in any other fucking sport. And like you can say that about a lot of
yeah.
talented athletes, and I think
Yeah,
it's
but that's
the
getting
same
into the
with sports.
genetics argument and everything else. Like give me
Well,
the
it's kind of the
body, give
same
me the
thing. Like
fucking body of LeBron James. You know what I mean? Like,
sure,
and then see what I can do with it. You know what I mean? Like Jesus Christ.
but with these guys that are top of the top in some of these esports, like some of them would excel in almost any other facet of life as well. Like I know watching like the Viper stream, the guy is like clearly a fucking genius. He also plays like high level soccer as just like a hobby. He's really good at chess. Like plays at a really high elo in chess and just shit like that. Like he's probably running with like 140 something IQ too, you know, like you can't just be like physically gifted, you also have to be mentally gifted. So I think they got a lot of different attributes going for, to get to the level they're at.
Sure. I think that's more true than not for sure. But those games don't train the strategic and tactical aspects nearly to the depth that Myth does. And so they are untrained in this regard. Now, those are skills that they could pick up. But
I would argue that a lot of that is in AoE too as well.
not to the depth. I have yet to see a strategy game that has the same strategic depth as Myth. It's not even close. Like Total War is the
It's kind of
example
a
some people want to bring
different
up.
kind
but
of different kind of
like
strategy, I
like
suppose.
Adren, you just kind of mentioned it. Like they don't have very different game types. Like they have a few other ones, but they're not popular. Like even that alone reduces the complexity, the strategic complexity of the game a lot.
It's a different kind of strategy though that you got to build around because like I was saying before, it's not that they have a bunch of different game types, but they do have like I don't know 50 or 60 different civilizations that have different attributes and strengths and weaknesses
Yes,
too. So you build strategy based on that, especially in the team games because there are like big 4v4 tournaments and stuff like that. So you need like to strategize with your team. Like this is the strength of this civilization, so I'm going to pick this civilization which complements it, so you can play to your strength, and I can like complement that in a way. Whereas if you have something else, or like there's different tactics you can use, like a tower rush versus like I don't know. And then you got like water maps, so a lot of it's based on the sea, whereas a lot of it's based on land. And there's a lot of strategy and like map control things. And you got to be able to control resources. So it's a different kind of strategy. It's not game types per se, but the games vary a lot based on other strategic elements.
that's fair. That's a fair point. I I mean, it kind of supports my point though of saying like we're starting to get in the conversation of how different they are as games and how I don't think it would translate from one to the other very well, right? Um, yeah. So like the kind of what you just described, the like complexity that most other games rely on is like what I call arbitrary complexity as opposed to essential complexity. Um, like they come up with like a bunch of different races and a bunch of different units and a bunch of different this like MOBAs, they have like 150 different fucking characters and then you can customize each one with like a gazillion different fucking abilities. Like it's all just like throwing like permutations, just like sheer number of permutations to achieve complexity essentially is what they're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Myth is like the total opposite of that. There's very low permutations, number of permutations in Myth, but it has what I would think is closer to more essential complexity. Like anybody can look at a game of Myth and know what's happening, know what's going on in a relatively short period of time because it's not very fucking complicated in this kind of sense of like there's not much arbitrary complexity. There's not very many permutations, but
There's not much complexity at all. I agree.
yeah,
Like
it's got an elegant simplicity to it. But
there's
yeah,
like a
it's
built-in kind of even playing field almost. Like you're given the same units
yeah, it's
to play with.
self-balancing. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a balance in it and like that, and it literally comes down to like the strategy and tactics. And yeah, I get what you're saying for
It's
sure.
it's so simple, but it took me personally like 20 fucking years to like finally figure the fucking game out to any respectable degree, I would say. And I don't think anybody's got it totally figured out even still yet, right? Like
Probably
that's
not.
that's how complicated the fucking game has been. Like even after like we just watched some we did some episodes recently on like I think 2015 and 2014 and I look at what I did those years as captain, which I'm like at that point super deep into the strategy of the game, a few years capping I'm an experienced captain and everything at that point. And I knew strategy as good as anybody in the game at that point, right? And I did some like look at back at it now, and it's like I this is after like 15 years of experience playing the fucking game, like more than 15, and like I look back at what I did those years, and it's just like Jesus, like that was awful what I did, like my
That's just
God.
an evolving meta though, right? Like that's
I
the
mean,
same
it's
with any
a
game.
some of it is evolving meta. Also, some of it is like I clearly my understanding was very flawed back then
Mm.
about there's some major gaps of understanding. I would just say back then. Now, somebody coming
Sure.
in could learn all this shit a lot quicker because once the first
Oh,
person's figured it out, everybody else can
we've
figure it
seen
out a lot
examples.
faster. But
We've seen examples like LSO is probably the most
yeah,
prime
yeah,
example. Like
yeah,
he
exactly.
didn't have to put in the legwork. Everybody else had already done it. He came in
Yes,
and
you could just learn from
basically
everybody
just
else. Yeah.
learn from everybody else, whereas we kind of all learned alongside of each other. in the
Yeah, and I have no
earlier years.
doubt that would pertain to any new players coming in. If they're
Yeah.
talented at strategy games, they can definitely become talented at this game. I have no doubt about it. I just really contest that they would just dominate us all like so like incredulously, right? Like that's what I kind of like push back against because like
I don't
even
think it would be immediate. And I think my point was more like not just they come in and suddenly they're fucking good. I mean, they'd have to have some time, obviously, to learn it. I just
for
think
sure they have some
get
time, but even their like
they
peak
could get to a
levels, I
competitive.
don't think would like totally outclass us like massively.
I just
Like
think if these guys that have risen to the top of a game with 500,000, 250,000 players, and had they started Myth instead of AoE2, I just think like the level would have been even higher. I think. My personal opinion. I don't know.
the level would be higher. Yes, I agree. I think we would have gotten better too, being able to play against more top players, right? Like
There's a
Dak
good
was saying.
possibility. Yeah,
Yeah,
like I have no idea like what our personal ceilings would have been.
I think we definitely could have played better as well. Like we were just talking about earlier, like the top 1v winners didn't actually play each other all that much in this game. You know what I mean? You and I were like basically the ones who played the
Yeah,
most of
there's very
anybody.
few. Like 1v1 never really took off in Myth 2. It was just more of like a grudge thing here or there, but
Yeah, yeah.
it was never like an official game type. I don't know. Like yeah, it's weird because again, AoE2 is basically built around 1v1. But
Most
Myth is
RTS are
always
because they're not really balanced for team games. They're not like that's literally the reason why you don't see like 2v2, 3v3 in like StarCraft 2 or Age
yeah.
of Empires 2 or any of these
No,
other
Age of Empires,
RTSs.
you absolutely do. There's
Oh, you
2v2,
do?
3v3,
Okay.
4v4, but it doesn't go beyond 4v4. 4v4 is
Oh, okay.
the biggest number.
Is 1v1 like way more popular than 2v2s?
1v1, yes. Yes.
Okay.
1v1
Well,
is
I mean,
probably the biggest game type, especially among like the higher competitive levels. Like the pros and shit pretty much exclusively play. Like they do play in 4v4 tournaments. There's like a World Cup and stuff like that, but it's pretty rare. Like
yeah, that's
a
kind
couple
of
times a
like
year there'll
I'm
be
not
team
saying you
tournaments.
can't play team games in those games. Like you can do that in StarCraft 2 as well, but my point is like the fundamental designs of those games start to break apart at the higher number, like in the team
I think
setting.
it's more of about like how many fucking more units. Like you'd have to have some kind of supercomputer rendering that many fucking units and
Oh,
shit
I think the
on
modern
a
hardware can
massive game
handle it
time.
just fine.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's you're talking about like that game. I know they remastered and everything, but it's a remaster, not a remake, right? Like,
Yeah, it's a remaster, and
yeah, I mean that's a
they definitely
20-year-old
changed.
game. It's
Like
just
with
been
it,
remastered.
they continuously update it, and there's always quality of life improvements and bug fixes. Like it's
The
constantly
hardware
going.
is so much more powerful. Like it could,
I
I
couldn't
think
even
they
imagine like in a big 4v4 the sheer amount of units and shit moving around the screen,
yeah, but
buildings and everything. It's like it's
look at like
intense. Like
flight simulators or like high-end physics
sure,
simulators. That's like way more, and people can still run that shit on on a high-end PC. You know what I mean? So
I suppose so, but like you get a lot of game lag in 4v4 sometimes if like one guy has like a shittier computer because it
well, that has to do
one
with the
guy
way
lagging
they
affects
that's the way they
everybody.
architected it, right? And they
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
the way they architect the networking. Like Myth is totally different, and I'm sure there's a reason all RTS games do it the way they do. Because StarCraft 2 is the same way, where it's like if somebody's lagging at the whole fucking game's got to wait on them. Whereas in Myth, if one player's lagging, only that player lags.
Yeah,
Everybody else just like fucking destroys
yeah.
their units if they can, right? So
I just couldn't even imagine because it gets worse. Like I had a shittier PC before this, and it was an okay. Uh, it it was pretty good for most games, anyways, that I played. Nothing like AAA or anything, but it would lag in 4v4 when the games got into the later stages, just because there was so much shit on the screen all the time that it just wasn't rendering properly. So I get like big frame drops. Then I got this new computer and it handles it just fine for 4v4, but I couldn't imagine like the exponential growth if you started playing like 8v8 or 16 versus 16. Like it would just be
yeah.
I mean, how
insane.
many of them are going to be on the screen at any given time if you have
Well, it's not
8v8?
that it's
You
just
know?
on the screen, but if it's in the field of play, I think it's still because it's got to be like pre-rendered, right? Like,
Well, it's a
I don't know.
technology question, right? Like
Yeah, I don't know enough about it. But
they've done something stupid to have it lagging. Like when they can, there are technical options to make stuff like that happen.
Hmm.
There's an investment that they could do. There's a re-architecture they could do. Like it doesn't need to be, like
Yeah,
it's like, yes, yeah, if you like go back 200 years and like try to load up a fucking wagon that they took like, into the frontier, you're not going to be able to ship like an Amazon truck or a UPS truck or the shit across the country,
yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
yeah,
Fair
no
enough.
kidding, right? So they're probably working on some old technology stack or
Yeah,
and
you
shit like
probably are.
that is really expensive to redo. But there's no reason that it has to be a limiting factor. It just is what they're working with at the time.
Yeah, fair enough.
And like bug fixing is very different from let's go ahead and re-architect the engine and fundamentally how
Yeah,
the game works.
I also
yeah,
think it's
fair
just
enough.
it goes past technical limitations. It's I think the game design fundamentally starts breaking down at higher scales because like the game turns into like in 4v4 for example, it's just like whoever can rush down and kill, one player first and then it becomes a snowball domino effect and like that's like the game is not interesting. It becomes not that interesting. It's just like this mass wall of who can, you know, uh, build up their army and get all four of their players together to rush down one opposing player.
You know what becomes not interesting is probably this podcast to the average listener at this point.
Well,
They're
we don't have
probably
any
like, this
listeners
has
anyway, so it's all good.
this probably has nothing to do with myth. People are probably tuning out by this point.
It's all good. Yeah, we
Who
can.
knows? Maybe they fucking love it.
Yeah, you never know. I don't know. I don't know what other people do with their lives.
I mean, I'm pretty interested in the conversation, but I hear you,
For
man.
sure. I'd be more interested if it was like 3 hours ago at this point. I remember when I got here, I was like, yeah, I don't want this to drag on too long. I want to
Yeah, well,
get
you're the
back.
one who dragged it out. It wasn't me.
I know. I fucking know. I can't believe I said that at
I'll take
6
some partial
o'clock my
credit for
time.
it.
It's been almost 5 hours.
Like I
Jesus
literally
Christ.
just jumped in here to try to drag you out.
Yeah,
As
well,
the DMs to prove it. So,
good fucking job.
by the way, don't trust the way that either of these fuckers say anything. Like ludde, like come on, give me a break.
I know, right? Oh god, I
GKG
hear
saying
somebody
shit
like,
like Ramirez and Asmo
Jesus
even said
Christ, get
something.
yeah,
Like,
over. Okay, I get I fucked it up. All right, my
GKG,
bad.
you have some
then you guys say
hilarious.
shit like Tro, and it's like, man,
I say
like,
Tro.
yeah, is it adrenaline? Is it adrenaline? Like it's like that fucking AA Ron meme all over.
Yeah,
Hey, Ron. Yeah, I love
yeah.
that.
I've. Oh, you dumb fucked up, AA Ron.
Oh no, he said
Good.
Kohan. That's what he said. Asmo said Kohan was the
Yeah,
second one we wanted.
Kohan.
I was just like,
There's been a
bro, are you
bunch.
doing this on purpose at this point?
We're just trolling you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
notice it
mean,
more. I notice it more with GKG's pronouncements, and some of them are just like, "Holy fuck, that can't
yeah,
be right. That
it's
can't be
it's
right."
just funny. Like I
What are
I,
the
I
other
double
ones?
take
What
once in
else
a
besides
while.
Ramirez? What
I'm
else?
trying to think.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
I'm
think
trying
of
to
a bunch
think of
of
a
names right
couple of
now.
them too. It's like
Yeah,
they kind of
I remember
happen.
Asmo saying Kohan.
Yeah, I think Asmo, like I noticed Asmo's more than GKG. It's really funny.
Oh, I'd have to go through like a list of names. Like, I'm not good at thinking of these things
I
on the
don't know if
spot.
anybody fucks up Dak. It's pretty entertaining. I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but
Yeah,
like or
Datch,
fucking up GKG or something. Like, how does that happen? But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know, man. It's
Oh, I'm
funny to
trying to
me.
think. I'm trying to go through like teams in my head right now.
But like that's what happens when you have a community where it's all text based for so many years, right? Like people decide how something sounds in their head, and then they say it.
Oh, absolutely,
So
absolutely.
I think it was Karma who said instead of "coup" he said "see you" in his head or something like that. I don't
I
know.
used to say Sue. I thought it was like Sue Roy.
Oh, well, there you go. See, you're
Yeah,
proving it too.
yeah, no, absolutely.
I
There was
mean,
one
I'm
that
just
GKG
assume
said
I'm
one
right
day.
about everything, but yeah, what was it?
Where
I
can I
don't know.
see a list of names? There's gotta be a list of names somewhere.
The ludde thing though, I was just like
Yeah,
ludde
the
must
I
be
Ludi
didn't
thing.
really
say
good.
that. That was
No,
all
no, you didn't. That
Asmo.
was Asmo. I know, but I just.
I had to call him out on that too. I
Oh,
had
did you
to.
call him out on it? Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I called him out on that for
Okay.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
I
find
just.
some Myth World Cup films.
Let me stop the recording. We can carry this on in the after
Yeah,
party.
yeah. No,
How's
no.
that sound?
Operation Stall Out Adren continues
No,
successfully.
I'm not
Off running
continuing
against
shit.
you.
I'm going to play. I've probably got one game of AoE 2 in me at this
There you
point,
go.
and then it's bedtime.
And then you're gonna be like, "Oh, right, this isn't as hard as Myth." No, I'm kidding.
Dude, it's fucking hard.
Oh
There's some
yeah.
games I'm like, holy shit, I'm so bad at this game, and then like a game later, I'll just be like, God damn, I'm actually pretty good at this game. And then I watch a pro play, I'm like, no, I'm totally shit at this game.
Yeah. The part that was confusing to me, and you can stop at GKG. I don't care. I don't want to go ahead and do your sign out, I guess.
Oh, you got to do a sign up?
Are you going to talk about strategy more or
Oh,
something?
I was going to talk about the confusion I had where you guys were talking about 2x1, 3x1
Yeah, no.
in
Go
these
ahead.
other games. Is it like two different armies, or is it just multiple people controlling the same army? Right.
Right.
That's where a lot of the confusion was in the start. I know that some of the pro players who are getting ready for tournaments in StarCraft will do like two armies versus themselves against like master grandmaster type players. Um, I'm not sure. Is that what the Terra guy did, or did he just go up against like multiple people controlling the same army where they had shared responsibility? I don't know.
Who are you talking to there? I was
He's
kind of
talking to
muted
you.
on.
Oh, you, Adren. Yeah, you.
Oh,
Like,
fuck. What'd you
yeah.
say? I
Sorry.
was looking
So
through films trying to find like a name
yeah,
for
this Terra
TKG to
video
pronounce.
where you said that like he 2x1, is that like two people controlling a single army, or
No,
is it two different armies?
two separate enemies.
Yeah.
But they're Xbox players though, too. Like,
But
Yeah.
they're both over 2,000 elo, which is like pro level.
but you
Like
said he's 3,000, right?
he's 3,000, which is like unheard of. He's the first person to ever
Yeah, I'm
reach
looking at their
3,000.
elo, so it's 2270 and just under 2200 against 3000. I mean, it's still a pretty big gap.
It's a big
Yeah.
gap, but like 2,000 is still like elite of the elite. Like
Well, for
it's
sure. Yeah.
yeah.
So, did they have any way of communicating? That's the other question. Because,
Oh yeah,
like,
they would have been on Discord chatting with each other
I
for sure.
mean, it
Like,
seems
they
like
need
it
voice
should be
chat though.
impossible. Like, if they can voice chat with each other and coordinate attacks against him with
You
their
would need
army and
voice
build
chat
speed.
100%. Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
Watch the video, man.
I
He's
mean,
just
what
that much better.
it doesn't make sense that he could go up against twice the army, because the problem is that for him to out macro them.
I've seen him do 1v4 and I think maybe a 1v6. I could be wrong about the 1v6, but he's definitely done a lot of 1v4s.
I mean, the thing is that the micro has to be perfect, but you also have to out macro them in that scenario. But you're
Yeah.
also macroing at a 6-1 disadvantage. So, like, does he farm, whatever resources? I don't know how the game works
Dude,
fundamentally.
he does this shit all the time. Like he's the biggest streamer in AoE 2. People like pay him for the privilege of playing these like 4v1s and shit like that. And yeah, I don't know. He does it a lot and he does not lose very often.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure I've ever seen him lose.
Oh, the other one that I was thinking earlier, GKG, I didn't jump in on it, is you're talking about some StarCraft pros who do challenges and whatnot. I've seen a few videos where like two pros will play against each other and one of them will tap out, right? And then they have like a continue game feature on there where the guy who tapped out because he would lose to the other pro, he will throw the game up to his audience, and somebody from the audience will try to pick up from the other pro player who is in the superior position
Right.
and see if he can actually close out the game
Right.
when he would have scooped to the pro player.
Right.
And he'll frequently like come back pretty strong against them just from outplaying them from that point where they're down. So those skill gaps are real for sure.
Yeah, like you can be so efficient. I'm telling you, like so in this I've played several custom maps because custom maps are my thing in a lot of other RTS. So both in Warcraft 3 and in StarCraft 2, where it would be like to 12 players in a game, and I was so dominant, like I could play like 7v1, 11v1. Like I've done that before. Like it's very achievable in a lot of these other RTS type of custom games. And it's just because you can there's so many points of leverage. And they're like, they have a lot of like, if they have a lot of players, right? But they still have to coordinate with one another. Usually they're just so fucking uncoordinated. And the more of them there are, the more difficult it is for them to coordinate, right? So that's becomes the thing. Like you just become good at biting off one at a time. And if you can keep biting off one at a time, it's kind of like dynamic programming or something. Like you're solving the problem one at a time. You're biting off one part of the problem at a time,
Often
right?
it's a question of which one to bite off at a time, though, and that's another skill unto itself, is knowing, like, you got to read the game and be like, okay, I need to kill this guy before.
For sure, but that's what the game becomes when you're like playing 1v7 or whatever. It's just a matter of like, okay, how do and usually these pros,
is absolutely a skill unto itself.
Yeah. But I've seen pros like in StarCraft 2, for example, they'll take like a few air units, flank them around, and just through their sheer harassment, they can just just with a few units, they can just harass the fuck out of one player to the point where he's useless. That player is now disabled functionally. Like, can't kill him quite right away, but like that player can't do shit for a long time because their economy is like totally fucked, right? So,
well, without the macro, right? Shit like that really isn't possible in Myth. Certainly nowhere near to the same level, because if you're down 54 to 12
that's what I'm saying.
in a game,
exactly.
like you're probably not coming back from it. Like,
yeah, I don't care how fucking good that player is. If you're down, where's that, like, I don't know, like somewhere around, like if they have double the units, somewhere around there, it becomes close to impossible, so.
How good would a Myth RTS be, though, man? Like, it's got to be doable.
Like adding resources to it and everything, building units. Is that what you're saying?
What, like farming unit trade points throughout the game?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be better than RTSs are now. That's for sure. I think RTSs could use a lot of the Myth elements and inject it into them.
Hours just because, like, diehard AoE 2 player and diehard Myth player, of trying to like figure out an amalgamation between the two and how it would work. Like, take the best aspects from both.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's no buildings in Myth.
It'd be so fucking cool.
Yeah,
that's kind of the issue. You don't have like the whole castle concept, or like to go back to like Warcraft or StarCraft.
No,
like,
but you'd have to like incorporate that in, like build a barracks to generate warriors and berserks or something like that, and build like an archery range for archers, and build like a forge or something to, I don't know, fucking.
You could make there's multiple different game genres you could improve vastly by just adding a few fundamental elements to Myth. So a few of them are like controlling more than one unit. So for example, RPGs, like why is there not an RPG where instead of controlling one unit, you're controlling a squad of units, just like in Myth? Like that'd be amazing. Then you can have like another element is adding formations. Why is it in RTSs there's no formations? Why do I have to manually click like a buffoon to be able to spread my units out?
That's one thing AoE 2 does have, is formations. They're not as customizable as Myth. I think that was part of what I was thinking of. I was like, hey, you add like the formations and the Myth units themselves. Like basically you take the foundation of AoE 2 with the resource management. Like you start with a few villagers, build your town center, continue farming resources to build more villagers and expand your economy so you can build the buildings, and then you produce Myth units.
Yeah, no, I agree. It'd be great.
It'd be so cool. But then you also bring in some of the physics, like the ability to rotate your camera, so it looks more like Myth.
3D terrain, then a lot more like they have like quasi 3D, but it's not really like true 3D.
Yeah, they just have like layers, right?
Layers,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, it looks a lot better than you remember, probably. It's not like the terraced layers anymore. It is like smooth hills.
Right.
But yeah, the inability to turn the camera was what really pissed me off, because like you start on a certain area of the map. So if you start in like the north of the map, you're fighting in a downward direction, which I hate. I fucking hate. I want to be fighting towards the top of my screen, like towards an enemy.
I'll go on a limb. and say though, if there was a myth like RTS ever made, I think it would be very difficult to do 1v1 because the combat in myth already is so intensive that to be able to also like unless you can come up with a way where you can control the entire
Dude,
economy through just hotkeys,
it's
then
trust
maybe it's
me.
doable. But
Well, that you'd have to, yeah. You'd take all that kind of from AoE 2 as well, and trust me, like the 1v1 and unit control, like the fights and stuff, they're fucking intense in AoE 2.
well, yeah, and a
Sometimes
myth-like
even
game I
more
think would be
intense.
more intense actually, right? Because
And I
if
think
you
that'd be a selling point, if anything.
maybe, but you'd have to because like you'd want to be able to aim every shot, like every ranged attack should be an individual projectile.
Yeah.
So that's a lot more micro. The formations aspect, turning speed on the units.
Well, it's
game
like
type.
that in AoE 2.
Game
It's just
types, yeah.
everything moves so much faster that it's impossible to control individual units like that. And because you have so many more units, like you might have a group of like 60 archers or crossbowmen or
Yeah, that would be
arbalisters, whatever.
crazy. Yeah.
And they shoot so fucking fast and rapidly, like you can't control each one. You could, theoretically, like if you fucking slowed it down to like point fucking oh 05 times, and yes, you could control each one. So there is the ability there. It's just nobody processes information that fast and can click that fast. So it's not a thing. But
I,
I don't know. I think it's so fucking doable, man. I've thought about
no, it's
different ways
doable,
that would work.
100%.
It's
Yeah.
totally doable.
No, it's
Would you
totally doable.
incorporate game types into an RTS?
I would 100%. I think game types could make so many games way better. Like,
Well, no, I want to know like how that would work, right? Like, let's say we go with the standard, macro style RTS where you mine resources and you plop down buildings to build units to go fight with.
it's really
Because well, you got to destroy the other base. That's the way that they work right now. But is there like a territories or a flag rally king of the map or
the
There is a
way
King of the Hill in AoE 2.
and
In
Regicide is
the
equivalent to
free-for-all mode.
Assassin in Myth. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
I'm unaware of other game types, but there might be other game types. You just never see them.
there's not a timer on those usually, right? Like the game doesn't end after a certain time. That's the other thing that Myth
No,
has.
these games can go on for fucking ever. I've been in games that are like 2 hours long that you
you
go
would
until
need a
like
timer. You
every
would need a
fucking
timer.
tree is cut down and there's no gold left on the map.
Yeah, like
Yeah, you need a timer.
Yeah, game type. Some game types break down in Myth if you don't have a game timer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, like territories, like for example, like what, like
Yeah.
when does controlling all the flags count if it's not at the end of the game timer, right? Now,
Yeah.
the thing you could do, Dac, is if you just imagine like RTS that have no game types, traditional RTS. Just imagine that that's basically BC mode in Myth. That's the equivalent of BC, right? Where you just got to kill the opponent's units and base. Usually just their buildings or whatever. But
You got to kill all production buildings
yeah,
and all
right,
units just so
right,
they have no ability to produce anymore, so they can't continue the game. Yeah.
right. So that's like the roughly the equivalent to BC in Myth. Adding additional game types would
It's almost
basically
closer to Last Man on the Hill. Well,
Kind of
I guess
CTF in a way, kind of.
almost. Yeah, it's hard to
see,
say.
yeah,
It's
what
hard
like
to
killing
say.
the opponent's base, like the base is the flag. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
maybe, or
You could,
you
it's
gotta
some,
control a sector of the base or whatever.
yeah, it's
But then that makes it all just I don't know. Anyway, whatever.
it's a very sloppy comparison, I feel, but yeah,
Yeah.
I see
These
your
are all
point.
considerations. If you're ever design a game like this, obviously, like there's a lot of different things to weigh. And yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
intense.
but
And also,
you
like,
could add like what I've always imagined for a future version of Myth is being able to do multiple game types at once in a single game. So like, and you could weigh the game types differently. That would just add additional complexity. So like, imagine if
cool,
it was like
whatever.
both flag rally and territories, or like king of the map and flag. I don't know, like just whatever combinations you can think of, right?
Mhm.
And
What if it was King of the Hill and territory?
yeah, exactly. That very unique combination. Yeah, and then it's like, man, the
Yeah.
strategies we get very complicated. Well, you could translate that into an RTS by like, I think the way you would do it is like instead of a quote unquote like final like one final game timer is like I would give like a cycle of game timer, right? Like every 10 minutes, this completes one cycle, and then another cycle starts for another 10 minutes. And it's like at the end of every cycle, we count the game types scoring, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I would do it, I think.
Yeah, interesting. You have to put a lot of thought into exactly how that would work and which combinations would work.
Yeah, you could actually do something like that in Myth too. Like not
First,
only multiple
first
game
5
types,
minutes
but
of the game are
multiple
King of the
cycles.
Hill. Like first 5 minutes of the game are King of the Hill, then the next
Yeah.
5 minutes
Oh yeah,
are,
interesting. It
are
switches.
territories.
Yeah, between cycles
Yeah.
it switches. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be. I don't know. Oh, I think I'm gonna tap out here, guys. It has been
let's tap it out.
5
for sure.
hours.
It was a good chat though.
Yeah, no, this was a good one. How many? Are you guys done all the Mythical Cups? Was that the last one?
No, there's like 5 to 8 more, maybe something like that. I think.
Jesus Christ! I thought you would have been getting near the end of them by now.
Yeah, well, we're getting close, but there's a lot of them. You know.
There's a lot of them.
By the way, Adren, you should make that Great Divide map with the flags rotated or the stars in the valley.
Dude, I haven't touched map making since my last one. Like, I feel like I've probably regressed again.
I mean, you were pretty happy with it, but you could taper down a little bit of the cliffs going on the two sides if you start, and the only game type on it should be capture the flag or ETF and territories.
Yeah.
So, like, if you do the two of those, then I think you can make interesting because Great Divide is just unfun to watch, unfun to play. Like,
I agree.
I was totally happy to stop watching the stream when that game came on.
I'll probably get back into map making sometime before Myth World Cup because I want to get another. I've got a few ideas for 2-team maps. A couple of them are pretty ambitious.
Use, man.
Yeah, there's not a lot of crossover there. It's more of a graphic design thing than anything. But yeah, I don't know. I had a couple of them that were pretty ambitious and that I don't know if are actually possible. One of them involved different media, like going from dry weather on one part of the map to rain on another to snow on another, and it was kind of like set on like a mountain pass, but going from like the valley on one side, like a green valley on one side, up into the mountains, and like the tree types change, and then you go up into the snow. It kind of rains on the way, and then on the other side, on the leeward side, it's all dry and desert. And I was trying to think of any way to make it happen. I talked to John God about it, and he's like, I'm not sure if it's possible. So I kind of scrapped that idea, but I had kind of the basic layout done, and it was kind of neat. Like, the center was up in the mountains in the middle of the map, and the flanks were like mountain passes going through, and it's kind of like winding, but like not too limiting for movement. Like, there's enough room to get up and fight, but it was pretty important to control those choke points, and there's like important terrain on either side, but there's also ways kind of twisting through the mountains into middle from those flanks. And there was like mesas on one side and on the desert side, and I wanted to do like a fucking canyon in there with like bridges over it and shit. And then there was a lot of water on the green side of the map, and the mountains came across on a diagonal, and the starts were kind of offset north and south. And it was a pretty good idea, and I had it going pretty well for a bit, but then I gave up on it, and I tried to like remake it and completely fucked it up, and yeah, just abandoned it altogether. I might revisit it eventually, but without the rain changing to snow idea, because I don't think that's going to work.
Asmo, you rejoined us.
I can't believe you guys are still here.
Asmo went and had a full night's sleep and came
back. I've been successful in keeping Adren on here.
Yeah, so. Fuck you, Dac. Seriously. David or Adam or whatever the fuck your name is.
I mean, we're still broadcasting. It's one of the two.
Let's wrap it up. Asmo, did you have
Wait,
any...
is the broadcast really still going?
Yeah, it's still going.
No, yeah. You're gonna have to split this up in 2 episodes.
We had some good conversation in there, though. I feel so.
It's gonna take you a while to upload, probably. Yeah. I don't know what your connection speed is, but it would take me hours.
Asmo, did you have any? You were kind of quiet towards the end there before you left. Did you have any commentary before you took, or did you listen to us at all? No, probably not.
I mean, I was hearing you guys talk about the 1v1 forever. That's the last thing you got. And then we
hours ago.
Then we talked about the 1v4. Yeah, I wasn't listening to the stream though. I don't know what you guys talked about recently.
Okay.
I don't even know what we talked about recently. Obviously, we've been all over the goddamn place.
Oh, it was good. Let's end it there. We'll have a little after party if we want. All right. Thanks
that
for
was the
anybody.
after party. What the hell?
Yeah, it was the after party. The after party.
Yes.
Thanks for anybody who's still watching this. But we're done.
That's
Take
nobody.
care.
You're talking.
Yeah,
talking
nobody. All right. See ya.
yourself. Yeah. Have a good night, guys.